Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 The Wisdom of the Hall Master, the driving force behind the scenes. Yaodang Master believes that a guy like he with amazing comprehension, if he has sufficient cultivation resources, is very likely to advance in the shortest time. The bottlenecks in cultivation are useless for this kind of monster. And there is a very common phenomenon among this kind of people, that is, in the early stage, the progress of cultivation may be slightly slower than that of the geniuses of the same age. But cultivation will not stand still, and will always move forward steadily without showing off, and the final outcome is often unexpected. After growing up, he can even do the feat of suppressing all enemies alone. In the years of being in charge of the supervisory hall, he has encountered many such examples. It was mediocre in the early stage, but it soared to the sky in the later stage. Yaodang Master thought of a possibility, so on the surface, he showed a posture of sparing no effort to cultivate Luo Yan. It was very much like a kind-looking elder. Yaodang Master secretly investigated Luo Yan from many aspects, and even went to the branch temple to ask the elders of Jiang about their impression of him, and then observed him for a long time. He thought that this fellow he had a high probability of growing into a high-level cultivator. And judging from his talent for comprehension, after comprehending the five-color divine light, he would definitely have a great chance of making a name for himself in the Xianjiao battle. But if that were the case, he would block the way for many people. Hall Master Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. In fact, not only the key refining disciples in the Xianjiao camp, but also the outstanding disciples who could stand out among the ordinary disciples would receive a certain degree of training. For example, in the battle for the Thunder Pool, Luo Yan, who only had the cultivation of the late key refining stage, was able to win the qualification for cleansing. The reason why he had not returned to days for several years was because he was favored by the elders of the Yuanying stage and was quietly trained in a special place. Geniuses will always receive special attention. Counting back 20 years, all the outstanding disciples of Luo Yan's generation were within the scope of training. Various resources and benefits were opened up, just to improve their cultivation in the shortest time. At that time, even if there are many high-level cultivators lost in the war of exterminating the sect, the geniuses among their generations of disciples can make up for some of the gaps in the high-end combat power of the Five Elements Temple. Other disciples can also fill the loss of mid-level combat power in due course. This is the unanimous decision made by the heads of the various halls and the heads of the Five Peaks after many discussions. But the cultivation of Luo Yan by the head of the Yu Hall is actually far from as simple as imagined, because there is a deliberate thought in his words. I have always had great expectations for you. I believe that with your understanding, it won't take much time for you to become the Dinghaishanshun of the sect. But you must practice well. The future burden of my law enforcement hall will be handed over to you. The head of the Yu Hall tapped his knees with a deep concern in his mouth. It was like an elder who had high hopes for the younger generation. Especially kind. The bunch of words from the head of the Yu Hall, about the token and the spiritual chamber, made Luo Yan feel a little moved. But when he heard the last few words, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and he always felt something was wrong. It seemed that the Yaodang Master was deliberately trying to point out his words to him. He did not show any abnormality, and after respectfully bowing, he left. After coming out of the Yaodang Master, Luo Yan was still holding a spirit beast circle in his hand, which contained the petrified spirit snake. It stayed in the spirit beast circle honestly, without any unusual movements, and its injuries were all healed. It should be that the Yaodang Master helped it heal. Luo Yan did not release it immediately. After all, it was still in the sect. After leaving the law enforcement hall and walking out, he kept thinking about the intention of the Yaodang Master's words before and after. After a moment, he thought of a possibility, so he put away the thoughtful expression, with a little playfulness on his face. Because everything that the Yaodang Master showed now was particularly similar to the workplace routines in his previous life. Originally before this, he had thought about giving it a try when the Xianjiao road was opened. After Luo Yan successfully practiced the 5 colors of divine light, he even imagined that he would kill all the enemies in the battle of the celestial lords and finally win a place. Then, With a perfect cultivation of the foundation building period, he would take a special channel and directly ascend to the spirit world. However, the meaning of the two sentences just now by the head of the U-Haul was very clear, that is, he was reminding Luo Yan implicitly. I spent so much money to train you, and I used human feelings and scriptures to train you, but I didn't let you participate in the battle of the celestial lords. The purpose of training him was to let him stay in the Five Elements Temple and continue to shine. But he didn't say it clearly, just a kind of implicit praise, indicating that he was very optimistic about himself. The action of the head of the U-Haul made Luo Yan feel a little silent. He didn't know how to speak. It was like in the environment of his previous life, when he was admitted to Wudaokao Vocational College and could go to the best place to study and change his life. Someone instantly poured a plate of cold water on him. He said that he needed to stay in Langxiang. Because a relative's child is sick, someone needs to go and take care of him personally. And this relative is not much the same as the one in the previous life. He has a peerless power that can suppress him instantly. Luo Yan can't afford the price of openly refusing. This feeling is really melancholy. Luo Yan believes that, besides him, among the other Xianjiao who have received special treatment, he will not be the only one to receive this special treatment. In this case, Master Yu is actually a member of the family lineage. Luo Yan secretly speculated. The fact that Master Yu spared no effort to lay out such a roundabout way means that there must be someone he attaches great importance to, who will participate in the Xianjiao War decades later. This makes sense. As for the nonsense that he stayed to suppress the enemies for the sake of the future of the sect, it's almost enough to listen to it. Luo Yan has read all kinds of ancient history in the Sutra library and learned a little common sense that many elders don't know. The Five Elements Temple is different from many small sects in this world. The Five Elements Temple is the Five Elements sect of the upper realm. In order to select its talented disciples, the Five Elements Temple was specially established in the lower realm. This is a very important relationship of priority. As long as the Five Elements sect of the upper realm exists, the Five Elements Temple will never be destroyed. At most, it will decline a little. Therefore, the righteous words of the head of the Yaodang, he is not at ease without a strong person to suppress the sect. All of them are nonsense to deceive people. The Five Elements Temple of the Kangwu Cultivation world is essentially just a talent training base in the spiritual world. Genius is the main thing, and the sect is secondary. This is the real priority. In fact, those super sects in the Kangwu Cultivation world have more or less the shadow of the Upper Elm sect behind them. Based on the current words, Luo Yan dared to assert that the main reason for the outbreak of such a large-scale world-shaking war in a few decades is indeed because of the secret world. But it is definitely not for the future of the sect and the younger generation of cultivators. He can't guess the specific reason for the time being. But Luo Yan was very clear about one thing. Sacrificing more than half of the high-level monks in the sect was just to make the younger generation of monks practice more smoothly. This far-fetched reason is undoubtedly against human nature. You must know that the most fundamental purpose of monks' practice is to prove the truth and live forever. But now they want to resolutely launch a war to destroy the sect that will cause heavy casualties to their own sect. Using the lives of high-level monks to exchange for a certain uncertainty in the future, Luo Yan does not believe that they can be so great. Anyway, if it were him, he would definitely not be willing to fight for life and death for such an illusory reason. Putting himself in their shoes, Luo Yan believes that those high-level monks are the same. You must know that monks are not those armies in the mortal world who rush forward on the battlefield without caring about their lives at the command. A B-level task of the General Affairs Hall can make many ordinary monks stay away. They would rather spend more time to do C and E-level tasks than touch such a potentially dangerous task. Monks cherish their lives. Moreover, the Five Elements Temple had lived in the South region for thousands of years and had never expanded outward. Suddenly, it launched a war for a secret world that planted spiritual medicines. At least Luo Yan did not believe this reason. Even if there were no spiritual medicines provided by the secret world, the 100,000-mile wilderness within the sect's sphere of influence had so many empty spiritual lands. If all of them were used to plant spiritual medicines, it would definitely offset the spiritual medicine output of the secret world. But the war notice came out just like that, and with the consent of all the elders, they all began to train the younger generation of successors. It was like a dream. If you want to achieve this, apart from a barely acceptable excuse, it is probably related to the supreme elders who have the cultivation level of the spiritualization stage. The meaning of what the head of the U-Hall just said is that the reason why the sect gave Luo Yan so many preferential treatments is to train him to become the successor of the law enforcement hall, so as to make plans for the future of the sect. It is definitely not just to see him stand out on the battle of the geniuses, and then pat his butt and ascend to the upper realm. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence could have guessed what Master Yu meant by what he said just now. He can fully support your cultivation, and even help you to form a pill as soon as possible, but participating in the Xianjiao battle is absolutely not allowed. It just so happens that the cultivation limit for the Xianjiao battle is to complete the foundation building period. All these facts and coincidences together made Luo Yan have to question Master Yu's identity. If you think about it in this way, everything can be explained. Why does Master Yu seem to be very good to him, but in fact he has never expressed anything substantial? He has never helped him solve his doubts about cultivation, never taught him the scriptures or the Dharma, and never gave him a spiritual treasure for protection. If it is really as Master Yu said, wanting to train him to be an heir, this is definitely not the way to train an heir. Even Luo Yan's qualification to enter the 5th floor of the Sutra Pavilion in advance was deliberately prepared for this moment. He just wanted to coerce him with the righteousness of the sect, let him reflect on himself, and the sect helped him grow and gave him everything. It is definitely not for him to strive for the qualification to ascend to the upper realm in advance after he has cultivated. This is the panic situation that the Lord of Yaodang used. First give him some preferential treatment, then let him feel grateful, and finally let him reflect on himself and feel that he is a selfish person. Under the step-by-step design of the Lord of Yaodang, it is very easy for Luo Yan to fall into the constraints of his own moral values, and thus refuse to participate in the battle of the celestial lords. After all, according to normal thinking, without the help of the Lord of Yaodang, Luo Yan would not be able to obtain the art of Dream Butterfly and the great supernatural power of 5 colors divine light in the key refining period. Without the blessing of these 2 supernatural powers, it is almost impossible for him to strive for the quota for the refining in the thunder pool before the foundation building. Even in addition to being able to raise the cultivation to the perfection of key refining, other great supernatural powers are absolutely impossible to obtain at this stage. Take Luo Yan himself as an example. He can learn a great supernatural power at this stage. In the battle of the celestial lords of the first level of the 5 domains, the cultivation is almost all above the foundation building period, and the great supernatural power is definitely not rare. Without this technique of 5 colors of divine light, it would be wishful thinking for him to get a place in the upper realm. This is the idea under the normal thinking model. Based on this situation, the Lord of the U-Hall showed that he valued you very much and that the law enforcement hall must have you. As long as you are not a cultivator who grew up in the demon sect, you are dedicated to yourself. Normal righteous cultivators, when encountering this situation, rarely do not fall into the trap, unless there is a master behind the scenes. After all, according to the logic of the Lord of the U-Hall, for a genius, advancement is as simple as eating and drinking. Isn't it easy to obtain a cultivation level of the God transformation stage? Simple, easy. After such a series of words, how can young people like Luo Yan who have been staying in the sect not be confused? They all believe that they are the pride of heaven, and cultivation is very simple, just a God transformation stage. Little do they know that in the past 2,000 or 3,000 years, there have been millions of disciples in the sect, but only a few of them can finally cultivate to the God transformation stage. Luo Yan guessed that this was probably because the basic laws of the Kangwu cultivation world would be slightly different from those of the spirit world. The difference between forming a pill here and forming a pill in the spirit world should be very big. Luo Yan even suspected that the cultivators of the Huishan period in this world would have a significant gap with the cultivators of the Huishan period in the upper world after going to the upper world. It was like the cultivators of the key refining period in the outer sect, compared with the cultivators of a large sect like him, there was no comparison at all. If he was born in a small sect, limited by the information gap, he would most likely take the foundation building pill to build the foundation. But Luo Yan's mind was filled with a vast collection of books in the Sutra Pavilion. He deeply understood a truth, that this realm that relied on pills to forcibly break through, and the realm that relied on one's own practice. They were completely 2 different concepts. It was like a difference between heaven and earth. Taking some pills on weekdays to increase one's own spiritual power was not a big problem. At most, every once in a while, one would need to refine the slightly frivolous spiritual power in his body. But if he took the foundation building pill and advanced to the foundation building stage, the hidden dangers of future cultivation would be unimaginable. When Luo Yan first met Li Siki, he learned this from his words. The foundation building of the heavenly Dao is what the cultivators of their big sects pursue. Although all of the above are Luo Yan's guesses, he can see from the reaction of the master of Yaodang that the once-in-a-century journey of the Xianjiao road is by no means as simple as imagined. If he really listened to what the master of Yaodang said and took the initiative to give up this battle of Xianjiao, then he would never have this opportunity in the future. Chapter 177, Prevention and Departure. By then, even if he has a high level of cultivation, reacts and regrets it. Even if he kills the culprit now, it will be useless. His own years of cultivation can never be made up. Luo Yan always believes in one truth. Before reaching a certain stage, never treat yourself as a human being. The world will still turn without him. The sect will never break the inheritance and destroy the sect because of the lack of a foundation-building cultivator. That kind of idea is simply stupid. In the final analysis, he is actually nothing. It turns out that all the preferential treatments have already been marked with prices in secret. The old man, the hall master, has taught me a lesson. A complex color flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. He was a little uneasy at first. Can he get such a good preferential treatment just by his amazing understanding? The hall master's own personal favors, the exemption of the law enforcement hall mission for several years, the arbitrary viewing rights of the Sutra Pavilion, etc. Luo Yan finally understood it now. But it was too late for him to refuse at this time, because after accepting so many benefits, he could no longer refuse openly. This is the drawback of practicing all the way from an ordinary disciple. No elder can plan the future for him. When such a senior appears, you will think it is an opportunity. In fact, the price of this so-called opportunity has been set long ago. It was at this moment that Luo Yan suddenly realized. For now, he can only keep silent and try to figure out the specific rules of the Xianjiao battle. Then make plans. This is the way of thinking of people at the level of Master Yaodang. On the surface, he cares about him very much, but in fact, Luo Yan's future can only go in the direction he has set in advance. Enjoying so many benefits, when the sect is short of people, they naturally need them to shine. Every drink and every bite has already been determined. If Luo Yan's talents in all aspects are average, these preferential treatments and conveniences will not fall on his head. It is simply a grasp of human nature. Luo Yan guessed that Master Yaodang had a general judgment of his character and knew that he could see this, so when he was inside just now, Master Yaodang just told him to practice hard. Even the scripture magical power, arrayed jade slips, spiritual energy secret chambers, etc., are all in unlimited supply. I hope to influence him in this way. After all, a person who grew up here since childhood, sure enough, these guys who hold a certain amount of power always look 3 steps ahead when they speak and do things. Luo Yan sighed, and the 5-colored rune light in his eyes woke up, and there was even more surging rosy light in between. He even believed that as long as he showed a little desire to participate in the Xianjiao road and ascend to the upper realm, the Lord of Yaodang would change his current approach to him. For example, suppress him, or arrange some tasks that are beyond his ability. I originally thought that I had met a great benefactor who was very optimistic about the younger generation, but I didn't expect there were so many twists and turns here. Now I look like I am stepping into the big net to weave step by step. But the net can catch fish, and the fish can also break through the big net. Let's wait and see. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes and murmured a few words in a low voice. He knew very well in his heart that although the head of the Yaodang seemed to take care of Luo Yan in all aspects, he actually provided some conveniences on the jade slips of scriptures or secret methods. Even if the head of the Yaodang did not take care of these jade slips, he could exchange them by himself after his cultivation level improved. The only thing that could be considered a pleasant surprise was the magical power of the dream butterfly technique, but this was still based on his comprehension. Ordinary people would not gain anything after going there. This old fox who has been struggling in the upper echelons of power for hundreds of years has a guess about people's hearts that is hard for outsiders to imagine. It was obviously the initiative to cut off his chance of ascension, but he acted as if it was for his own good, wrapped up in the general trend of the sect, and had to do so, as if without him, the sect would be in an irreversible situation. This is an example of a righteous prudence, but in fact it is deliberately done because of some kind of selfishness. In the highly developed information world of the previous life, It was even almost filmed to death in various film and television dramas. The boss made all kinds of empty promises to his employees. Expectation, encouragement, you can do it, only you can do it. From the things that Master Yu said were good to him, there was no trace of high-level elixir and protective magic weapon. This is actually very obvious. In addition, if you really look forward to a person and cultivate a disciple with your heart, it should be like what Luo Yan saw with his own eyes, the disciple of Taiyi sect. There is an elder who can not only protect him at any time and anywhere, but also guide his practice in all aspects. This is the real cultivation. Like Luo Yan, he learned all kinds of magical skills and techniques by himself, and he also comprehended the 5 elements artistic conception by himself. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Just relying on a little scripture magical power, he wants Luo Yan to be grateful to him, bow down to him, and become a chess piece in his hand. This is a typical empty-handed wolf. Because the 5 elements view is different from other sects. All the techniques, magical powers, secret techniques, formations, elixirs, magic weapons, etc. in the sect can all be exchanged through contribution points. Luo Yan had even heard of the great magical power in the sect. With his own ability, even if he couldn't exchange it in the key refining period, he could definitely learn it in advance by asking the elders of the branch temple for help after he established his foundation. And the behavior of the Lord of the Yu Hall at this moment was nothing more than a mismatch of information. Without his help, it wouldn't take long for Luo Yan to find a way to learn it. Even without this magical power, it would be more difficult to get a place in the Leichi of the key refining period, but after he established his foundation, he would definitely be sure of it. In Luo Yan's eyes, the Lord of the Yu Hall was similar to the owner of the library in his previous life. A student came to him to read books and was admitted to the best university in the world through his own efforts. Then in the mouth of the owner of the library, it became, without me, you are nothing. You should be grateful that I opened this library and regarded all the personal efforts of the student as my own achievements. This is so similar to the workplace life in the previous life, where subordinates work and superiors receive awards. If a person with a simple mind falls into such a trap full of tricks, not only will he not notice it, but he will also regard the master of the hall as a kind person. I am very grateful for what the master of the hall has done, and I am willing to be a chess piece in his hand and be driven by him. My good hall master. Do you want to use the things of the sect to tie me up and then become a knife in your hand? Or you have a junior with excellent talent, and you want to pave the way for him in advance, right? Luo Yan snorted lightly, with disdain in his eyes. Wanting him to give up the battle of the road of Xianjiao on his own initiative is nothing more than one of these 2 fundamental reasons. It is not difficult to guess. But it is difficult to see through the routine of the master of the hall, because from beginning to end, he didn't say anything at all. It was all secretly forcing with panic and justifiable reasons. It is impossible to find any fault with it. I never thought that when I came to this world, I could still encounter the workplace routine that was played out in my previous life. Luo Yan believed that the people with the highest level of cultivation in the sect would be the ones who could decide the final outcome of the war. The other cultivators were just like soy sauce. After all, this was a cultivation world that could gather all the great powers and turn many impossibilities into possibilities. Potential is not strength. However, in order to prevent alerting the enemy, Luo Yan had to pretend before the Xianjiao battle. To avoid accidents. For example, when he participated in the Xianjiao road, he was attacked and injured by a mysterious high-level cultivator. After the injury was healed, the Xianjiao battle was over. With the shrewd character of the Yu Hall master, it was easy for a low-level disciple to have such an accident. Thinking deeper, a dignified law enforcement hall master not only holds great power in his hands, but also has tens of thousands of jade slips of exercises in the sutra library. Why give him a magic technique? Why not give him a magic technique jade slip? Is this the true nature of you, the hall master? Countless thoughts flew through Luo Yan's mind, but his face did not show any of them. After finding a spiritual crane and pointing it to the direction of the waters of the Great Lake, Luo Yan's entity came out of the spiritual spring pool, with a blazing spiritual charm and overflowing spiritual inspiration. Over the years, except for the occasional time when he would return to his consciousness, most of the time, his body stayed in the spiritual spring pool and practiced day and night. After a long period of absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, he had already become perfect in this realm. If it were not for participating in the Thunder Pond secret realm, Luo Yan might have started to build his foundation now. The various spiritual fruit trees in the Great Lake have also begun to mature one after another. The green forest is lush, the spiritual energy is dense, and various spiritual medicines are scattered throughout the mountains and forests. Seeing Luo Yan coming out of seclusion, the spirit-eating rat nestled on the roof of this small house in the lake squeaked, called the spiritual crane, and ran straight to him. Then Luo Yan grabbed it by the neck with his quick eyes and hands. "You little thing, why are you running so fast? I wonder if you have become fat now." The spirit-devouring rat used to be only the size of 2 palms, but now it has at least doubled in size, with bright and beautiful fur on its body, light brown, and its aura has also become the late stage of the first stage. Swish! The spirit crane in the big lake also tried to fly over at the right time, and then it tried to get into Luo Yan's arms with a dive, but he stopped it in time and touched its head with his hand. The size of this little thing has also become bigger, and its feathers have become wider. Because of the sufficient supply of spiritual medicine, these 2 little things have grown very fast, and now they have reached the late stage of the first stage. In addition, in the past few years, they can also mix the spiritual medicine fragments stored in the greenhouse with spiritual grains and feed them to the spiritual fish in the lake, as well as the hundreds of wild chickens that have bred in the mountains and forests. They ran all over the mountains and plains, and the sound was still very noisy, as if they were in a busy city. With the help of these 2 little things, Luo Yan really saved a lot of effort. After Luo Yan checked the hydroponic spiritual medicines in the greenhouse one by one, he returned to the small house in the center of the lake. In the waters of the Great Lake, he relaxed for a few days and taught the spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane how to identify ripe spiritual fruits and how to seal them. From time to time, he caught a few plump spiritual fish from the waters of the Great Lake, roasted them with spiritual fire, and gave one to each of the spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane. The petrified spiritual snake's injuries had been healed by the master of the U-Haul, but Luo Yan did not release it from the spiritual beast circle. He planned to release it after he established his foundation, otherwise with this guy's strength, it would be easy to turn the waters of the Great Lake upside down. With Luo Yan's current strength, he could control it, but he was about to go to Tai's sect, and he planned to solve the problem of the petrified spiritual snake after he came back. Finally, the time came, and Luo Yan was going to the Tai sect. "Are these the candidates we are going to compete for the qualification to enter the secret realm this time? It feels like there are so many people." Before leaving, an outer disciple whispered. In front of the teleportation array, the people from the law enforcement hall were all wearing black robes, which made them stand out. There were only about 6 or 7 of them. Luo Yan carefully sensed them. Although the black robes could block outsiders from detecting them, he was a member of the law enforcement hall, so he could naturally tell the strength of this group of people from many small details. 4 of them had reached the perfect key refining stage, and the rest were at the late stage of foundation establishment or perfected stage. A faint sense of pressure came from him inadvertently. Of course there are more people. Some of them did not successfully obtain a place during the key refining stage, and are now ready to set off again. A disciple who knew the reason explained. There were so many disciples competing for just the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm. It is conceivable that when the real battle begins, how cruel it will be. This person did not mock those old people in the foundation establishment stage, and would not think that their strength was not good enough. Because this method of screening and elimination is even more stringent than the selection of the Xianjiao camp. Fortunately, the selection qualifications for the outer disciples of the key refining stage and the inner disciples of the foundation establishment stage are separate in the ancient secret realm. The proportion of candidates at the foundation establishment stage is much higher, about half. As time went by, Luo Yan saw a lot of powerful auras. There were several young figures on the 5 Elements Peak, following a middle-aged Taoist priest slowly. Among them, there was a figure of a woman in purple, which made Luo Yan look at it inadvertently, and he always felt a familiar aura. There were also strong people in the family lineage who personally came out to escort the younger generation. Even the Merit Hall, the Alchemy Hall, the Refining Hall, the Talisman Hall, etc., each hall had disciples rushing to it. At a glance, there were almost hundreds of talented disciples gathered, and none of them were less powerful than those who had perfected key refining. Many of the outer disciples here were extraordinary heroes, but they were received by the halls in advance and rarely showed up on weekdays. Their strength was not weaker than that of the Xianjiao camp disciples 5 years ago. But there are also many disciples who, knowing that they are not qualified to enter the ancient secret realm, still decide to go there. Because this is a great opportunity to gain knowledge. There are too many disciples in the Five Elements Temple, and there are many talented disciples who are usually not very prominent. The trial quota of the Thunder Pool must be fought for. And Tai sect is the first stop to obtain the qualification to enter. Chapter 178 Tai sect, Yuchin Palace, Byungsun, Beho Valley. Since almost everyone is here, I will say a few more words. Next, you will meet the most elite group of disciples in my southern region. Everyone of your age is very powerful, so just do your best. In that special dream space, your strength will be restored almost 1-to-1. Don't take the ancient secret realm qualification too seriously, just enjoy the battle to your heart's content. The octogenarian in the merit hall glanced at the team leaders of each hall and the inner and outer disciples standing behind them obediently, and waved his hand, and the talisman light on the teleportation formation began to light up. With a boom, a rosy glow rushed out here, and a dazzling light channel was successfully constructed, and a group of people stepped in. The hall masters of each hall led the team in front, and the rest of the disciples followed closely behind. All stepped into the channel and disappeared from the Five Elements Temple. Originally, there was no need for so many team leaders to participate in this secret realm qualification battle. In the past, only about 3 or 4 were needed. Now is a special situation, involving a world-shaking war, so naturally, the leaders of each hall must go to discuss. This large teleportation array is different from what Luo Yan expected. It does not reach Tai sect in an instant. It is more like a road paved by the void, flashing with rosy clouds, and various complex runes appearing together, like a wormhole, with a bit of mystery and depth. After the group stepped in, there was a feeling of time fragments passing and the ups and downs of space levels. The body and soul seemed to be torn apart, like petals, falling one by one. This is an extremely magical experience. Here, even the perception of time is wrong. It seems like a very long wait, and it seems like it has just started. The rosy clouds are all over the sky, very dazzling. Finally, a portal with white light appeared in front of us, and the road came to an end. Runes intertwined at the exit, and various strange symbols were densely covered, very dazzling, like a bright light blooming in the dark night, together forming a mysterious portal. The group stepped out from it, all relieved, always feeling that the scene inside was a bit dreamy. It was like a dream. The passage made of runes gradually became blurred after they all came out, turned into light rain, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Why is this teleportation array different from what we usually experience? A disciple stepped on the mountain forest, and seemed to be asking his companions in a low voice. After hearing this, the octogenarian who led the scripture pavilion shrank the wrinkles on his face, stroked his white beard, and smiled softly. The ones you usually encounter are small teleportation arrays, which can only teleport one person at a time, and there are also distance restrictions. But this super large teleportation array is different, because the journey is too long. It is actually a space channel. It requires 5 supreme elders with cultivation above the spiritualization stage to set it up. This is one of the confidences of my 5 Elements Temple as a super sect. The place they arrived at was relatively flat, located between towering mountains. Looking into the distance, a huge building complex located on the top of the mountain and covered by clouds appeared in front of them. Is this the Tai sect? Why does it look like an ancient Taoist temple? An outer sect genius asked the elder leading the team. Their sect was originally split from the Taking Holy sect, and the morality they pursue is the law of nature. The concept of their sect is that all things should be bound by the law of nature. Everything that operates within the rules of Tao is actually bound by Tao itself. Only the heart is free from shackles. The heart can move forward in any direction. The heart that follows its heart is free from shackles. This is what they call freedom. The elder leading the team was very kind, and his voice was just within the range that the crowd could hear. It was more like popularizing science for many disciples. In fact, the 5 Elements Temple also has its own morality. The escapist view of the Xianjiao lineage on the 5 Elements Peak is actually similar to that of the Tai sect. The difference is that the schools of thought within the 5 Elements Temple are diverse. The demon tribe that was born with demons, the neutral elders who believe that fate is only in their own hands, and the family lineage that trusts blood inheritance, etc. Various cumbersome schools of thought are extremely complex. Together, they constitute the huge Wuxing Temple. The internal philosophy of Tai sect is that most people in the sect only recognize this kind of morality. As they walked, they introduced the situation of the other 4 sects in the southern region to everyone. In addition to Tai sect, there are 3 super sects, Yuchen Palace, Beho Valley, and Byungsuan. The most special sect is Beho Valley. Most of the disciples in this sect are female, conservative and exclusive. There are also male disciples, but only those with double spiritual roots or above are recruited. Male disciples with 3 spiritual roots like Luo Yan can't even enter the door, so they can only join the local big and small immortal cultivation families, or mix in the market alone as casual cultivators to earn cultivation resources. If it is a female cultivator, as long as they have the qualifications for cultivation, they can enter. Therefore, the number of female disciples in Beho Valley exceeds the imagination of outsiders. Not long after, they arrived in front of this huge Taoist temple. The outer periphery of the Taoist temple is gray-brown in color. The huge double-open arch is magnificent and covered with spots, which are traces of years. At the entrance of the Taoist temple, there are already disciples of Tai sect waiting in front of the door. Following the disciples of Tai sect through the archway, there is a wide bluestone square with rune marks on it, which is shining brightly. Different formations are engraved on each bluestone. It is an individual and also part of a super formation. With the blessing of these chain formations, the hardness of the bluestone on the bluestone square has reached a level that outsiders cannot imagine. It can withstand most of the bombardment of magic. Ordinary monks cannot penetrate it at all. There are many magnificent palaces, temples, etc. in the distance, all standing in this huge Taoist temple, like a fairy palace on the clouds. With a feeling of fairy air. We have arrived at Tai sect. Tomorrow, the real secret realm qualification competition will begin. You can walk around under the guidance of Tai sect disciples. After arriving at Tai sect, the elders who led the team let each disciple move freely and wait for tomorrow's qualification battle. Then they disappeared from the spot with the Tai sect elders who came to greet them. My fellow disciples, welcome to my Tai sect. If you have nothing important to do, you can follow me or my fellow disciples and walk around my Tai sect. My Tai sect has 3 wonders, the Bagua Palace, the Zhaixing Tower, and the Chunyang Hall. The scenery inside is pleasant and very suitable for viewing. There was a person in the Tai sect team who was smiling and wearing a white Taoist robe with 2 yin and yang and 8 trigrams, like the warm sunshine, giving people a very warm feeling. He was tall, about 30 years old, with an outstanding temperament, and could be described as plump and smooth like jade. He continued, my fellow disciples are finally here. Now the 5 sects of our southern region have finally gathered together again. Every 5 years, Tai sect would organize the secret method of the Great Dream of 1,000 Years, and each time it would attract many superpowers in the southern region to escort their talented disciples to come. In the southern region, there are also some other smaller sects, and some special families whose power is also very large. Although their hard power is not as good as the 5 major sects, they should not be underestimated. These days, Tai sect has become more and more lively, with more and more monks, and some people even openly put treasures on the bluestone square for sale. Oh, you are worthy of being the most arrogant sect in our southern region. You are always the last to arrive. A group of disciples gathered in the crowd in the distance, and a young man in brocade clothes said coldly, with a tit for tat meaning. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the 5 Elements temple looked over there. After seeing the clothes of the group of people, an inner sect disciple in the foundation building stage explained, these are people from the Jade Toad Palace. Because every time the Tai sect opens the secret method of the Great Dream of 1,000 Years at a fixed time, and does not restrict the identity of the participants, many people from small sects or small families will come from faraway regions. In order to get a place to enter the ancient secret realm and not miss this grand event, they are afraid of accidents on the way and delays, so they almost always arrive a little earlier. Brothers in the key refining stage, be careful, someone is here to pick a fight with you. Seeing the people from the 2 sects confronting each other, everyone in the bluestone square cast their eyes over here. It started, the long-awaited good show is finally on stage. A cultivator from a big family whispered on the side. Every time the 5 major sects gather, there will be a situation of dragon fighting tiger. Of course, the participating cultivators are all disciples of the first level of the key refining stage, just as foreplay before the main course begins. The purpose of this competition is to test the strength of the other sect's disciples through the battles of some disciples, so as to pave the way for tomorrow's secret realm qualification battle. It would be great if some hidden genius disciples could be drawn out to fight, so that we can find ways to target them in advance. Therefore, this kind of fun competition before the qualification battle is generally only participated by people from the 5 major sects in the southern region. Their genius disciples emerge in an endless stream, and it is also a great opportunity to show their sects to the outside world. Brothers who are confident in their own strength can go forward and fight back. But you must pay attention. The people of Yuchen Palace have been very strong in the past 100 years. Most of the time, they can even compete with our 5 Elements Temple. An inner sect brother in the foundation building period explained to everyone. This is not the first time he has participated, so he naturally knows what the monks of Yuchen Palace mean. The purpose of the provocation is to show oneself on stage, in front of so many peers, fully demonstrate one's strength. If you can also suppress the disciples of other sects, it will be an extremely glorious thing. Following the explanation of the inner sect senior, everyone realized that this was a warm-up before tomorrow's qualification battle. So the key refining disciples of the 5 Elements Temple were eager to try, but they were rushed in front by a fiery red figure. Guys from the Jade Toad Palace, don't talk nonsense. I am Luo Fu, a disciple of the fire vein of the 5 Elements Peak. Which Taoist brother would like to teach me? As this sentence fell, everyone saw that it was the disciples of the 5 Elements Peak who took the lead, and they left the empty space in the middle, and then stood in the distance to watch the battle. There are thousands of disciples in each of the 5 veins of gold, wood, water, fire and earth on the 5 Elements Peak, and the number of disciples who can participate in the qualification battle for the ancient secret realm is limited. Those who can stand out from so many disciples are naturally not mediocre. In fact, each of the dozens of key refining disciples who can stand here as a genius with outstanding strength. They are not ordinary people. Luo Yan looked around and wanted to visit the star-picking tower of Tai sect. I heard that part of a person's fate can be observed there. He was very curious about something as mysterious as fate. Seeing everyone like this, he couldn't leave alone, as it would be too conspicuous, so he waited aside to watch the battle. I heard that in the last battle for the Thunder Pool in your 5 Elements Temple, an unparalleled genius appeared. With only the cultivation level of the late stage of key refining, he won the quota for the cleansing of the Thunder Pool, which shocked the entire southern region. It's a pity that I, Chen Yu, was in seclusion at that time, practicing secret methods, and I didn't get to experience it in person. I wonder how capable you are. The disciple of the Jade Toad Palace who had just spoken jokingly had a blazing light flashing in his eyes, with a provocative look. A strange purple light appeared on his body, and faintly, he looked like a giant armored toad, with a very strong aura. In fact, the relationship between the Jade Toad Palace and the 5 Elements Temple has always been an all-round competitive relationship. Even in the high-end combat power, there are frictions between them. If the high-level cultivators are like this, the disciples of the 2 sects under their door will naturally not be very harmonious. Otherwise, the disciples of Yuchen Palace would not have jumped out to fight with the elders leading the 5 Elements Temple as soon as they left. Hey, fight? I like Byung-soon the most. How can we be left out of this kind of thing? The crowd in the distance was noisy again. A young man wearing a green Taoist robe with a short sword engraved on it jumped up and reached the center of the bluestone square in an instant. This is a rare fight between the disciples of the 5 domains. Anyone who can cultivate to this level at the age of 20 must be quite capable. How can you admit that you are weaker than others? How can such a prominent event be taken up by the people of the 2 sects? Since all the Taoist brothers have this intention, then my Tai sect, as the host, can only follow the guests' wishes. Seeing that more and more people gathered on the bluestone square, many people even began to sit cross-legged in the outer circle, and when the seats inside were vacated, they formed a big circle. It was like discussing Taoism and preaching. Among the disciples of Tai sect, a disciple wearing a yin-yang colored Taoist robe also appeared in the center of the square in an instant. He stepped lightly, holding a dustpan in his hand, and his white Taoist robe fluttered, giving off a sense of immortality. Among the 5 sects in the southern region, only the disciples in Behu Valley did not come out to fight. Although the majority of their team was composed of female disciples, their strength was not weak, otherwise they would not be ranked among the 5 sects in the southern region. It was just that they did not want to compete with these people on the surface. Because the composition of their personnel was quite special, few people from the outside world would take the initiative to provoke them. Chapter 179, Golden Toad Gambling, Warm-up Battle. Just when the 4 disciples of the major sects in the center of the square were on the verge of a fight, Luo Yan suddenly sensed that a fat disciple from the Jade Toad Palace opposite him was using a very mysterious Golden Toad technique. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. With a wave of his fat hand, dozens of golden toads scattered across the sky and then flew into the crowd outside. These palm-sized golden toads jumped and said to the disciples, everyone, they are having a great time fighting, let's add some prizes to everyone. The betting is open, the betting is open. The bet is on the 4 disciples of the major sects in the field to see who can get the final victory. It can be spiritual stones, the real blood of fierce beasts, or scriptures and magic. The odds are all 1 to 1. The real blood of fierce beasts will be compensated according to the same grade, and the same applies to scriptures and magic. If it's a tie, the bet will be returned in the original way. I swear in the name of Yuchen Palace that I will not break my promise and will pay after the fight. Everyone who is interested, please hurry up and place your bets. These palm-sized golden toads jumped in the crowd, 3 feet above the ground, transmitting sounds to everyone, which seemed very strange. Just like real golden toads, they are very smart. If the appearance is a little cuter, it can even attract the favor of many female disciples. How should I bet? Someone asked curiously. Just take out the things you want to bet, put them at your feet, and tell me who will win. As if to dispel everyone's concerns, the Jade Toad immediately added, I have a photo stone here, which can be used as evidence for betting. These palm-sized Jade Toads explained to everyone. Then I bet on the sword cultivator from Byungsong to win. I heard that the attack power of sword cultivators is very strong, and many of them can be invincible at the same level. The bet is 100 spirit stones. Someone started to bet. I bet on the senior brother from Tai sect. He looks so handsome in the yin-yang Taoist robe. A female disciple's eyes sparkled and looked forward. After many people spoke, the skinny golden toads jumped to the side of those disciples, and their mouths seemed to have infinite gravity, and they swallowed the bets on the ground in an instant. Then the figure of the golden toad began to change, 1 became 2, 2 became 4. After swallowing the bets, the golden toad stood at the feet of the man, with a dull look in his eyes. Another golden toad that had reappeared began to jump in the crowd again, continuing to shout softly. This magical scene surprised everyone around. It was only the size of a palm, but it could swallow the spiritual stones as big as a hill. And the bets disappeared in an instant. This secret method doesn't look simple. A sect disciple saw this scene and frowned slightly. Seeing these golden toads shuttling through the crowd, the blue light in Luo Yan's eyes began to flicker. He saw clearly that these palm-sized Jade Toads were actually composed of dense runes, and there were even weak spatial fluctuations inside. It was precisely because of that subtle fluctuation that the Jade Toads could swallow the spiritual stones in a very short time. It seemed that they were swallowed into the stomach, but in fact they were teleported away at the moment of swallowing. In fact, these are Jade Toads with short-distance teleportation runes carved inside. From this point, it can be seen that the fat disciple of the Jade Toad Palace, although his eyes are narrowed into slits and his face looks harmless, is actually very accomplished in the way of runes. He is even very likely to be a strong enemy. Because Luo Yan observed that there is a vacuum area around the fat guy. Just like the few people in their law enforcement hall. Even the 5-vein genius of the 5 elements peak, who claims to be no weaker than others, will subconsciously stay away from them. Luo Yan feels that the guy's temperament is very similar to that of the few of them, and the smile should be his disguise. After building the foundation, you have to hurry up to learn the teleportation formation. And the mountain protection formation in the waters of the Great Lake must be strengthened as soon as possible. After the Thunderpool trial, my main body must be careful. After thinking of some intentions of the Lord of the U-Hall, Luo Yan's vigilance in his heart increased. It may be okay now, there is still some time before the battle of the geniuses, and the further he goes, the less he can figure out the Lord of the U-Hall's thoughts. It is related to one's final fate, so it is not too cautious. But what makes Luo Yan feel more distressed is that the Yaodang master, who seems to be very good to him and values him very much internally, actually has ulterior motives in the end. This seems to confirm the old saying that there is no free lunch in the world. In order to prevent accidents on the road to becoming a genius in the future, Luo Yan must make preparations in advance from now on. That is a quota for ascending to the spiritual world, the upper world that countless people dream of. Even if he dies, there are countless geniuses who will continue to participate. For the younger generation of cultivators, the temptation is boundless. It is wishful thinking to want Luo Yan to give up like this. However, his current cultivation is still low, and there is only a possibility. The Yaodang master will not attack him directly. And with so many leading elders, the possibility of attacking his opponent is even slimmer. Luo Yan made up his mind that after this time, his true body will not appear in front of the Yaodang master. It is better to use the spirit puppet to carry out tasks, and the connection with the Great Lake must be careful. Try to master the teleportation array. You can only enter and exit by teleportation. At that time, spend a lot of money to set up a third-level array outside the Great Lake. Even if it is a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, it is impossible to run in without alarming the array. Thinking of this, Luo Yan suddenly had an idea. It seems that after building the foundation, I have to find a way to make myself appear mediocre. It is not appropriate to continue to wander around in front of the hall master like this. Perhaps it is a good choice to learn from senior brother Li Siki and find a place to settle down. Slowly, Luo Yan began to plan the path he would take in the future, and set a lot of steps for cultivation. Before the farce outside lasted for a long time, the few people standing in the middle of the bluestone square began to move, and Luo Yan's thoughts were also pulled back, and he watched the battle with all his heart. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to see how strong the disciples of other sects were, and he could also make a simple comparison. Many people in the outside world are saying that your Five Elements temple has been rooted in the south region for 10,000 years, and its heritage is the longest. But the history of a sect cannot represent the strength of its disciples. Today I will prove it to the world. Behind the Jade-Toad Palace, Chan Yu has a huge toad shadow undulating, with a fierce momentum, and a certain domineering in his words. Don't compare yourself with my sect. The facts are the facts. The reason why the temple can suppress the south region for 10,000 years is because the temple has a peerless magical power. Although I am far from practicing that magical power, I have the world-destroying fire technique in my hand, which can also suppress everyone present. Luo Fu of the Five Elements Temple inherited the fire vein of the Five Elements Peak. There is a strong fire energy gathering on his body. The terrifying high temperature bakes everyone outside and can feel a wave of heat. It seems that it is not a person, but a burning flame incarnation. Hearing this, the disciples of Tai sect and Biang Sun frowned at the same time. Looking at the meaning of the two guys opposite, the only powerful enemy in their eyes is each other. Could it be that they were not taken seriously at all? They were both geniuses, usually proud and confident, and they would never bow to anyone, but today they were ignored. Two Taoist brothers, the glory of the sect has nothing to do with us. We are here. Shut up, who do you think you are? You are a waste who can't even comprehend the sword intent. You are not worthy to stand up. Be sensible and roll down automatically. Let a stronger person come up, otherwise if I accidentally beat you seriously, I'm afraid these little bullnoses of Tai sect will pretend to be hypocritical and say that I was too cruel. This is my last advice to you, roll down. Let the people from your lineage who are standing in the front come up. The disciple of Biang Sun was about to interrupt and say something, but was forcibly interrupted by Chan Yu of Yuchen Palace. After standing on the stage for so long, the people in the field were now gathering their own momentum. From these momentums, one can naturally judge a person's approximate strength. Even the Tai sect disciples who always pursue the Taoism follows nature could gather a great momentum. But the Biang Sun disciple held a sword in his hand, but he could not feel the breath of sword intent. There was only a pretentious sharpness. How could the people present not realize that this person was just a face-saving idiot? You have to know that the strong can sense each other. For example, the Biang Sun disciple, who has been here for such a long time, can't even gather the sword intent. Even if the swordsmanship is superb, there will still be a certain gap compared with him. And it is insurmountable. Chan Yu, you are looking for death. The Biang Sun disciple drew out the magic sword in his hand, and the sound of the sword filled the sky. He took a step forward, and countless sword shadows appeared in the field, as dense as raindrops. Brother Dao, you are over. The young man in the yin-yang Taoist robe of Tai sect also shouted directly. The dust in his hand paused, and his figure in the fluttering white robe was tense. This Chan Yu of Yuchen Palace called him and his fellow disciples little bull noses. Wasn't he implicitly implying that the elders in the sect were all old bull noses? He cursed their entire sect with one sentence. It would be unreasonable not to teach him a lesson. The weak have no right to speak. Although there are many masters in the Five Elements Temple, Luo Fu is not the absolute top, but his personality is also arrogant and domineering. Although he has grievances with the disciples of Yuchen Palace, he also thinks that for the first battle of the five sects, Byung-sun should send a strong opponent, instead of this kind of idiot who has no knowledge of his own strength. Fighting and being an opponent with such people will only lower their status. Once the opponent is poorly chosen, it will not make people feel awe, but will make them bully the weak and insult the name of genius. Let's fight to decide the winner. The disciples of Byung-sun were very angry and shouted loudly. At this time, he also felt that his action on the stage just now seemed a bit too presumptuous. Just now, when he saw the disciples of Wuxing Temple and Yuchen Palace all on the stage, he got excited and went up without discussing with his companions. But under the gaze of so many people, it would be a very embarrassing thing to step down in disgrace. He simply took the lead and threw the long sword in his hand into the sky. In an instant, countless sword shadows followed and directly enveloped Luo Fu and Chan Yu. There was a sharp sound of clang. The flying sword shook violently in the void, and those sword shadows in the sky slowly condensed and turned into sword energy, which shot out like a swimming snake and fell straight down. In the central area of the bluestone square, a series of puff sounds suddenly rang out, and they continued. It's just a trifle. The purple air filled the body of Chan Yu of Yuchen Palace, and the shadow behind him instantly condensed and turned into a huge toad, opening its mouth wide, and a blazing light gushed out of its mouth. Even the void was shaking. This is an extremely terrifying secret technique, a unique palace guarding technique of the Yuchen Palace. If it is practiced to the extreme, the toad can come alive in an instant and swallow the sun, moon, mountains and rivers. When the two collided, the sword energy and purple light burst out, shattering into a raging wave, surging around. You dare to fight too with only this level of power? Let me teach you a lesson. Luo Fu, a disciple of the fire vein, glanced at the sword energy above his head, snorted lightly, and had a little disdain on the corner of his mouth. This level of attack, among the disciples of the fire vein of the Five Elements Peak, is probably only ranked outside the top 20. Facing a great master of the fire vein like him, how can it be effective? Luo Fu has a strong fire power condensed on his body, and the runes have become fire patterns, with a high temperature that is enough to burn the void, condensing into a 10-foot-tall fireman, with a terrifying breath. This fireman seems to have just come out of the underground magma, formed by the accumulation of spiritual fire, burning fiercely. Deep red gelatinous liquid flows all over his body, dripping on the bluestone on the ground, corroding bursts of white smoke. Fortunately, the ground on the bluestone square was covered with runes and formations. The tiny pits that were burned by the scorching heat returned to calm in an instant after a flash of rune light. Not even a scratch was left. This fireman transformation secret technique was very powerful, directly melting the countless sword energy that attacked, making a chi-chi sound. The disciple of Byung-sun had the weakest breath among the few people on the field, but he still dared to attack two powerful opponents at the same time, showing a wild attitude. To prove to the onlookers that he was no less talented than humans. Looking for death? Toad Yu of Yuchen Palace shouted coldly, and the huge toad opened its mouth slightly, with red rune light condensing, like a swollen ball. At the same time, accompanied by a blazing sound, a shocking wave of light appeared in an instant, with amazing power, and penetrated through. Luo Fu, a disciple of the fire vein, also took action, with a fierce flame, and a hazy and dazzling light emerged between the palms of the fireman, as if there was a sun in it. It emitted a terrifying halo, leaped up, and was thrown out by the fireman. In this way, the three super sect disciples fought together and attacked each other, causing everyone to look at them sideways. However, Luo Fu, a disciple of the fire vein, and Chan Yu of the Jade Toad Palace seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other, and they attacked the disciple of Byung-sun fiercely, making him, who is already slightly inferior in strength, even more precarious. It seemed that he would be eliminated first in a moment. Chapter 180, Fighting, Golden Toad speaks. No, we can't let them continue to bully Byung-sun's disciples like this. If they are eliminated, it will be difficult for me to teach Chan Yu of Yuchen Palace a lesson alone. The white-robed Tai sect disciple in the center of the field glanced at the battle situation, and his mind was instantly as clear as a mirror. Byung-Suin's sword cultivation strength was the weakest among the four of them, there was no doubt about that. Now, in order to show off, he dared to fight two alone, which was simply brainless. The white-robed disciples of Tai sect knew that under the gaze of so many people, if they could defeat the disciples of other sects openly, the benefits they would gain would undoubtedly be huge. Even invisibly, there would be a great reputation. However, if they wanted to win the final victory, they could not just watch Byung-Suin's sword cultivation being defeated in such a short time. Therefore, they had to take action at this time. Someone spoke out in front of everyone, saying that their sect was a group of bullnoses, and if they didn't teach them a lesson, the elders of the sect would not let him go. He was afraid that his position in the sect would plummet in the future. Thinking of this, the Tai sect disciple shouted softly, "Control yin and yang with ki, open." As the light shout sounded, a huge momentum burst out from him. The clouds in the sky, the dust on the ground, and the rustling fallen leaves all slowly waved with his palms, forming a black and white Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. This huge force directly separated the three people who were fighting in the field. The sword cultivator of Byung-Suin took this opportunity to get a moment of respite and subconsciously moved closer. His Taoist robe was pitch black, and some places even had a big hole burned. It can be imagined how terrifying the flame in the center was. Huh? Zioni Ubi finally made a move? You want to fight 2 against 2, right? Then come on. Toad Yu of Yuchen Palace and Luofu, a disciple of the Fire Vein, looked at each other, and the two temporarily formed an offensive and defensive alliance. One attacked the Tai sect disciple, and the other threw the blazing flame at the sword cultivator of Byung-Suin. Although it was a melee, their performances were very amazing. The center of the battlefield was shining with runes, and various scriptures and secrets appeared one after another, which surprised the spectators. No one dared to laugh at the Byung-Suin swordsman inside. Although he did not have the blessing of sword intent, his sword skills were still at the top level. He was definitely one of the top few people in the crowd. It was just that he encountered more perverted disciples from the other three sects. In comparison, it was naturally a little bit lacking. Byung-Suin's swordsman is going to lose. Among the spectators, some people had sharp eyes and saw the clues in an instant. Swordsmen are indeed the kind of people with top combat power under the same circumstances. But the premise is that the level of the opponents is not far apart. Each of the disciples of the major sects on the field has comprehended the mysteries of their own secrets. In contrast, the swordsmen of Byung-Suin seem to be a little left behind. It is normal to lose without comprehending the sword intent. Sure enough, not long after he finished speaking, the sword cultivator from Byung-Suin was punched out of the center of the battlefield by the fireman conjured by the Fire Vein disciple. After spitting out a mouthful of blood on the ground, the sword cultivator from Byung-Suin struggled to stand up from the ground, and returned to the team without saying a word. After the sword cultivator from Byung-Suin left the field, the Fire Vein disciple from the Five Elements Temple and Shan Yu from the Jade Toad Palace could no longer join forces. After all, this was in the public eye, and there was no point in joining forces. So the three people in the field fought more fiercely, and no one wanted to lose in such a scene witnessed by everyone. They all wanted to prove that their strength was invincible among their peers, and all kinds of scriptures and divine messages were used together, and the sky was full of rosy clouds. Is this the Fire Vein disciple of the Five Elements Temple? He is indeed very powerful. I heard that they divide the 5 elements by the color of their robes. If the Fire Vein disciples are so powerful, the disciples of the other 4 veins must be quite extraordinary. Some cultivators from small sects were shocked to see the sword cultivator of Byung-Suin retreating in disgrace, and then they praised him in a low voice. It has not been long since then, and the sword cultivator of Byung-Suin has been defeated, and defeated thoroughly. Although they are both large sects, there are also great differences in the foundation of each sect. Although the sword cultivator of Byung-Suin lost the first battle, any disciple from their team is stronger than the chief brothers of these small sects. The two are not comparable at all. So they have no right to laugh at them. You are wrong, this is just an appearance. Although the fire method of the disciple of the 5 Elements Temple is very powerful, he is definitely not the final winner of this fight. Don't you find that the surname of the disciple of Yuchen Palace is a bit strange? Everyone heard the word Chan. A disciple who had specially made inquiries about the Jade Toad Palace explained with an uncertain tone, I've heard from the elders in the clan that there is a lineage in the Jade Toad Palace who, since birth, have often lived with Jade Toads with innate magical powers, comprehending their innate magical powers and understanding their runes. The kind of Jade Toad that reaches the 4th level of cultivation after adulthood has its innate magical powers inherited from ancient times, so its strength is naturally terrifying. Only after comprehending the magical powers of that kind of Jade Toad can you be given the word Toad. Otherwise, ordinary disciples are not allowed to be named with the word Toad. Being able to be named with that word means that the disciples of this lineage are very powerful and are far from as simple as imagined. The 5 senses of the cultivators are so sharp that when this explanation came out, everyone on the periphery naturally heard it. Before they could think too much, changes occurred in the center of the battlefield. Ha! There are indeed quite a few knowledgeable people. Since you have recognized me, I won't hide it anymore. I have played with you for so long, it's time for me to show my real ability. Yuchin's true body, wake up. Chan Yu shouted in the fierce battle. His eyes were cold, and he shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, blasting the 2 people on the opposite side in the blink of an eye. The toad transformed by the rune closed its eyes, and then its body expanded several times in an instant, and the dark brown dots behind it began to emit a gray light. It was like a bunch of eyeballs, staring and slowly rotating, which was very creepy. After being illuminated by this gray light, both the Fire Vein disciple Luo Fu and the Tai sect's White Robe disciple felt that their movements became slow at this time. The spiritual power seemed to have a sense of lag, and the movement became jerky. It seemed to be slowed down by half, which was quite weird. Luo Yan, who was watching the battle from the outside, narrowed his eyes when he saw the toad light used by the disciple of the Jade Toad Palace, which seemed to slow down the opponent's movements. This secret method is very similar to the petrification magic of the petrified spirit snake, but in terms of the effect experience, it feels a little bit worse. The eyes of the petrified spirit snake, as long as it is illuminated by it, will turn everything on the way into rocks. Even the petrified spirit snake after the advancement, the petrification magic displayed can directly turn the petrified target into powder. The power has been improved by more than 1 level. However, the area illuminated by the eyes of the petrified spirit snake is limited, and the range is not as wide as this. Luo Yan compared the advantages and disadvantages of the 2, and concluded that the petrification magic of the petrified spirit snake is more powerful, but the cultivators with better body skills can use body skills to avoid it. The Toad Light of the Jade Toad Palace is more like a large-scale control magic, which requires a magic skill of the same level or above to fight against it. This is the role of the small magic skill, which can often produce unexpected results when combined with other magic skills. When Luo Yan saw this secret technique, he knew that his fellow disciples were in danger. He estimated that this first match would end in failure. If only minor supernatural powers were counted, he had only mastered a minor supernatural power of the 5-color big handprint. It is conceivable that the supernatural power is terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it is not a big problem for cultivators with supernatural powers to cross the level to fight against enemies. Brother, what kind of strange skill is this? An outer disciple in the key refining stage of the 5 Elements Temple asked. This gray light looks like a petrification supernatural power, but in fact it is a rather extraordinary minor supernatural power. Its working principle is to use those gray lights to hinder the spiritual power in the cultivator's body. The spiritual power can't keep up, and the movement naturally becomes slow. You can prepare the candidates for the next match. We are likely to lose this match. An inner disciple in the foundation establishment stage explained to everyone. He has dealt with many cultivators in the Jade Toad Palace, so he naturally knows the advantages and disadvantages of this supernatural power. The battle in the field was still going on. The transformed toad's mouth was still spewing out rays of light, which directly enveloped the 2 people on the opposite side. A true 1-on-2 battle. Under this continuous attack, Luo Fu and the disciples of Tai sect had a particularly hard time resisting. The spiritual power in their bodies became more difficult to circulate. So it didn't take long for them to be defeated. The scene in front of them made the crowd of onlookers all in an uproar, a little dazed. They didn't expect that the people of Yuchin Palace would win in the end, and it was a 1-on-2 battle. In front of so many people, it was simply the limelight. There were even some disciples who felt that the gray toad and the hideous lumps of flesh on its back were not so scary. After all, it can greatly enhance strength. Before the battle began, everyone thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect this one. The disciples of Yuchen Palace could actually fight 1 against 2 and instantly defeat the monks of the 2 major sects of Wuxing Temple and Tai sect. This had to surprise the crowd of onlookers. Doesn't this prove that the disciples of Tai sect and Wuxing Temple are not as powerful as those of Yuchen Palace? They are just a name only. Looking at the Yuchen Palace disciple who was sitting cross-legged in the center and regulating his breathing, he had no intention of leaving, as if he was going to play the second game. The atmosphere in the other 4 sects outside became a little serious, and they began to discuss who would be more suitable to play. They could win without exposing too much of their own strength. If their strength was exposed in advance, they might fall into passive position and be targeted in the qualification battle tomorrow. But if they let the people of Yuchen Palace stay in the middle, they couldn't afford to lose face. For a while, the atmosphere on the scene became a little silent, because no one could guarantee that they could avoid the exposure of those gray lights. In this case, only by sending disciples who have comprehended the art of magic to play can they have a chance of winning. Therefore, ordinary disciples are waiting for their respective sects to send real masters to counterbalance. Only the disciples on the side of Beho Valley are harmonious. A group of young girls stay together, chirping and talking endlessly. The principles of this sect are actually very similar to those of the 5 Elements Temple. They all stay in one place and have rarely moved for thousands of years. They only care about their own piece of land. Various small sects, small families, and even independent cultivators are rampant within their sphere of influence. In the entire southern region, the atmosphere of human luck there is the most intense. However, it is also easy for independent cultivators and disciples of small families there to be robbed and killed, such as conspiracy, assassination, sneak attack, robbery, etc. There are countless such examples. It can be said that low-level cultivators there have to be on guard when they meet someone outside, so as not to be killed and robbed. On the other hand, if the 5 Elements Temple had not been too strict in controlling everything within its sphere of influence, it could really be called a pure land on earth. There are few fights, and it is sacred and peaceful. The disciple of Yuchen Palace is currently showing a more difficult problem, which is the slightly weird spiritual power suppression magic. The junior brothers who want to go on stage need to ensure that they have mastered a magic skill to gain the upper hand in front of him. Or they have an amazing protective secret technique that can defend against the red light on the back of the toad. Inside the 5 Elements Temple, the inner disciples of the foundation building period began to explain to their fellow disciples. Although in principle, they are willing to go on stage, if there are sword cultivators like the sword cultivator of Baiungsun who do not know the true strength of the opponent and go up rashly, it is very likely to lead to failure again. If they lose too many times, it will be a loss of face for everyone. Therefore, the inner disciples of the foundation building period did not deliberately lower their voices and put forward their own opinions to everyone. Otherwise, this unique understanding of combat experience is only enough to be told to those who have a close relationship with them. After all, everyone will be a competitor in Tai sect. It is not difficult to crack the divine light of the Jade Toad Palace. Among the disciples of the key refining stage, the existence of the first-level Xianjiao did not even stand up. It is nothing more than seeing who is interested in playing. Also, I suggest that the alien spiritual roots on the 5 Elements peak and the junior brothers in the law enforcement hall should not go up, so as not to expose their true strength and be targeted in tomorrow's qualification battle. Another inner disciple of the foundation establishment stage added to the many key refining stage junior brothers around who were eager to try. His meaning was very simple. This was just a warm-up battle, and they could just fight casually. The disciples of the first-level Xianjiao should focus on tomorrow's qualification battle. It is really unnecessary to expose their strength in such a battle. The gray light released from the back of this toad seems to have not yet exerted its full strength, Luo Yan thought to himself. Chapter 181 The fight begins. In the misty space, Luo Yan recalled in his mind how Chen Yu of Yuchen Palace performed that magical skill. After a simple simulation on the chip, he found that this secret skill was far from reaching the limit he had imagined. After practicing the 5 colors divine light, he studied the rune power between the magical powers more thoroughly. Faintly, he could feel the power limit of the magic. If Luo Yan guessed correctly, the Jade Toad Palace disciple Chen Yu in the distance might have held back. This person's true strength should be a little higher. Because Luo Yan could feel the gray light brought by the magical power, which currently only showed the effect of slowing down the opponent's spiritual power, and did not have any attack power. Obviously, this was inconsistent with the performance of the magical power. Perhaps because of the failure of the fire-vein disciple Luofu, the other 5 veins disciples of the 5 Elements Temple had fear in their eyes, and the arrogance in their eyes was much restrained. Although Luofu failed, the strength he showed was enough to deserve the title of 5 Veins Genius. Among the key refining disciples present, few dared to say that they could beat Luofu. They also did not think that when they went on stage to challenge and met Chen Yu of the Jade Toad Palace, they would be able to safely avoid a strange gray light. Therefore, after Luofu failed, no one in the team said anything sarcastic, but there was silence. They were all waiting for a genius who was really sure of success to come forward. After a while, there was finally movement in the crowd. "Let me do it." At this time, a man from the family lineage spoke up. He was dressed in brocade clothes, about 27 or 28 years old, with an ordinary appearance, but full of arrogance. It was nothing more than a small magical skill, and he also mastered it. Not long after, the teams of Taiyue sect and Byung-Sun sect also rearranged disciples to come out. This time, as soon as the 3 of them stood on the stage, they attacked directly towards the Toad Mountain of Yuchen Palace. There was an illusion of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, disturbing the essence of the surrounding heaven and earth, with amazing power. There was a magical skill that transformed into a spirit crane, spread its wings and soared, making a hissing sound, and pounced on the Toad Mountain of Yuchen Palace. This is a very strong secret technique in the Sutra library, comparable to a small magical skill. Now it is used by a disciple of the family lineage, as if the ancient spirit crane has descended in person, which is extremely terrifying. There was also the sound of swords that rang out with a sharp sword intent and a thick murderous aura. Even the people outside could feel the fright on their skin. The 3 terrifying attacks, each with a glow of light, intertwined runes, extremely dazzling, all bombarded towards Chen Yu, a disciple of the Jade Toad Palace in the center. Seeing these 3 people attacking him without saying a word, and using such a terrifying killing move right from the start, Chen Yu did not dodge and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you are angry and embarrassed. 3 against me, you really think highly of me, but I, who have the real body of the Jade Toad, am not comparable to you little people. I want to enter the Thunder Pond secret realm and beat the people out of the southern region. My sights are no longer limited to this region. A true genius is not afraid of group battles." Chen Yu of the Jade Toad Palace's eyes condensed and turned into a blazing rune light. The Jade Toad behind him became even bigger, with red light condensing in its mouth and expanding rapidly, and then a terrifying black light rushed out, causing a huge collision with the opposite side. Then, waves of invisible collision waves spread outward, and each of the crowd had a powerful figure in the foundation building period to gather a spiritual shield to block the waves. The figure did not move. This small scene was nothing to them. On the other hand, those disciples of small sects with lower cultivation were directly blown away by this wave of air because they lacked the suppression of powerful figures. Even if they held up a spiritual shield, they could not withstand the violent spiritual impact. It is conceivable how amazing the battle in the center of the Bluestone Square was. The battle lasted for a long time and was extremely intense. Toad Yu of the Jade Toad Palace took on 3 people alone and was not afraid. In the end, whether it was the rotation power of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram of the Taiyue sect disciples or the ancient spiritual crane secret technique of the 5 Elements Temple family, they all turned into ashes and scattered into light rain in Toad Yu's Jade Toad true body. They both groaned and retreated, failing one after another. Their faces turned pale, and they silently retreated to the center of the team without saying a word. They had long lost their initial vigor and vitality. Only the sword cultivator from Byung-Sun relied on the sharpness of his sword intent and was still fighting with Chen Yu from Yuchen Palace. Both sides were injured. In the end, the 2 exchanged injuries and fell to the ground, ending up in a draw. The onlookers were shocked. It had only been half an hour, and the 3 disciples who challenged had all used extraordinary ancient secret techniques, but they still lost. And the Chen Yu from Yuchen Palace was still 1 against 3. And he suppressed the other 2 one after another. Everyone was in awe of this disciple from Yuchen Palace. He was able to defeat the disciples of other sects twice in a row, and he was worthy of the name of Chan given by Yuchen Palace. Just when everyone thought that the disciples of Wuxing Temple and Taiyue sect were not as strong as the disciples of Yuchen Palace, there was a movement beside Luo Yan. HMPH, you didn't know how to measure your own limits before going up. You have lost 2 games in a row on such a big stage. You have made me lose face. If you keep hiding it, outsiders will really think that my Five Elements temple is lonely and deserted. The law enforcer in a black robe and a gray mask snorted coldly, and his voice was full of energy. His black hair was loose, and he had a fierce aura. When his words came out, everyone present frowned, but no one refuted. Almost all the people in the law enforcement hall have this kind of arrogant virtue, and it has been a long time since they spoke harshly. Finally, he stood on the stage, and the runes between his palms and fingers intertwined, transforming into a long spear, all of which were condensed by runes, exuding a fascinating aura, which was very terrifying. With only this spear, he also learned from Chan Yu of Yuchen Palace. After he went up, he won 2 games in a very short time. The victory was clean and easy. After saving the face of the sect, he returned to the team. Then it was the turn of the normal 5 Veins disciples to fight. After that, the disciples of Tai sect and Byung-sun also had the first level Xianjiao fighting force to come forward. They all stopped after winning 2 games in a row to save the face they had just lost. At present, there has been no head-on confrontation between the first level Xianjiao fighting forces. They are all preparing for tomorrow's qualification battle. Naturally, they don't have the time to show themselves. If because of his momentary arrogance, the genius disciples of other sects find a way to target him, resulting in the loss of the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm, that would be a real pity. It has happened before. In the warm-up match, there was a Xianjiao who was eager to show himself. After winning many games in a row. In the second day of the secret realm qualification battle, the disciples of several other sects found a way to target him and beat him up. In the end, he was defeated and left the field sadly. Therefore, in today's qualifying match, the real geniuses generally will not come out to fight. At most, they will go up and suppress directly with strong strength like the people of the law enforcement hall, and then stop in time. In the end, this warm-up match lasted until midnight before it stopped. The disciples of several sects had their own wins and losses, but they all played their own strong side, which made the disciples of the major families and sects who were watching very knowledgeable. It turned out that since the beginning of the key refining stage, their gap has been so big, which is really unexpected. However, this did not shatter their confidence, but instead they were full of fighting spirit. Many disciples of the younger generation clenched their fists and their blood boiled. They were all very excited to think that they would be able to fight with these geniuses in the same secret realm next. After decades, looking back at today, all this may be an unimaginable honor for them. The genius disciples who have challenged the super sects, even if they lose, will be a prominent topic of conversation. The quiet night passed like this. When the morning light rose the next day, the clouds and mists were lingering, and the rosy clouds illuminated the 4 directions, dyeing the entire Bluestone Square with a layer of golden light. My dear friends, I am the Taoist Xian Songzi, and I am here to greet you. A kind voice echoed in everyone's ears. It was either a telepathic voice or a simple speech, but it was still very clear. It was like the earnest teachings of the elders at home, with a sense of affinity. In the center of the Bluestone Square, a white-haired old Taoist appeared at some point, holding a dustpan in his hand, wearing a Taoist robe with a yin-yang pattern, glowing all over, and his voice was like thunder. His immortal appearance made him look very impressive. Just by his appearance, he could give people the illusion that he was a real immortal. This time, I will perform the art of the great dream for 1,000 years for all of you, and help you all to show your proud talents in that strange space. The friends in the key refining stage and the foundation establishment stage will be tried separately, and the rules are very simple. That is to randomly select an opponent and defeat him, and the winner will advance. The loser before 3 wins will be eliminated directly. After 3 wins, there will be 3 chances to fail the challenge. This trial will last for 1 day. The higher the level you go up, the more stable your qualification to enter the ancient secret realm. Finally, the final candidates for the ancient secret realm will be determined by the number of people in the highest secret space. The number of places to enter the ancient secret realm is 15 for the friends in the key refining stage, and double for the friends in the foundation establishment stage. Next, I will perform the art of the great dream for 1,000 years for the friends in the key refining stage first. Don't panic, concentrate and be calm. Hearing these words from the old Taoist priest of Tai sect, many key refining disciples were very excited, their blood boiled, and their fighting spirits were high, with amazing fighting spirit in their eyes. They are all young people in their early 20s and 30s. They are usually considered geniuses in their respective sects. The reason they came all the way to this place is to see the skills of their peers. Even though they have seen the first battle of some super sect disciples yesterday, they don't think they will be weaker than others. In the path of cultivation, who can know the final outcome if they don't fight a few battles in person? If they happen to win, they may not be the only one who can enter the ancient secret realm. On the attic opposite the Bluestone Square, a group of leading elders stood and shook their heads when they looked at the disciples in their sect. Although Tai sect holds a battle for the qualification of the ancient secret realm every 5 years, what is the ancient secret realm? It is the territory where the 5 domains geniuses show themselves. For ordinary disciples of small sects, it is very good if one person can obtain the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm in advance before reaching the golden elixir stage for dozens or hundreds of years. When I dreamed of the past, the years were like a river, and I went upstream, and finally saw my past life, present life, and future. Mysterious, the door to all wonders cloud and mist space, open. In front of the Bluestone Square, the old Taoist priest spoke again, and when his eyes opened and closed, the talisman light overflowed, rumbling and echoing in the ears of every key refining disciple on the Bluestone Square. Then, Luo Yan's eyes blurred, and he seemed to have his soul out of his body, looking down at this world. The sky was full of rosy clouds, lingering in the clouds, and the divine light was flowing, and he came to a cloud space. There were white clouds everywhere, and the fairy air was floating, as if it was a fairyland. It seemed as if he had an illusion that he had come to the 9 heavens in an instant. With the sky as a blanket and the clouds as a surface, they together formed this magical space. The test begins. The white-haired old Taoist priest on the Bluestone Square spoke again, and his voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the cloud and mist space. And above the Bluestone Square, a picture also appeared at the right time. Hundreds of key refining disciples entered the space in a grid-like state, densely covering the sky. There were such bubbles in every foggy space. The scene changed to the interior of this space. Hundreds of white transparent bubbles appeared in Luo Yan's eyes, and there were human figures inside. He also recognized the Taoist robes of many people, those of the disciples on the Bluestone Square. Through the bubbles, he could still see the general figures inside. Luo Yan moved forward casually out of curiosity, and the transparent bubbles burst instantly, pulling him into that magical space. After entering, he found that it was no different from his own foggy space. This was an unknown disciple from a small sect. His face changed the moment he saw Luo Yan, because the disciple of the 5 Elements Temple who swept across several sects yesterday was wearing a black robe. It was just that the one in front of him was wearing a crane face mask. Both of them were wearing black robes and masks, and it had to be said that it was hard not to associate them with each other. Without time to think, he shook his sleeves, and a small blue shield flew out from his sleeves. After circling, it grew in size against the wind and turned into a giant shield in front of him. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a blazing flame condensed in his palm, turning into a spiral fire dragon, rushing towards the opposite side. Luo Yan's face did not change, and the 5-color rune light flashed between his palms, turning into a 5-color giant palm, which directly shattered the fire dragon in an instant. Then he and the shield were slapped out of this space together. In contrast, on the Bluestone Square, a disciple who had reached the great perfection of the key refining stage opened his eyes instantly, looking at the small shield in his hand as if he had lost his soul, with a dull look on his face. He never thought that he would be beaten out after just a face-to-face encounter, without even seeing the other person's counterattack. He looked around and found that he seemed to be the first one to be eliminated. With a look of shame on his face, the high spirits before entering had long disappeared. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 182, One-on-One Enemy, Crushing. Is this the strength of a disciple of a super sect? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The gap is too big. He believed that this man was a cultivator in the foundation building period. He was also the chief elder brother of his own sect, who was highly expected by the great perfection of key refining, but he couldn't even survive a single move in the hands of that man. Even if he hid behind the blue spirit shield, he couldn't withstand such a terrifying blow. For a moment, he couldn't help but be more angry. After winning the first duel, Luo Yan in the white fog space was also shocked. Because he looked at the various magic weapons in his hands and fell into deep thought. The magic of this great dream 1,000 years secret method was beyond his imagination. In this secret space, His strength can almost be restored 1-to-1. It is so real that it can't be distinguished between reality and illusion. It feels more like an illusion than the dream butterfly technique. Luo Yan tried many times. As long as there is something in his storage bag, he can instantly make that magic weapon appear in his hand as soon as he thinks about it. When the thought disappears, the magic weapon will disappear with it. Luo Yan even deliberately took out a key-gathering pill, put it in his mouth, and chewed it gently. Then he closed his eyes and realized that the taste was not changed at all. It was the original taste of the key-gathering pill. If he hadn't known in advance that this was just a special space composed of mental power, Luo Yan would probably have thought that this was actually in another reality. It was his own body that came here. Comparing the dream butterfly technique that Luo Yan practiced, the spirit butterfly that was transformed, and the completeness of this special space woven by mental power, the two were surprisingly similar. However, in terms of restoring the state of living beings, Luo Yan knew that the dream butterfly technique was still slightly inferior. Is this the ability of the great magical power of Tai sect? Luo Yan's face was full of admiration, and there was a hint of curiosity in his expression. After winning this battle, Luo Yan found that the number of bubbles in front of him, which was originally as many as 700 or 800, had suddenly decreased by half. Moreover, the size of the transparent bubbles has also doubled. From a fist-sized image, it has become a 2-palm-sized image space. The image has become larger, and the movements of the characters inside can be seen more clearly. Luo Yan even saw several of his companions from the Five Elements Temple, also looking at the secret image. This way of fighting, where he can choose his own opponent, really makes him curious. And after fighting with the man just now, Luo Yan found that his spiritual power and mental power seemed to have not been consumed at all. His own state was not affected at all. Luo Yan did not hesitate anymore. He looked at the countless bubbles flying in front of him, and lightly and casually pointed his finger to select one. The moment this person saw Luo Yan step into his space, he immediately reacted, "A disciple of the Five Elements Temple. What's wrong with being a disciple of the Five Elements Temple? I believe that I have never slacked off in my practice since I was a child. Whether it is spiritual power or magic power, I have practiced to perfection. Today I will let you see the fire dove art that I have practiced for 20 years. A cultivator from a small family is definitely not someone you can manipulate at will." After saying these harsh words, he pinched his hands together and sacrificed a red fire bead, hanging it above his head. He opened his mouth and spit out more breath of essence, which sank into the bead above his head. The red fire bead immediately spun at a high speed, leaving a blurry afterimage. With a series of puff sounds breaking through the air, more than a dozen huge fireballs flew out from it, quickly merged together, and turned into a red dove of more than 10 feet. Swish! The fire dove had distinct red feathers all over its body. It hissed and pounced towards Luo Yan with a sky full of red light. It was as if the white mist space was covered by the flames, ignited in an instant, and turned into a magma world like a blazing flame. Buzz! Luo Yan's expression still did not change much. The colorful big handprint in the void transformed again, and then slapped down fiercely. The fire dove opposite, as well as the man, were all slapped out of the mist space by this palm. Therefore, there was another stunned person on the bluestone square, with unbelievable eyes and a dull expression. He murmured unconsciously, "Is this guy really in the key refining stage?" He sat in the bluestone square for a long time, and did not find out how he failed. He only saw a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he was beaten out of the mist space. This is more or less unreasonable. If it weren't for the fact that this is the territory of Tai sect, the white-haired elder would not look easy to talk to. Otherwise, he really wanted to ask, "Elder, are you old and blind? Did you accidentally let a cultivator in the foundation building stage in?" Apart from a cultivator in the foundation building stage, he could not think of any other reason that could defeat him in one move. It was totally unreasonable. After this battle, the transparent bubble images in front of Luo Yan's eyes suddenly became scarce, visible to the naked eye. There were only a dozen or so. Because he won too quickly, even after the first battle, he spent a little time studying the secret space. But 2 consecutive easy victories still allowed him to run to the front. Among these dozen transparent light groups, all of them were disciples of the 5 sects in their southern region. They stared at each other and had no idea of starting a war now. In fact, many disciples did not even finish the first game. The opponent who could enter the second level of the cloud space in a short time was already very strong. He was definitely a genius-level opponent, proficient in various scriptures and secrets. After all, the disciples who are qualified to come to Tai's sect and participate in the trial of the ancient secret realm are the best of their respective sects. Even within the Five Elements Temple, there are only a few dozen disciples who can come to participate each time. Everyone's strength is not much different. They are all the chief brothers of small sects and small families, or outstanding disciples of large sects. There may be a certain gap in strength between each other, but it must not be much different. Therefore, after half an hour, the number of bubbles on the third floor is still not very large. Seeing this, the Xianjiao who had been waiting on the third floor for a long time could not sit still. He did not want to wait any longer and directly attack the bubble space next to him. The battle between the two was very exciting, as if the battle of geniuses between the five major sects had been opened in advance. The space where Luo Yan was located was also found this time. Like the previous two times, even if the challenger could run to the third layer of the cloud space in a very short time, his strength was certainly not weak. But he still could not stop Luo Yan's attack. After successfully practicing the great magical power, even if he did not use that magical power, his every move was full of power. Therefore, he reached the fourth level in a moment. This time, the cloud scene remained unchanged, but the image volume of the bubble doubled. The detailed face of a person can be clearly observed. Who are those people? How can they be so strong? Every time they defeat their opponents in an instant, they have now entered the fourth level of the image space. On the bluestone square, someone looked up at the picture on the sky and exclaimed in a low voice. Many of them could not even pass the first level, and were beaten out of the cloud space in a short time. Corresponding to this are the few people who reached the fourth level of the cloud space. This terrifying winning streak inevitably made the onlookers exclaim. From the clothes they wear, they are all disciples of the five super sects. Someone sighed. Although this scene had been expected, it was still a bit unbelievable when I saw it with my own eyes. The disciples of ordinary families like them couldn't even pass the first level, but these geniuses from the big sects could climb to the fourth level in an instant. The gap between them was too big. So big that people didn't even have the idea of challenging. And the battle scenes of those people were perfectly displayed on the sky. They were all wonderful battles. They could be called truly invincible in the same level. Judging from the age of the cultivators, they were not old, and they had just started their cultivation. But their performances were all amazing, showing extremely terrifying fighting talents, which surprised the people watching outside. It's already the fourth level now. According to the current situation, there are too few people left. This secret space is estimated to be up to the fifth level, and there will be a real good show soon. Whoever grabs one first will be equivalent to locking in one of the places to enter the ancient secret realm in advance. An inner disciple in the foundation building period said next to him. The scene in front of them was very familiar to them. They also came here like this decades ago. Even their next competition was of similar type. It is expected that the 15 places will be directly determined in the fifth level secret space. The elders of many major forces cast their eyes to the sky above their heads, where the geniuses of their respective sects appeared. There are Tai sect Taoists with Taiji Yin-Yang diagram, 5 elements Guanzhan cultivators who master the power of the 5 elements, golden toads that swallow the sky and block the sun, and swordsmen with a sword across the sky. Each of them is very powerful and is a genius disciple of the 5 major sects. Brothers, the number of genius disciples in this batch is still not as many as the number of genius disciples in the previous batch. If I remember correctly, there were more than 50 people in the last batch who entered the 5th level secret space. An elder sighed in the attic opposite the Bluestone Square. The battle for the secret realm qualification 5 years ago was too fierce and completely exceeded everyone's expectations. That time was almost the most concentrated time for geniuses in the southern region. The number of geniuses from each sect who came to participate in the trial exceeded 20. In the end, less than 1/5 of the geniuses were qualified to enter the ancient secret realm. Many of the Xianjiao lost in the battle, which made some of the elders who led the team feel sorry. It must be said that it was a pity to be eliminated before entering the ancient secret realm. The real geniuses all depend on their performance after entering the ancient secret realm. Only the geniuses who emerged in various world-shaking decisive battles can be called the Xianjiao of the generation. What is the difficulty of the battle in front of us? A burly master with his hands behind his back said in a muffled voice, and the light of the runes was blazing when his eyes opened and closed. At the same time, Luo Yan and others who were standing in the fourth layer of the cloud space received a message. That is, the fifth layer is the final decisive space. If it can be locked in advance and kept until the end, the qualification for the ancient secret realm will be almost in hand. Although there are only 15 places in the fifth layer, the first person to enter will be the champion. But the people in the fourth layer can challenge at will. There are 3 opportunities to challenge the fifth layer. If you lose all of them, it means that this secret trial qualification battle is completely over. As long as one can occupy one of the 15 places and keep it until the end, the qualification for the ancient secret realm will be obtained. Therefore, in a very short time, a fierce battle broke out in the space of the fourth floor. 2 by 2, each chose one person to pull into the battle. Luo Yan was no exception, and his eyes were cast on the image bubble opposite. In his palm, colorful butterflies appeared, runes formed into pieces, rushing forward, and countless spirit butterflies flooded the front. Luo Yan's opponent was a monk from the Jade Toad Palace. His body transformed into a real body of the Jade Toad, emitting crystal light. A frog's croak could cause the space to tremble, and the energy fluctuations were terrifying. Rune light gushed out of the mouth of the Jade Toad, constructing a huge net. The lines spread, like a galaxy falling, with a majestic breath, and immediately covered Luo Yan's countless spirit butterflies below. Wow! The spirit butterflies flew, broke free from the big net, and transformed into Luo Yan's figure again. The net formed by the rune light in the mouth of the Jade Toad was so powerful that it hit the ground like clouds and mist, and directly blew up the white clouds. Not enough. Luo Yan shouted softly, and his body turned into countless flying spirit butterflies again, and the original runes flew forward in pieces. The colorful spirit butterflies trapped the huge golden toad tightly. Then with a crack, the real body of the Jade Toad, which was composed of the world-shaking secret technique, began to have cracks one after another, and the powerful rune power slowly dissipated. It turned into gray divine light and spread in all directions. The great Jade Toad also flew up like a spirit butterfly, like a fallen leaf, dissipated in this kind of power that moistened things silently, and then shattered in the sky and turned into dust. It still took less than 10 moves, and Luo Yan beat a Jade Toad Palace genius who was not weaker than Chen Yu back to the 3rd level. The prodigy of the Jade Toad Palace had an expression of disbelief on his face, and his body was shaking violently. His plan to advance from the 4th floor to the 5th floor of the secret space had failed. He stood in the misty space on the 4th floor and recalled for a long time. His face was ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was very unwilling to fail like this. But he knew very well that he could be defeated in such a short time, and no matter how many times he went up, the result would be the same. He had already excluded the black-robed figure with a crane face from the 5 Elements Temple from his next choice. Now that he had lost once, he still had 2 chances, and he couldn't go on like this. This guy might be a real peerless evildoer, similar to the pervert in his own sect. It's better to stay away from him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Dominate the Field. A big melee. The first person to reach the 5th floor has appeared, wearing a black robe. Is he from the 5 Elements Temple? The crowd on the Bluestone Square was amazed. They had seen the battle just now. In a short time, the monks of Yuchen Palace were defeated. You know, in the battle yesterday, the genius disciples of Yuchen Palace were able to suppress the other 3 sects. Unexpectedly, they were still not good enough in front of the real genius of Wuxing Temple. When the spirit butterfly transformed by Luo Yan was transmitted to the outside world, an inexplicable color flashed in the eyes of an old man with a hunched body. He recognized that the black-robed monk wearing a crane face mask was the person he and the young master met in the depths of the great wilderness. His lips moved slightly, and he said something to the Taoist priest Xian Songzi in the center of the Bluestone Square. After a moment, the Taoist priest Xian Songzi nodded gently, and his turbid eyes opened and closed, and he paid attention to Luo Yan. Mastered the 5-color divine light in the key refining stage? It seems that this is another talented monster. Taoist priest Xian Songzi wanted to confirm whether this situation was true. If the situation of this little guy is true, maybe I can help him a little. After more than half an hour, the candidates for the 5th level secret space have been decided. Being able to occupy this position does not mean that the final 15 places will be those above. It can only be said that among the above characters, the battle ended faster than others. He was promoted to the 5th level before others and became the champion. The next moment is the most serious moment, because he has to accept the challenge of many 4th level monks. This is the time to test one's true strength. Because your magical powers, spells, scriptures, personal fighting habits, etc. will be observed by others. After being familiar with your fighting style, it is very likely that someone will find a way to target it. Brother Dao, please teach me. A disciple of Tai sect came to Luo Yan's cloud space and made a Taoist bow with both hands, which was very graceful. Luo Yan nodded, did not say much to him, and then gestured with one hand to indicate the meaning of please. The black hair of this Tai sect disciple was flying, and his body was covered with the black and white light, shining in the secret space, like a black and white silent film, and the world was instantly eclipsed. My Tai sect follows the concept of Taoism, so the 3 veins of man following the earth following the sky, and sky following the Taoism were born, which correspond to the 5 veins of gold, wood, water, wood, and earth in your 5 elements view. But judging from your clothes, you should be from the law enforcement hall in the 5 elements view. I heard that almost everyone in your lineage is a genius in cultivation. I am not talented myself, so I would like to ask you for advice. After making the initial preparations, the Tai sect disciple did not attack directly at the beginning, but instead said a lot of words with a lot of history. With his white yin and yang robe, he looked very extraordinary. Especially polite. Brother, be careful. This Tai sect disciple shouted, holding a handful of dust, which was surrounded by yin and yang energy. He made a strong stroke, as if a god came to the world with a whip. Immediately, endless black and white energy burst out and rushed towards the opposite side. I'm not a genius, I don't deserve such a great gift from you. Luo Yan glanced at the black and white environment around him. In this yin and yang domain, he felt that his every move was as if someone was constantly monitoring his every move. And the spiritual power in his body seemed to be directly seen through. Domain-type magical secrets. Luo Yan's legs began to fade, and then turned into a colorful spirit butterfly, rushing forward suddenly, his wings trembling, and emitting endless dazzling white light. Crack! Suddenly, there was a deafening roar, and the cloud space was filled with blazing light, and a violent explosion occurred. When the dazzling white light retreated, the wings of the colorful spirit butterfly cut through the space, squeezing out a little normal color from the black and white environment. Then, with a flap of its wings, it disappeared. The black and white cage space was also covered with cracks in an instant, and then collapsed. This Tai sect disciple was also hit by the blazing white light in the eyes of the spirit butterfly, transformed by Luo Yan. He was chopped off on the spot and hit the ground. He didn't get up for a long time. Then he fell back to his original secret space. This terrifying scene made many 4th level cultivators gasp. It wasn't long before a Tai sect cultivator who mastered the terrifying secret method was knocked down. The crane-faced black-robed existence of the 5 Elements Temple was too powerful and could be called a demon. This method, like the majestic posture of a god of war, made many ordinary disciples give up the idea of challenging him. Because they couldn't compete with him at all. It would only waste their challenge opportunities in vain. So they turned their eyes to the other 14, observing their fighting postures and looking for the possibility that they could challenge successfully. But this couldn't deter everyone. Because the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm was too important, no one wanted to give up easily without challenging it personally. So before Luo Yan could rest, another disciple of Byung-sun broke into this secret space. We are both from the southern region, and there is no difference in inheritance between you and me, so don't be so arrogant, I will suppress you. The disciple of Byung-sun shouted, holding a green branch, which looked like the embryo of some magic weapon, and it was emitting rumbling fluorescence. Bang! With a bang, the ground made of clouds and mist was penetrated. One after another, the ancient trees rushed up, emitting strong precious light, like dragons, rushing towards Luo Yan frantically, trying to restrain him. Strangling him on the spot. There may be such a person, but it will definitely not be you. Luo Yan was indifferent, not dodging or evading, and his hair suddenly swelled, each emitting colorful crystals, like a rainbow hanging, making him extremely dazzling. Bang! The dense colorful hair poured down like a spring, rushing to the ground, destroying all the glowing ancient trees. Then it passed through many obstacles and hit the branch in the hand of the disciple of Byung-sun directly. With a sound of puff, the green branch instantly broke apart and broke into several sections. This powerful and fierce method shocked the disciple of Byung-sun, and his whole body went cold. "Go down!" Luo Yan shouted softly, and a talisman light condensed in his palm, directly picking him up and knocking him out of the secret space of the 5th floor. Another one is defeated. As time went on, the number of cultivators who went from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor increased, but there were only 2 people who were as quick and decisive as Luo Yan, who defeated their opponents at an extremely fast speed. After all, every cultivator who could reach this point had his own secret technique. It was very difficult. There was another existence who could quickly suppress others, and that was the fat golden toad who opened the bet that Luo Yan observed at the beginning. His method was even more violent. Every time he fought against someone, he would directly summon the real body of the golden toad, and then quack a few times, and the person on the opposite side would feel dizzy and unable to stand steadily. Not to mention fighting with it. Even the spiritual power shield was useless and could not be prevented at all. This kind of magical power is very much like an invisible sound wave attack, which directly acts on the soul of the cultivator. Without a special soul magic weapon or a self-defense technique, it is difficult to resist this kind of attack. Are these 2 guys from the 5 Elements Temple and the Jade Toad Palace competing with each other to see who can win faster? Some people felt bitter and depressed. Several people stepped forward to challenge, but they all retreated in a very short time. After watching for so long, everyone found that the strength of these 2 guys was directly a level higher than that of the people present. Few people could last more than 10 moves in front of them, and they would be beaten out of the secret space. It was completely different from the other 5th level spaces, where they fought with a challenger for a long time before finally winning. But it was precisely because the battle in those secret spaces lasted too long that the second challenger could not intervene before half an hour. So the secret space where these 2 guys were located became idle. In addition, there seemed to be only 2 or 3 remaining opportunities for challenge. Many cultivators would still choose to challenge these 2 monsters even though they knew they were no match for them. The pride of genius would not allow them to flee without a fight. Appreciating the charm of higher-level monsters might be considered as true cultivation. So another challenger from the 4th level broke into the cloud space where Luo Yan was, not giving him any chance to rest. When he was still at the 4th level of key refining, he had already encountered situations where he had been fighting for days and nights at any time. Not to mention the subsequent journey of cultivation in the depths of the great wilderness, where his mind had never relaxed for several years. The intensity of the battle in front of him was nothing. And after each battle, his spiritual power would be restored to perfection and maintained at its peak. That was even more fearless. It was okay to burst out with all his strength all the time. Facing these endless challengers, Luo Yan was like a peerless demon king, releasing a murderous aura from his body, and the light in his eyes shocked the people watching on the 4th level and trembled. Wherever his eyes were, few people could withstand the pressure and look him in the face. As if he was tired of being harassed by the challengers, Luo Yan stopped entangled with them and simply released a 5-color handprint, using this small magical power to fight the enemy. With one palm strike, a palm shadow covered the sky and sun, blasting forward and shattering the clouds. Suppress. Rune lights filled the sky, and one after another giant palm phantoms made of runes intertwined in the air, forming a dense nebula and forming a world-shattering magic net. The monks who came to challenge were slapped out of this secret space. It's just been an hour, and the 27th challenger has failed. In the 4th layer of the foggy space, there were nearly 100 monks who had reached the great perfection of key refining. Looking at the secret space above their heads, the corners of their mouths twitched. The guy wearing a crane face mask and a black robe was as powerful as a god of war, with hair flying into the sky. As if the divine fire was burning, his body burst into infinite light, standing upright, and blasting all the invaders. Whether it was the people of the 5 Elements Temple or the disciples of other sects, they seemed to be able to feel the blazing aura inside through the layers of space barriers. No, this guy is simply a monster, there is no way to fight him. I can't even survive a few moves, let alone win. Some people sighed and gave up the idea of challenging Luo Yan. Even if they went up, it would only be a matter of a few moves, which would not help them to train themselves. They were not even a background board. There was no point in continuing to challenge him, and they would only waste their precious challenge opportunities. Those stubborn guys were almost dealt with. Then they became honest in an instant and did not talk about challenging again. The rest of the people were very self-aware. They knew very well that they were not the opponent of this pervert, no matter how many times they challenged him. Giving up was the wisest thing to do. After fighting for more than an hour, Luo Yan did not bother to remember how many challengers he had defeated. He only knew that under the powerful burst of his 5-color handprint magical power, few people could survive 3 moves. It would take no more than 10 moves to suppress him. This was when Luo Yan had restrained most of his strength. If he exerted his full strength, many people would not even be able to see his face and would be suppressed on the spot. Blast out of the secret space. After blasting another cultivator from Tai sect out of the 5th level secret space, Luo Yan finally had a chance to rest. No more cultivators from the 4th level came to challenge him, as if they ignored him. Because he had already shown his strong fighting style, the challengers from the 4th level had no hope of winning. So they simply accepted his qualification to occupy this secret space. Luo Yan waited for a long time but no other cultivators came up. On the contrary, the challengers from the other dozen secret spaces on the 5th level appeared more frequently. Some of the champions in the secret space encountered difficult characters. After fighting for half an hour, they still hadn't taken down the opponent. So at this time, another challenger came in at the right time, and the battle between 2 people turned into a 3-person melee. The fight was indistinguishable, with all kinds of scriptures and secret arts, and the sky was full of rostrum and amazing power. Therefore, the first person to become the champion was under great pressure and had to face a constant stream of challengers. After all, there were only a few champions like Luo Yan who could quickly suppress the challengers. More often, the candidates for the champion of the 5th level secret space were replaced many times. This challenger won, but before half an hour, he was replaced by another challenger. Luo Yan even saw that in one of the secret spaces, there were 5 people fighting at the same time. Because the champion could not resolve the battle within half an hour, after this time limit, the next challenger would come in. It is conceivable how long the big fight in this secret space lasted. Even if the battles in other places were vigorous, Luo Yan's place was always deserted, and few subsequent challengers came. Instead of wasting a challenge opportunity here, it is better to run to other secret spaces and fight with multiple people. The chance of getting the final quota will be higher. Chapter 184 Secret Realm Quota, Different Space, Inquiry. If you are lucky, you can fish in troubled waters in the early stage. After a day, you can secretly make trouble and eliminate all challengers. Using this method, the possibility of obtaining the qualification of the ancient secret realm is even greater. As a result, there are several challengers in some secret spaces at the same time. No one is a fool. Since the strength is equal, a melee is the most likely way to obtain the qualification of the ancient secret realm. Being able to enter the secret realm in the key refining period is a dual manifestation of talent and strength. In fact, the reason why Luo Yan can achieve what he has now and suppress all enemies is inseparable from the basic runes he melted into his body before. Based on this, the magic, scriptures, magical powers, and artistic conception have gradually reached the current level with the help of the chip. This is the chip through the tens of thousands of books in the Sutra Pavilion, simplifying the messy information in them, and finally coming up with the most correct and effective way of practice. He himself finds the shortcomings of himself and others through continuous battles with his peers, and then makes up for himself in time. If the physical body is insufficient, he will temper the physical body. If he lacks mental strength, he can practice illusion. If the lethality of the magic scripture is not strong enough, he can look for ancient secrets and practice magical powers. With multiple feedbacks, he can catch up with those geniuses who have a master in such a short time. Including the current high-level cultivators, any senior cultivator must have obtained the initial scriptures through runes. This is one of the reasons why Luo Yan has the confidence to defy the wishes of the master of Yaodang. Because with the help of the chip, he does not need the teachings of the high-level cultivators at all. As long as he has the scriptures, he can learn magical powers. The advancement of cultivation is even more of a piece of cake. The chip will always observe the subtle differences between him and the high-level cultivators. By analyzing the differences, he can start from this aspect to improve his cultivation. Just like the hidden dangers of the magic body secret method, he also used the chip to analyze all the rune effects first and strip them. Only the runes that are beneficial to him are used. Therefore, It is extremely difficult to control Luo Yan through some shady means. Luo Yan did not intend to use the Hall Master token that Hall Master you gave him later. The more he used it, the more favors he owed. Although Luo Yan guessed that Hall Master Yu's apparent kindness to him was mixed with some of his own little thoughts, but he was still very grateful to Hall Master Yu for being able to obtain the 2 magical powers of Dream Butterfly and 5-color Divine Light so early. As for future plans, different ideas and different paths cannot make plans together. As long as Hall Master Yu did not take the initiative to attack him, he would still accept this favor. After returning from the Lei Chi secret realm this time, Luo Yan will start to build his foundation. After building his foundation, the higher level permissions in the Sutra Pavilion will be open to him accordingly. He can exchange any formation or rune scripture he needs by himself. Luo Yan's eyes swept back and forth among the other dozen transparent images. Anyway, no one is challenging him now, so observing the strength of others is just a way to pass the time. Luo Yan noticed that the fat man from the Yuchen Palace was the same as him, and no one went to challenge him. It seems that his strength is also superior. As if sensing Luo Yan's gaze, the fat monk from the Jade Toad Palace narrowed his eyes. He was smiling and very kind. He looked harmless. Another image that surprised Luo Yan was a beautiful figure in a purple robe, with crystal light flowing all over her body, and she could attack with terrifying eyes at will. The space was frozen into a white world. Luo Yan had heard of her. She was the one on the 5 Elements Peak, the legendary Ice Spirit Root. She was at the same level as the Thunder Spirit Root and the Wind Spirit Root. The Alien Spirit Root was indeed powerful, and it was obvious that her combat ability was far beyond the challenger. A small ancient secret realm qualification battle was almost no difficulty for them with Alien Spirit Roots. It was tantamount to being caught easily. On the contrary, the other black-robed law enforcers who came from the law enforcement hall like Luo Yan finally encountered trouble after their personal abilities were known. Even 2 of the law enforcers did not appear in the transparent image at all. It means that he has probably lost the challenge times. The other law enforcer did keep the qualification of the champion, but he was also targeted. Whether he can win the final place depends on the subsequent challengers, whether there are more powerful ones. There are also the genius of Taiyi sect, the sword cultivator of Baiungsun, the female cultivator of Beihu Valley, and so on. Every super sect has a brilliant figure who can defend that secret space. This is the true foundation of the sect. Almost every generation has a peerless genius, and it is no problem to suppress ordinary first-level geniuses. In the end, the qualification battle for the ancient secret realm that lasted for a whole day came to an end. 5 years ago, the people of Yuchen Palace took the lead and were far ahead in number. This time, the people of Wuxing Temple took the limelight. A total of 4 genius disciples were qualified to enter the ancient secret realm. As soon as the battle ended, the rest were all thrown out of this secret space. Then those transparent image bubbles began to solidify, and figures began to appear around Luo Yan. They were the other 14 people who won the qualification battle for this trial. I would like to congratulate you all. You are qualified to enter that strange world at such a young age. You will definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. The voice of Taoist Yan Zongzi came from the sky, echoing in everyone's ears, with an inexplicable majesty. There is a thing that is mixed and formed before the heaven and the earth. It is quiet and quiet, which is called mysterious. The sun and the moon are not covered by dust, and the grass and trees wither and die every year. The clouds and fog gather and the sun is dark, and the wind blows and the mysterious door opens. The Taoist Yan Zongzi's chanting voice has a special Taoist rhyme. Although the speed of speech is slow, it reveals a kind of peace that makes people calm. It seems that countless scriptures appear in my mind. Luo Yan sensed in the dark that these scriptures instantly broke through the sky, turned into a dazzling chain of order, and rushed to deeper space. With a boom, the rosy clouds overflowed, making the entire secret space white. In the sky, the light mist was hazy and looming, and it bloomed with infinite hazy light, mysterious and profound. A door of law quietly appeared in front of him. My friends, go in. That strange world composed entirely of runes is waiting for your arrival. Luo Yan looked back and looked at everyone, and without hesitation, he stepped into the door of law. He felt that he had left his original place, through ancient and modern times, and came to a strange world. The world inside was hazy and misty, as if the chaotic air was surging. It was more real than the cloud space just now. Luo Yan could sense that he seemed to have undergone some changes, and his soul seemed to have been sublimated. He left his body and became a higher dimensional creature. Consciousness changed fundamentally from point to surface. A little light appeared in Luo Yan's mind, looming. Through this light, he could sense this alien space hidden in a deeper level. He could summon and enter at any time and anywhere. Thinking of this, Luo Yan did not explore the magical world too much. With a thought, his soul returned to the bluestone square of Tai sect. Congratulations, brothers. As soon as Luo Yan opened his eyes, he saw the law enforcer beside him saying to him and the man next to him. Although he was wearing a mask, he could still vaguely see a hint of envy in his eyes. There was even a hint of bitterness in it, because he lost. He had won 2 games in a row in the bluestone square before, which made him feel high-spirited and felt that the Xianjiao of the southern region was just like that. But after entering the cloud space and encountering many opponents, he realized how stupid his previous forced attack was. The more handsome his previous behavior was, the more tragic his encounter in the cloud space was. There was a small group of monks who were particularly good at rune formations, who specifically stared at him and used rune formations to seal his spear, which made him very aggrieved. His strength suddenly dropped by 20%. Then his body movements were also very good, just dragging time so that he couldn't get close. Then after half an hour, other people joined in. Under multiple attacks, he was eliminated early. Only then did he understand the kind words of the inner sect disciple in the foundation building period, try not to show up the first-level geniuses. The meaning of this sentence. The few people who stole the limelight in the square yesterday were almost all eliminated. Thinking of this, the black-robed law enforcer's eyes were full of resentment. He felt ashamed of those people's deliberate targeting and siege. He hated it. There were many fellow disciples in the distance who all glanced in the direction of Luo Yan, full of envy. Even some inner sect disciples in the foundation building period had a little nostalgia in their eyes. Because they were all people who had failed once. Naturally, they knew the difficulty of the trial in the secret space. If you can get the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm in the key refining period, your final achievement will never be too low. It belongs to the real genius. And Luo Yan won with an absolute advantage. His talent and strength were both top-notch. However, Luo Yan noticed a line of sight that seemed to be full of meaning and stayed on him for a long time. He looked over and saw that it was the ice spiritual root prodigy. The purple Taoist robe still couldn't hide her graceful figure. Her eyes were like water, as if misty, giving people a dreamlike illusion. However, the cold breath emanating from her body gave people a feeling like ice, as if no strangers were allowed in. The 2 different temperaments added a special charm to her. Luo Yan thought about it and searched through his memory, but he couldn't find any memory of being entangled with this ice spiritual root prodigy. If he had ever come into contact with such a woman, he would definitely not forget it. He shook his head and thought she was just curious and didn't take it seriously. Little friend, suddenly, a call came to Luo Yan's ear. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 seniors, Taoist priest Yan Songzi and the octogenarian from the Merit Hall, standing on the attic opposite. Hearing their calls, he quietly left from the back without disturbing his companions in the team. After circling the bluestone square, he came to the attic. Disciple greets the elders and senior Yan Songzi. Luo Yan bowed respectfully to the 2 elders and stood aside waiting for instructions. No need to be polite. You are a disciple of my 5 elements temple. There are not so many complicated etiquettes in the sect. Just be natural. The octogenarian from the Merit Hall spoke and comforted him easily. He had a kind smile on his face, stroked his graying beard, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. He had seen the fight just now. As the leader of this team, he naturally felt proud that such a genius had emerged in the sect. No matter which lineage the disciples came from, in his eyes, they were all extremely outstanding juniors. With these brilliant juniors, the future of the 5 Elements Temple will be more prosperous. Tian Songzi, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me why you are here. Why do you have to call my disciples from the 5 Elements Temple in front of me? Why? To prevent me, the junior disciple, from making random guesses. The smile in the eyes of the octogenarian disappeared, and he glanced at the old Taoist priest opposite. There was a hint of protecting his son. My friend, I heard that you have learned the magical power of your sect. Is it true or not? Tian Songzi looked at the old friend who was about to play the good guy next to him, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He thought to himself, old man, why are you playing the good guy here? But because he was in front of the junior, He didn't retort. Luo Yan looked at the octogenarian in the merit hall, and then looked at Taoist Yan Songzi. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't choose to hide it. 5 colored light burst out from his palm, and then merged into one, becoming a new power. It seemed invulnerable. This kind of thing cannot be concealed, and it will be exposed in the next battle for the Thunder Pool. It is better to show it now and see the true intentions of the 2 elders. Good. 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 Taoist Yan Songzi said the word good 3 times in a row, his expression full of admiration, and even the octogenarian in the merit hall widened his eyes. He murmured, "The art of great magical power, 5-colored divine light." Then he suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Luo Yan's sight, as if he was looking at a rare little monster. As an existence like him, he naturally understood how abnormal the understanding of a disciple who could comprehend the art of great magical power in the key refining period must be. Looking at the countless disciples since the establishment of the 5 Elements Temple for thousands of years, there are monsters who can comprehend that magical power in the key refining period. There are definitely no more than 3 fingers. It can be imagined what kind of understanding talent and monster this is. Young friend's comprehension is truly amazing. Even old guys like us feel ashamed. It gives us a feeling that times are changing and talented people are emerging in large numbers. Many nascent soul cultivators have only a vague understanding of the great magical powers, but I never thought that young friend would have already gotten started at such a young age. I have to say, young friend's comprehension talent is extremely enviable. Taoist Yan Songzi began to praise Luo Yan, his face full of amazement. Chapter 185 Young Master of Tai Sect, comparing the news from Yin Yang Palace with a little guy in front of him, the younger generations in his sect are simply getting worse than the previous generation. There are not even 2 people who have comprehended the incomplete great magical power, let alone cultivated to the realm of minor success. This trial space has to trouble this old guy to go out in person or open it. It is really disappointing. It's like this, the old Taoist wants to ask you for a favor. Luo Yan raised his head, but did not rush to reply, his eyes full of doubts. Do they, the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage, also need to trouble themselves? This is more or less unreasonable. As if guessing what Luo Yan was thinking, Taoist Yan Songzi smiled indifferently. I see that you are wearing a black robe and not showing your true face. I think you belong to the special department in the temple. What I want to trouble you for is also very simple. That is, in the next late Qi qualification battle, if you meet the Xianjiao of Hongzhou taking sect, please stop him. Prevent them from being eliminated too quickly, which is a big favor for those useless juniors of Tai sect. Hearing the old Taoist's answer, Luo Yan was slightly stunned. It felt a little incredible. What kind of favor is this? It's nothing more than a simple favor. Is it necessary to be so serious? After the subsequent explanation by Taoist Yan Songzi, Luo Yan finally understood the reason. It turned out that the grievances between Tai sect and taking sect were very deep. Although the 2 sects are of the same origin, they are like water and fire. They often secretly attack each other. Not only high-level monks will fight each other in private. The late Qi qualification battle held every 5 years is the territory where the low-level disciples of the 2 sects confront each other. As long as they meet, they will definitely fight at the first time. But taking sect is the holy sect of Hongzhou, with a vast territory and many mortals. The probability of monks appearing is very high. There are also far more talented monks than Tai sect. In this case, the disciples of Tai sect will face opponents who are several times more than themselves. Ordinary disciples naturally cannot withstand this kind of targeting. With such deliberate targeting, in the past 100 years, there have been hundreds of late Qi refining places, and the disciples of Tai sect have only won once. That was the time 5 years ago. It is totally unworthy of the status of a super sect in the southern region. It is well known that the probability of a cultivator who has been refined in the Thunder Pool and finally grows into a great cultivator is far higher than that of his peers. In the long run, Tai sect will definitely become weaker and weaker under this kind of suppression. The younger generation of cultivators will become less and less useful until the foundation of the sect is shaken. So Tai sect will naturally think of a way to break the situation. The first thing they thought of was to pull up the hands of several other sects in the southern region to fight against the targeting of taking sect. Unfortunately, although the cultivators of various sects in the southern region are harmonious on the surface, they are actually competing behind the scenes. The cultivators of other sects in the southern region saw that Zhongzhou taking holy sect deliberately targeted and suppressed Tai sect. Not only did they not help, but some sect cultivators would secretly take action, helping the tyrant. This made the cultivators of Tai sect who set foot on the Thunder Pool qualification battle feel desperate. The competition for the qualification to refine in the Thunder Pool was already very fierce, and now there are so many people who are targeting them openly or secretly. As a result, the probability of them obtaining the qualification to refine in the Thunder Pool is even lower. There are several peerless geniuses in Tai sect who were once beaten out by them in this way. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die. Eliminate the cultivators of Tai sect first, and then you will have one more point to qualify for the Thunder Pool. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. It is based on this. Although the high-level officials of Wuxing Temple and Tai sect have always been on good terms and have often helped in recent years, but the qualification for the Thunder Pool is related to the future of personal cultivation. If you want to stop the cultivators of taking holy sect, it is tantamount to sacrificing yourself to help others. Even if the elders in the sect insist on giving orders, many disciples will not listen. They are unwilling to provoke people from taking sect. Facing the whole holy sect joining forces, even the most arrogant disciples will not think that they can overthrow such a huge holy sect with their own strength. This time, if it weren't for the fact that the octogenarian in the merit hall had a good personal relationship with Tian Songzi, he would not have come forward to make this bridge. After all, there are many Xianjiao in the taking holy sect. Once you confront them in advance, it is equivalent to putting yourself in danger. No disciple will easily agree to such a major event related to one's own practice and life path. Then put yourself in danger. This is also the reason why the octogenarian in the merit hall did not make a decision for Luo Yan directly. Even if it was his order, Luo Yan, who originally belonged to a different faction, could choose to remain indifferent. Therefore, he was only responsible for a simple introduction and had no other expression. The final decision still lies with Luo Yan himself. Tian Songzi only thought of asking him to help after hearing that Luo Yan had mastered the five-color divine light. If there is such a demon to help take care of this time's Lei Qi trial, his Tai sect disciples will at least not be targeted too harshly. If this continues, it will take less than 1,000 years for his Tai sect to completely become a second-rate sect. This is the power of boiling a frog in warm water. After all, there are too few demons like Luo Yan and Leon who can suppress a group of enemies alone. Once ordinary disciples are deliberately targeted, the possibility of a crisis is very high. If the time is right, the junior will help. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yan looked at the elder leading the merit hall, and it was not good to embarrass him. The face of the elders of the sect must be given. Therefore, he did not directly refuse or agree, but responded with an ambiguous sentence. Then he left. Luo Yan's reaction did not surprise the two elders. However, when he turned around and left, a strange color flashed in his eyes for a moment. Because Luo Yan received a secret message from the Taoist priest Tian Songzi, saying that someone was waiting for him in that strange space. Luo Yan, who returned to the Bluestone Square, did not pay too much attention to the battle for the inner disciples in the foundation building period. Instead, he united his mind and spirit, and aroused the strange space in the dark. After a moment, his figure was completely manifested in it. This is a desolate ancient world, the ground is red, and the sky is dark. Some magnificent palaces and buildings can still be vaguely seen in the distance. There is a kind of vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere. He looked down at the bare ground under his feet, which was full of gravel and rubble, like a real world. It makes people feel particularly incredible. According to the voice transmission of Taoist Tian Songzi, Luo Yan thought for a moment and decided to meet the person behind him. He pinched his fingers, and an invisible wave rushed into the distance in his mind. About an incense stick later, a familiar figure flew in the sky. A silver-robed young man was transformed by two black and white auras. We meet again, the black-robed law enforcer of the Five Elements Temple. The person who came was Ji Hongxi, the young master of Tai sect, whom Luo Yan had met in the depths of the great wilderness. I don't know why you went through so much trouble and asked Taoist Tian Songzi to pass on the message. It turned out that the person Taoist Tian Songzi was talking about was the former silver-robed young man. Yes, if we talk about the younger generation of Tai sect, who has such a big face to let a Yuanying elder obey here? It had to be the guy in front of him. His status, talent and strength were all top choices. Please forgive me, brother, because this involves something that concerns my future path, so I had to resort to this last resort. Let Elder Shine Songzi help. Ji Hongxi explained solemnly with a hint of apology in his black and white eyes. The reason why he went through so much trouble was mainly to ask Elder Shine Songzi to help verify whether Luo Yan had truly mastered the great magical skill. And through the joint witness of the elders of both sides, Luo Yan would let go of his many guards. This would be beneficial to their subsequent conversation. Otherwise, if he came to the door for no reason, too many things could change. For someone like Luo Yan who came from the law enforcement hall, if he was not introduced by the elders of this sect, ordinary cultivators would not be able to see him at all. I believe that Elder Shine Songzi has already mentioned to Brother Dao about helping. However, because the elders of your sect were there, Elder Shine Songzi couldn't say much. The black and white runes in Ji Hongxi's eyes changed, and his footsteps on the gravel made a crunching sound. Some things cannot be said openly. Ji Hongxi pinched his hands and casually set up a soundproof formation to cover the two of them. Then he went straight to the point and slowly introduced his real purpose. 17 years later, a Holy Land secret realm in my Taiyai sect will be opened, named Yin Yang Palace. It is similar to this place, and it is also a strange world composed of a spiritual thought. The only difference is that it is the Taoist inheritance pavilion of my sect, which contains all the copies of the exercises of my Taiyai sect. I would like to ask Brother Dao to do me a favor. At that time, disguise yourself as a disciple of my Taiyai sect and help me reach the top and obtain the complete version of the great dream of thousands of years. Of course, whether it succeeds in the end or not, Hongxi will definitely reward you handsomely. From Ji Hongxi's mouth, Luo Yan finally learned the truth of the matter. Because when Taiyai sect split from taking sect, it took out a lot of scriptures and books. These jade slips are enough to help them rebuild a new sect. But unfortunately, the group of elders who left the sect at that time missed one thing. That is, the great supernatural power technique cannot be recorded in jade slips at all. And it cannot be taught. This is similar to climbing a mountain. Standing at a different height, the scenery you appreciate is naturally different. The low-level disciples could only feel the magic skills of the elders with high cultivation before they saw the scriptures. They could not figure out the true meaning at all. As a result, after several high-level elders passed away, the magic skill of the great dream of thousands of years was broken. After the joint efforts of many great elders of Taiyai sect, they finally produced a scripture that seemed to be true but was seriously incomplete. That is the great dream of thousands of years technique. Because this technique is incomplete, and the prerequisites for cultivation are very high, it cannot be practiced at all before reaching a certain realm. And the effect that this scripture can achieve in the end is still quite different from the real great magic skills. Therefore, among the cultivators of Taiyai sect, not many people choose to practice this magic skill. After all, no one wants to spend dozens or hundreds of years to practice a powerful and incomplete magic skill. In addition to being used to connect to the ancient secret world, it can't provide much help in combat. The so-called Holy Yin Yang Palace is actually the secret place of the Taking Holy sect. People from both sects can enter. The qualification to enter is also very simple, that is, to practice the breathing method in the sect to the great success realm. However, the cultivation level of the cultivators entering the Yin Yang Palace is limited to below the Jinden stage. Now Ji Hongxi wants to get the complete Great Dream Thousand Years technique. There are only two ways. One is to go to the Sutra library of the Taking Holy sect and get it from it. This idea is obviously unrealistic. The Sutra library is basically guarded by old monsters who have never appeared in the world. The possibility of outside cultivators sneaking in is too low. Not to mention the particularly important things like the great supernatural power technique. As long as there are disciples who are qualified to practice, even the 18 generations of ancestors will be checked. Otherwise, it is impossible to be allowed to approach. The other is to get it from the Yin Yang Palace. The original purpose of the Yin Yang Palace was actually to reward those talented younger generations. As long as the cultivator steps into that special space and is detected by the divine pattern, all the scriptures and magical powers suitable for him will appear in front of him. And he is allowed to choose any one. In ancient times, the laws of the Kangwu world were manifested, so there were people with high cultivation in the Taking sect who collected all the secrets, scriptures, magical powers, etc. into small space fragments and left them in the Yin Yang Palace. This is the original origin of the Yin-Yang Palace. The advantage of doing this is that even if the sect encounters a tragedy of extinction, it can still go to that different space through the core mind method of the authentic sect, and then preserve the seeds of inheritance. The fire is endless and the words are endless. Nowadays, it is more used to reward disciples. The Yin-Yang Palace opens once every 50 years. Every time it opens, it is expected by the foundation-building cultivators of the Tai and taking sects. Because you can get a secret method or scripture for free without spending any contribution points. In addition, there are many ancient secrets and magical powers in it, which have now been lost. It was not the destruction of the sect that caused the inheritance to be cut off. But many ancient secret arts have too high preconditions for cultivation, and ordinary cultivators cannot practice them at all. In the long run, the fundamental role of this secret method is not known to the general disciples. There is no way to exchange it. The greatest use of the Yin-Yang Palace is that it can directly detect the talent of the person through the essence, and then match it with the most suitable Taoist method for cultivation. There are many techniques in the palace, and the transmission of the techniques is also restricted. According to the importance of various scriptures and treasures, a full 7 layers of space are divided. The first 3 layers are some very common jade slips of techniques, which can even be bought by outside businesses. But the higher you go, the more precious the Taoist methods are. However, the number of people accepted in the top few layers of space is limited. For example, the 7th layer of space can only accommodate a maximum of 3 people. Chapter 186, Request, Assistance in the Battle, Sect Rules hindering from the 4th level onwards. The scriptures and secrets obtained by the disciples in this space begin to become precious. The price is that the number of cultivators that the alien space can accommodate becomes increasingly scarce with each level. Even after the 7th level, there are only 3 people available. Theoretically speaking, if the 3 people in the 7th level meet the prerequisites for practicing the great magical technique, the Yin-Yang Palace will directly instill the great magical technique into his mind. The great magical technique is different from other techniques. This type of magical technique requires cultivators to meet certain specific conditions before they can practice it. For example, the magical skill of 5-color divine light requires the simultaneous understanding of the 5 elements, artistic conception, to practice. Otherwise, this great magical technique will never be able to enter the door. This is why Ji Hongxi asked Luo Yan for help, but was not worried that he would learn the magical technique in the Yin-Yang Palace. If it were not for the high-level officials of Tai sect, it would be almost impossible for outsiders to know the prerequisites for practicing that terrifying secret technique. The 7 levels of space in the Yin-Yang Palace, 1 level at a time, a fight. The first few levels were okay, because the base was large and the competition was not so fierce. But after reaching the 4th level, the cultivators of taking sect will spontaneously unite first and intentionally target the disciples of Tai sect. After all, there are many disciples of taking sect, and the probability of the emergence of geniuses is also high. If they reach the 6th level of space, the original geniuses of taking sect will temporarily put aside their grievances and choose to unite to clear the disciples of Tai sect on these 2 levels first. As a result, every time the Yin-Yang Palace is opened, the disciples of Tai sect have little harvest. After all, the number of disciples of taking sect is several times that of them. Facing so many disciples of the same level, as long as they are not the kind of peerless geniuses who can dominate the world, ordinary geniuses will encounter so many opponents. Few people can withstand such a tragic siege. Tai sect once had a peerless genius who, relying on his strong personal strength, broke through the many restrictions of taking sect disciples and reached the highest point. It's a pity that the guy practiced swordsmanship, and his personal strength was indeed unparalleled, but he failed to meet the pre-training threshold of the secret method of the great dream of 1,000 years. So that the secret technique was placed in front of him, he couldn't understand it, let alone learn it. He could only sigh at the side of the magical arts. So he had to choose a sword technique that suits him. As the legitimate son of the Tai sect, Ji Hongxi naturally knew a lot of secrets. It was not difficult for him to meet the prerequisites for practicing that great magical art. It would not take much effort to complete the deficiencies later. But there is a huge problem in front of Ji Hongxi. That is, among the disciples of the Tai sect in recent generations, there have not been peerless geniuses like Luo Yan and Luo Yan. The older genius disciples have already entered the Yin-Yang Palace once and cannot go again. Therefore, 17 years later, If he sets foot in the Yin-Yang Palace, ordinary Tai sect disciples will hardly be able to help him. At that time, Ji Hongxi will face the situation of fighting alone. Taking sect belongs to the holy sect of Zhongzhou. It has a vast territory, and there are many cultivation sects and small families in the territory. The probability of producing geniuses will be much higher than other sects. Therefore, the three veins of taking sect, man follows the earth follows the sky, and the sky follows the Tao, can almost always gather three peerless geniuses to suppress the low-level disciples in the sect. This is the foundation of this Zhongzhou Saint sect. Because of the vast territory, there will be a lot of mortals living in it. The number of mortals indirectly affects the number of spiritual root carriers. Under the effect of this chain of large base numbers, the probability of the birth of a genius in taking sect is naturally much greater than that of Tai sect, which is nestled in the corner of the southern region. After all, the geniuses of the three veins of taking sect have countless low-level disciples standing behind them. The geniuses selected from so many disciples are naturally very powerful. They are even more powerful than the five veins master brother on the five elements peak of Luo Yan sect. Tai sect can't even compare with the five elements temple, so the disciples under the sect can compare with taking sect. At that time, it is very likely that the three geniuses of taking sect will beat him alone. No matter how proud and confident Ji Hongxi is, he doesn't think he can suppress these three people at the same time. Therefore, seeking help from masters of the same level became one of his options. This was related to his future path, so he had to fight for it. In fact, he was also preparing to seek help from another person of the same level. When the situation of 3 against 3 was formed, his chances of winning would be greater. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible for the disciples within the sect to defeat the 3 Xianjias of taking sect. The gold content of the Xianjiao of Shangzong was such that even Ji Hongxi, the son of the sect master, had to treat it with caution. He was confident that he could defeat one of them, but if the two joined forces, he would definitely lose. Compared with the genius of Tai sect, the gap between the two was still quite large. Ji Hongxi actually sought help from someone 5 years ago, that was Lian. But Lian's personality was too cold, and she was almost indifferent to external things. It was impossible to communicate at all. She had no interest in the reward proposed by Ji Hongxi, and had no intention of stopping to pay attention to him. There was only practice and swordsmanship in her eyes. Ji Hongxi couldn't think of anything attractive that could impress this madman who only had swords in his heart. Some common sword skills are all in the sutra library of the 5 Elements Temple. The more precious sword secrets are unique to the Tai sect, and the way of inheritance since ancient times has been through word of mouth. It is difficult for outsiders to approach. Even if Ji Hongxi is the legitimate son of the sect master and the elders of the sword cultivation lineage, they can't refuse to give him face if they want. Because they are the kind of people who are particularly pure, specializing in a sword, and the rest of the cultivation resources are not particularly important. The top leaders of the sect are also unwilling to have any big disputes with this kind of sword madman. Ji Hongxi had no choice but to watch Lian disappear from his sight. Fortunately, he met Luo Yan in the depths of the great wilderness. The reason why he wanted to weigh his ability at that time was to find a very suitable helper for himself after the Yin-Yang Palace was opened. Brother Dao, as long as you agree, whether it is a magic weapon, a spirit stone, or any other rare treasure. As long as you ask, I will try my best to satisfy you. Even if it is a broken spirit treasure, I can find a way to get one for you. Ji Hongxi's expression was very sincere, and his black and white pupils were full of sincerity. He promised that even precious things like spirit treasures could appear in his reward. It is conceivable that with the help of his father, how abundant his own cultivation resources should be. Even if he regards the entire Tai sect as a small part of his back garden, such arrogant words will not be opposed by outsiders. Because his great-grandfather is the supreme elder of the sect. Ji Hongxi, who was born with a golden key, will not lack scriptures or magic weapons. He can be called a super second-generation immortal. This is also the confidence that Ji Hongxi dares to let Luo Yan quote at will. Even if the reward is 1,000,000 spirit stones, as long as he can obtain the great magical technique. For him, it is all earned, and he won't blink an eye. Luo Yan was not confused by the huge amount of reward Ji Hongxi mentioned. Instead, he carefully thought about the possible problems. He thought for a moment, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he thought of a possibility and said in a tentative tone, "Are you preparing for the path of Xianjiao?" as if there was a hint of certainty in his words. Ji Hongxi was stunned, and the black and white runes in his eyes paused, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that Brother Dao has guessed it. After I saw you practice that great magical skill, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. The path of Xianjiao is more severe than I thought. I want to get that great magical skill, just for this. There was a hint of firmness in his eyes, and he admitted Luo Yan's guess. There was no way not to admit it. In front of such a peerless Xianjiao, Ji Hongxi couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. There were not many reasons that were worth him making such a big fuss. It was normal to guess. Now admitting it in person can also leave a reputation of being sincere. Ji Hongxi believed that lying in front of people of their level was the greatest stupidity. I believe that Brother Dao knows that the Kangwu cultivation world we are in is actually just a small incomplete world, and many basic laws are not perfect. The foundation building stage is okay, it is still the stage of the body conceiving the soul. But if you want to advance to the golden elixir stage, your soul will slowly merge with a golden elixir, just like the eggs and fetuses of a bird of prey. But the basic laws of this world are incomplete. If you advance to the golden elixir stage here, your own cultivation will naturally be incomplete and cannot be perfect. Even if you improve your cultivation to the spirit transformation stage, you can't avoid this effect at all. After ascending to the upper realm, you must disperse your energy and recultivate each previous realm without any flaws. Only after all realms are polished to perfection, there is a certain hope of advancing to the virtual refining stage. There are many supreme elders in the sect. The reason why they did not ascend is because they were too old when they achieved the spirit transformation stage. If you ascend to the upper realm, it will be too late to disperse your energy and recultivate at your current age. It is better to stay in the lower realm and enjoy the comfort of freedom. From Ji Hongxi's mouth, Luo Yan finally confirmed his original guess. That is, the basic laws of this world are flawed. The Xianjiao Road, which takes place every 100 years, was born for this. 20 years later, people from the upper realm will come to this world through a special transmission channel. But the number of Xianjiao recruited is limited. In the entire Kangwu world, all the places added together are only 100. This also includes some fierce beast cubs and sea dragon bloodlines. Various monsters and sea beasts will participate in the competition. It will be an unimaginable cruel scene. The competition for the places in the Lychee trial, which takes place every 5 years, is so fierce. It is conceivable that the Xianjiao Road, which takes place once every 100 years, will be a cruel scene in order to compete for the limited places. Even many Xianjiao from decades ago, who have been waiting for many years and have never been promoted to the Jinden stage, are preparing for this moment. Those veteran Xianjiao have been polishing themselves in the foundation building stage for many years, and the number of spiritual arts and magical powers they have mastered is the highest among the same level. If such a group of people were to appear, Ji Hongxi didn't know what he should use to compete with them. There were several such veteran Xianjiao in their Tai sect alone. They were usually not very prominent, but they were all very powerful. When the Xianjiao Road was opened, these guys hiding in the mountains would appear. At that time, another great era of cultivation would come. In order to jump out of the cage of Kangwu realm, no one would choose to hold back. That kind of competition was too terrible. Once 100 years, all the Xianjiao and the beast spirits competed for the mere 100 places. If you don't master a great magical skill as a trump card, it is almost impossible to win one of the last places. If I don't have that magical skill as a backup, to be honest, I have no confidence at all. That's why I came to ask Brother Dao for help. Luo Yan stood there without any movement, as if thinking about the pros and cons. The benefits of helping Ji Hongxi are obvious. With such a rich man in front of him, he doesn't have to worry too much about the cultivation resources after building his foundation. Even if he is a little luckier, if he can meet the pre-cultivation conditions of that great magical skill, Luo Yan can even directly obtain a great magical skill. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. That is, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall of the Five Elements Temple, Luo Yan violates the sect rules by participating in such a fight that may bring huge hidden dangers to the sect. After all, the people of the Taking Holy sect are not fools. The Taoist characteristics of the magical power of 5 colors of divine light are too obvious. If he participates in this blatant way, it is equivalent to directly slapping a holy place in the face. At that time, the master of the Yaodang in the sect will have reason to punish him directly. As a member of the law enforcement hall, Luo Yan represents the image of the five elements temple in the outside world, and many things cannot be directly participated in. Know the law, enforce the law, and break the law. This series of crimes is listed, and his small body can't bear it. Therefore, it is okay to help Ji Hongxi, provided that he cannot use the iconic secret method of the five elements temple. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Do you know the sect rules of our five elements temple? Ji Hongxi was stunned, and there was a clear color flashing in his black and white eyes. But he also guessed it vaguely. Luo Yan himself didn't have much objection, but due to the sect rules, he couldn't agree directly. Thinking of this, Ji Hongxi smiled calmly and instantly came up with a countermeasure. Let's do this, Brother Dao. If you are troubled by the sect rules, I can ask my father to come forward in person and discuss this matter with your hall master. I believe that with the relationship between our two sects, the elders of your sect should not refuse this little favor. Ji Hongxi was in high spirits and proposed a solution. As long as the hall where Luo Yan was located was dealt with, the sect rules would not be a big deal. In the eyes of a super second-generation immortal like him, this thing is not even a fart. He never knew what the sect rules were. Chapter 187 Agree, and return to days. Hearing Ji Hongxi's words, Luo Yan shook his head. He knew that the guy in front of him had a high status and could definitely have an equal dialogue with the high-level officials of their law enforcement hall. But this would also put him on the cusp of the storm. Perhaps in the heart of the Yaodang master, he is now just a junior with high comprehension, and what he said that day was just a habitual move. He wants to achieve a certain goal of his own, but has ulterior motives. After all, there are still 20 years before the opening of the Xianjiao Road. In such a long time, anything is possible. Temporary comprehension talent does not represent the actual winner in the end. The difficulty of the Xianjiao Road is obvious to all. There may be only one or two low-level disciples in a sect. No one dares to say that he is absolutely sure. But if Ji Hongxi is allowed to do this, Luo Yan himself will definitely be taken seriously by the Yaodang master. After all, the leaders of the three veins of the Taking Holy sect, these disciples are not low in gold content. At that time, facing such a boss with unknown purposes, he will appear extremely passive. In such an environment now, I don't have the status and position of Ji Hongxi. It's better to keep a low profile. Thinking about this, Luo Yan had a general idea. How should the cultivators of your sect enter that alien space at that time? Hearing this, Ji Hongxi's face showed a happy smile. He instantly understood the hidden meaning of Luo Yan's words. That is, there are still some concerns in his heart, but he is already inclined to help him. So Ji Hongxi said enthusiastically, the way to enter that alien space is actually very simple. You only need to practice one of the three breathing methods of my Tai sect, human phase method, earth phase method, and heaven phase method, to the great success realm. When the yin-yang palace opens, Brother Dao will sense the existence of that alien space, and then his soul will enter it and join me. Ji Hongxi carefully described how to enter the yin-yang palace, which is similar to the way to enter the alien space in front of him. Perhaps the only difference is that the interior of the yin-yang palace is not large, far less vast than the strange space in front of him. Both types of strange spaces are directly transformed by spiritual will and can be entered at any time and anywhere. There will be no distance and space restrictions. It is similar to the quantum network in the previous life. Come to the square to find me later, and I will give you a storage bag. After we leave, you can open it, take out the spirit puppet inside, and find a secret room to store it. When the time is right, I will tell you what to do next. Hearing Luo Yan's instructions, Ji Hongxi didn't understand that he agreed to his request for help. The black and white pupils were full of smiles, almost overflowing on his face. Brother Dao, this reward. Do you need anything special? Even if it is a top-grade spirit stone, I can find a way to get you a batch. Hearing Ji Hongxi's reward, Luo Yan was silent for a long time, and he had an impulse to be offended by the generosity of the second generation of immortals. It's very tempting. Top-grade spirit stones. Many giant and elders probably haven't seen this thing, let alone a young key refining cultivator like him. But Luo Yan knows that everything has a price. The more tempting this thing is, the more expensive it will be in the end. No matter how tempting the reward Ji Hongxi offers, it will not affect his fundamental judgment of things. No need, wait until you succeed, then talk about the reward. After agreeing with Ji Hongxi on when to pick up the storage bag, Luo Yan withdrew from this alien space. Just now, he thought of a possibility that could hide his true identity to the greatest extent. That is to use Jiangxi's hand to watch the Lei Dao scriptures collected by Tai's sect and perfect the Lei Fa. At that time, he would enter the Yin-Yang Palace as a Lei Xiu. The identity problem can be solved smoothly. The terrifying destructive power of the Lei Dao magic has always made Luo Yan linger. It's just that because the basic runes in his body are not perfect now, he didn't aim too high and practice in advance. Just wait a few more years, and the chip will analyze all the basic runes. The matter of the thunder magic can be put on the agenda. Combined with the petrification magic of the petrified spirit snake, the two together will surely be invincible. Not only can it increase one's means of dealing with the enemy, but it can also play a certain role in hiding one's identity. At that time, when walking outside as a thunder cultivator, even the master of the Yaodang will not be able to find it. Secondly, the consumption of using this 5-color divine light in the sect is indeed a bit large. Luo Yan can't use this great magic every time he encounters a difficult enemy. Once the road of Xianjiao is opened, the battle will definitely not stop. There are many competitors on that road, and if you are not careful, you will be besieged by many people. If you use the 5-color divine light for a long time, Luo Yan's spiritual power will definitely not be able to withstand it. But the thunder method is different. The thunder method is famous for its destructive power. Using the same spiritual power to drive the magic method, the power it produces is completely different. If you can practice the thunder method to the point of entering the hall, it should play a key role in Luo Yan hiding his identity in front of the master of the Yaodang. Outside the Bluestone Square, Luo Yan took out a storage bag and put his spirit puppet in it. Then he came to Jiangxi and threw it to him. The two did not talk to each other from beginning to end, as if it was a simple encounter. Luo Yan, who returned to the team, was in a good mood and began to observe the fight between the inner disciples in the foundation building period. These people are worthy of the name of the foundation building cultivators. When two people fight casually, a rune flashes, the rays of light are brilliant, and it is dazzling. Even the space seems to be shaking. Terrifying. Each one is very powerful. Luo Yan saw Yuchen Palace cultivator in the foundation building period, and a huge golden toad appeared with 2 cooing sounds. He looked up to the sky and roared, and one of his front palms suddenly grew larger. With a slap, even the clouds collapsed directly, which was so terrifying that it made people tremble. The breath was so deep that the onlookers felt suffocated. How terrible. This magical power is too strong. Many fellow disciples beside Luo Yan exclaimed. I heard that after entering the ancient secret realm, the trial of the Thunder Pool, the foundation building cultivators and us key refining disciples are not separated from each other. The key refining disciples who have obtained the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm, after watching the inner disciples fighting in the sky, are full of worry. If it were a key refining disciple, he would not be so worried. Except for a few evildoers, he believes that he is not weaker than others. But when he thought of the final Thunder Pool trial, he would meet these inner disciples who have practiced for many years. He felt a headache. These people are already geniuses, and they have practiced for decades more than him. The strength of scriptures and secrets is much higher than him. Even if it is a battle of the same level, the chance of winning in the end is very slim. He is a little lacking in confidence. Only after seeing these powerful beings, he deeply realized his own shortcomings. In the path of cultivation, he is still far from enough. But this will better prove the strength of the Xianjiao. Another disciple who had obtained the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm replied. Although he also believed that it was very stressful to be an opponent with this group of inner disciples. But it was not easy to get to this point, and the strong opponent could arouse his competitive spirit. Moreover, he always recognized a point of view. The real evildoers had already passed the purification of the Thunder Pool before building the foundation. Those who are still fighting for the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm are all a group of losers. They are not really geniuses. They have already failed once decades ago, and there will not be much change in decades. They are still a group of losers. So in his heart, he still looked down on the group of inner disciples in front of him. But for the harmony within the sect, he did not say it clearly. Even if the opponent is a group of inner disciples, fighting at the same level, he still believes that he is undefeated. This is the confidence accumulated after many victories. He believes that he is invincible. In the void battlefield, various runes intertwined, and the sky was full of rosy clouds. The secrets and magical powers used by the foundation-building monks of the 5 sects in the southern region showed even greater destructive power. But they still carried the characteristics of their own sect's magic. For example, the inner disciples of the 5 Elements Temple had far surpassed others in the attainments of the 5 Elements magic. The fire, metal, wood, water, and earth elements all had pure spiritual energy transformation. It was very terrifying. Almost half of the foundation-building monks of Byung-sun who used swordsmanship had comprehended the sword intent. The sword intent rumbled, and a sword crossed the sky. In their hands, a flying sword seemed to be able to turn into a rain of swords, and its sound was few and far between. The female monks of Behu Valley used more illusions or sonic instruments such as bells, disturbing people's minds and capturing their hearts. If they were not careful, the opponent would fail instantly. Under the elegant posture, there was a kind of elegance. The foundation-building monks of each sect were wantonly showing their powerful strength, which frightened the onlookers. There were discussions, noises, and a clamor everywhere. It was endless. Seeing such a horrible battle scene, those who failed in the battle for the secret realm qualification secretly rejoiced. They were glad that they didn't have to meet those foundation-building monks in the sky. Those more powerful perverts. Thinking of this, after comforting themselves, the original frustration caused by failure instantly improved a lot. After a whole day of runes lingering, the sky glowing, and the roaring battle was finally over. 30 powerful foundation-building monks appeared in the sky. 7 of the inner disciples of the 5 Elements Temple got the quota this time. They still ranked first in the list of disciples of the southern region. This is the foundation of the 10,000-year-old sect. Everyone's face showed the restrained fighting spirit and the joy of getting the qualification for the ancient secret realm. Compared with the disciples in the key refining period, the number of inner disciples in the foundation building period who got the qualification to enter the secret realm is about twice as many. However, compared with a huge number of monks, it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket. Those inner disciples who fell from the sky were pale, and they didn't feel it even though their nails were tightly clenched into their flesh. Because they failed, it means that they will never have the chance to participate in the trial of the Thunder Pool. Not to mention the more cruel road of the genius, they may not even be qualified to embark on that road. How can a person who can't even get the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm have the face to call himself a genius? Not long after, the battle for the qualification of the ancient secret realm was completely over. Some people are happy, and naturally some people are disappointed. From now on, they will not put most of their energy on the practice of magical powers and magic like they do now. The road of the genius is completely cut off and has nothing to do with them. From now on, people like them can only practice in the normal way. Work hard to earn practice resources, improve their cultivation, and then go for an illusory longevity. In fact, among the disciples present, except for a few, the rest will eventually embark on the same path. It's just a matter of one day earlier or later. For disciples with a little talent, the cultivation before the Jinden stage is all for the purpose of being able to embark on the road of Xianjiao one day and win a broader landscape. Unfortunately, they failed. Without the opportunity to go to the upper realm before the Jinden stage, they can only settle for the second best and practice hard. If a cultivator wants to jump out of this world and break free from the small cage of Kangwu realm, there are only 2 chances in his life. One before the Jinden stage, and one after the Huishan stage. The journey to embark on the road of Xianjiao seems difficult, but in fact it is much easier than the difficulty of advancing to the Huishan stage. You should know that in the 5 super sects in the south region, in the past 1,000 years, the number of supreme elders who have reached the Huishan stage will not exceed 30. It is conceivable how difficult it is to achieve Huishan and ascend to the upper realm. Cultivation is a very difficult thing, and the improvement of realm is far from as simple as imagined. In the early stage of cultivation, you have to compete with others, and in the later stage, you have to compete with both others and heaven. Although there are about thousands of disciples in the key refining and foundation building stages on the Bluestone Square, only 1/3 of them can finally form a golden elixir. You have to know that everyone present is the pride of their respective sects. The probability of being promoted to the golden core stage is only this small. There will be even fewer high-level cultivators in the future. In many cases, these disciples have a high level of cultivation. Except that their lifespan will be greatly extended, they are not much different from ordinary people. They have the same joys, anger, sorrows, and joys, and they are also outspoken. Being arrogant is nothing more than living a little longer. The battle for the qualification of the ancient secret realm is finally over. Everyone did not stop for long. They walked out of the mountain gate under the leadership of the elders of the sect. The elder of the merit hall, who led the way, casually cast pieces of rune light, and with a boom, a sky full of rosy clouds rushed up. A dazzling light channel was constructed, and various complex runes appeared. Just like a wormhole, it is a bit mysterious and profound. Just like when they came, everyone filed in. He stepped into the space channel and disappeared. Not long after, everyone returned to the Five Elements Temple and then dispersed. Chapter 188, The Secret in the Ancient Mysterious Realm, Connecting the Three Realms. Disciples who have obtained the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm can enter it by immersing their souls into the strange space. There is no need for others to provide too much guidance. The Thunderpool trial is about to start. Before that, it is necessary to be familiar with the rules of that world. Everyone who has obtained the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm can't wait to go to their respective caves. Luo Yan didn't stay too long. He found a spiritual crane at random and flew to the day's spiritual land. Not long after, Luo Yan returned to the day's waters. As soon as he entered the formation, he saw two figures, a man and a woman. The man has a strong body and a majestic aura, like an old pine tree, standing upright and straight. He always carries two long swords on his back. It seems to have become his signature outfit. And the green figure standing next to the man is even more graceful. From the duck egg facing the past to the lady of the family now, it gives people a feeling of time passing. At this time, the soul-eating rats and three spirit cranes were surrounding the green figure, as if they were trying to please her. Because the woman had some delicious spiritual medicine in her hands. As soon as Luo Yan's figure appeared, the man with two swords sitting cross-legged on the roof of this small house in the lake opened his eyes. Long time no see, Brother Leon, junior sister Yingying. Luo Yan turned into a startled rainbow and landed on the roof in the blink of an eye. Seeing this familiar figure, the soul-eating rats and Luo Yan's own spirit crane instantly left the green figure behind, as if they didn't know her. They rushed straight over here. Senior Brother Luo, it's been a few years since we last met. You've become more elegant than before. Yingying threw the spiritual medicine in her hand to the other two spirit cranes and clapped her hands. Her voice was still soft and gentle. Hearing this, Luo Yan smiled deeply, and looked at the man who seemed to be getting more and more indifferent. Junior sister Yingying still speaks well, unlike someone who hasn't seen you for 5 years and didn't even say hello. Luo Yan deliberately said, the smile in his eyes unchanged. You are still the same, like to use words to disguise yourself. Going against your own heart, aren't you tired of living like this? Leon answered in a cold tone, and his sword-like eyebrows were still solemn, as if giving people a strange feeling. However, Luo Yan had long been familiar with his tone of voice and did not take it to heart. Tisk-tisk, worthy of being Brother Leon, your cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. No wonder you talk more, and with a little yin and yang, it turns out that your cultivation has become so high without you realizing it. In about 10 years, you have already established your foundation, which is really amazing. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, and a blue talisman flashed in his eyes. With a kind of admiration, he slowly spoke. A faint sense of oppression came from Leon. He was definitely not mistaken in sensing this aura. It was the unique pressure of the foundation building period. Yingying was standing aside, smiling lightly. The two of them were like children, bickering with each other in a weird way. Such a leisurely look made people feel very relaxed. In the past few years, she has been practicing hard. Now only when she returns here can she feel most comfortable. The waters of the big lake are always so quiet and peaceful. Spirit fish are eager to jump, mountain chickens are in groups, and spirit cranes are intimate. You seem to have changed a lot in the past few years. Luo Yan took out a pot of spirit fruit wine and was about to pour it, but Yingying took it over. Then she took the initiative to pour it. Seeing this, Luo Yan was stunned, then smiled and let her do it. Yingying put the spirit fruit wine aside first, and waved her hand towards the lake, and several moon snake-head spirit fish jumped out of the water. It can be seen that compared to 5 years ago, her current water magic skills have increased a lot. After the moon snakeheads were brought up, they were simply cleaned with a simple cleaning technique. Yingying pinched her fingers with one hand, and a fierce flame began to burn. It roasted the moon snakeheads. Soon, the aroma of meat came out, which was extremely tempting. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan was amazed. This smooth and flowing movement was enough to prove that Yingying's attainments in water and fire techniques were not low. In the past few years, she must have practiced hard. It is true that when a man is away for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. The soul-eating rat nestling next to Luo Yan saw this and squeaked twice, disappearing above the roof in an instant. After a while, it returned, and the demon power wrapped around a bunch of spiritual fruits such as yellow lemon fruit and spiritual peaches. Squeak. 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 It seemed to say, "I'll add another fruit plate for you." Seeing this scene, the three of them all smiled. After chewing so many spiritual medicines, this little guy's intelligence is getting higher and higher. Now he knows how to secretly learn their way of life. Soon, the moon snake head meat was roasted. Luo Yan and Lian each had one. Yingying gave half of hers to the spirit-eating rat. Cheers! The three of them raised their glasses at the same time, and the spirit-eating rat also held up his paw. Luo Yan poured it some spiritual fruit wine. It raised a wooden cup and drank it in one gulp. Then its red face instantly turned red, and it kept inhaling from its mouth. Yingying suppressed her smile and poured the little guy another glass of spiritual fruit juice, which made it feel much better. The spirit-eating rat never dared to learn from Luo Yan and Liang to drink spiritual fruit wine like this again. After a simple gathering, Luo Yan asked softly, "You should have lived well in the past few years, right? I see that both of you have greatly improved your cultivation." Yingying smiled when she heard this, glanced to the side, and motioned Liang to answer herself. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, their feelings had not changed at all. Instead, like old wine, it became more mellow. This is a true friend, and time will not dilute feelings. On the contrary, the longer you practice, the more true it becomes. The lover in the 4 elements of cultivation, wealth, companions, and dharma, refers to this situation. Yingying still likes to sit quietly aside, not interrupting too much, just sitting quietly. Watching the two people talking about their own experiences and discussing issues related to cultivation, waves flowed in her beautiful eyes. I was accepted as a direct disciple by a Yuanying elder on the 5 Elements Peak. He took Yingying and me to a very special place. It was a strange world, full of sword fragments, and there were many tombs piled up, like a broken sword tomb. The sword tomb is filled with all kinds of sword energy, which is especially suitable for sword cultivators like me to practice. From Lian's mouth, Luo Yan learned that there was a strange place in the northwest of the Great Wilderness. It was the end of the 5 Elements Temple sword cultivation lineage. Many 5 Elements Peak sword cultivators would be buried there after death. Their portable magic swords would also be buried with them. Therefore, the sword energy inside the sword tomb was filled, and outsiders approaching would trigger a direct attack from the magic swords in the sword tomb. There were dead bones everywhere, but for sword cultivators, it was a supreme treasure land. Practicing there would achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lian and his friends had been practicing in that strange place for the past few years. Although Yingying was not accepted as a disciple by the Yuanying Great Cultivator and could not enter the sword tomb, his sword master would still take time to give Yingying guidance on her cultivation for Lian's sake. Therefore, Yingying's cultivation did not fall behind, and now she has reached the peak of the 6th level of key refining. For a person with 4 spiritual roots, this speed of cultivation is not slow. Under the guidance of my master, I learned an excellent sword technique. And I use that sword tomb to hone myself all the time. Compared with the past, Lian's aura has become more fierce, which makes people feel frightened. In the past, Lian would have a kind of fierceness that looked down on the world after drawing the sword. Now he is just sitting there, his edges restrained, but Luo Yan can still feel the sword intent that is coming out. He felt like escaping at any time. But what surprised Luo Yan was that Lian seemed to be more talkative than before. Or maybe Luo Yan was an exception. Only in front of him would Lian show such a rare side. It was like they were old friends, with nothing to hide. Luo Yan then briefly talked about his experiences over the years. "We came back this time, in addition to congratulating you in advance on your foundation building and your great improvement in cultivation. The other reason is to tell you some news about the ancient secret realm and the thunder pool refining." In Lian's eyes, Luo Yan's advancement to the foundation building stage was only a matter of time. The two of them had been together for so long, and they knew each other's habits very well. 5 years ago, Luo Yan did not participate in the Thunder Pool trial. Lian guessed that Luo Yan might not be well prepared and planned to participate this time. He discussed it with a Yingying and said goodbye to his master. Just in time, he returned to Days. When he found that Luo Yan was not there, he guessed where he was going. He should have gone to Tai's sect to compete with them for the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm. Thinking about the matter at Tai's sect, it would not take a few days, so Leon did not send a message to Luo Yan. It was only 2 or 3 days, he could wait. They came back in a hurry this time. The practice was not over yet, and the training could not be interrupted. Leon could not stay in the waters of the Great Lake for a few days, and he had to return to the world of the sword tomb. Continue to hone his sword intent. The reason why he and Yingying came back this time was specifically to tell Luo Yan some information. Next you should enter the Thunder Pool trial space. There is one thing I want to tell you. My Yuanying master once said that the soul, that is, the spiritual power of any kind of creature is the most mysterious. If you want to advance to a higher level of cultivation, the training of spiritual power is the top priority. And the physical body must also be trained in time, so as to better fit the soul. The physical body is the carrier of spiritual power, and the spiritual power determines the upper limit of this carrier. Leon took a sip of spiritual fruit wine and explained to Luo Yan. He heard a lot about cultivation and the mysteries of the ancient secret realm from his sword master. After returning, he explained it to Luo Yan as soon as possible. Because he knew that this seemingly friendly guy in front of him always had a sense of pride in his heart. That kind of pride made him not easily bow to outsiders. Chapter 189 The wonderful use of mental power. Ordinary people are not qualified to be his master. In fact, Leon was the same before. If he was just a giant stage cultivator, he would never agree to become his disciple. Because the master's guidance largely comes from the knowledge brought by his own cultivation. The two of them don't think highly of ordinary giant stage elders. Because Leon always believes that Luo Yan and he are of the same kind. If they are given only 100 years, they will definitely be able to achieve giant. So there are too few things for them to learn from the way of such giant elders. When Leon came to the headquarters of the Five Elements Peak in advance from the branch temple, he was actually contacted by many elders in secret. They hoped that he could become a disciple and then give him guidance. But Leon didn't agree. Because in Leon's heart, ordinary first-level elders were not qualified to teach him at all. Leon came back at this time specifically because he wanted to tell Luo Yan about some things about the ancient secret realm that his master had told him. Because in that spiritual space, there are extremely terrifying secrets hidden. That ancient secret realm is actually very mysterious and has a very high training value. The spirit is tempered in it, and after returning to reality, all the insights will be fed back to the body. Then transformed together, just like coming in person. Leon continued to guide Luo Yan and told him about the secret realm. Just like his sword master, he preached to Luo Yan. Because Leon knew very well that the guy in front of him seemed friendly but was actually very arrogant. The information he knew about the ancient secret realm was probably incomplete. The heart sword flow and the invisible sword that Luo Yan mentioned to him at the beginning played a great help in the Thunder Pool trial. This was also an important means for Leon to win one of the final places. That kind of weird swordsmanship is easy to be hard to guard against. Where the heart goes, the sword will go. It is extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Luo Yan's advice last time, Leon believed that he would probably be like this guy in front of him, practicing for another 5 years. When he was very sure, he would go to participate in the Thunder Pool trial. Regarding this, Leon was very grateful to Luo Yan. His existence can truly be called a good friend. Whether in life or practice, it can provide a certain degree of positive feedback. After staying with this guy for a long time, except for occasionally seeing him make some puzzling actions, most of the time he is extremely reliable. You mean in that ancient secret realm, in addition to the trial of the Thunder Pool, fighting in it can also train a person's mental strength? After listening to Leon's story quietly, Luo Yan frowned and kept spinning the cup in his hand. There was a strange flash in his eyes, as if he had associated something. Leon nodded, put down the cup in his hand, and pointed to the sky. There is a legend that the ancient secret realm was built by the supreme immortal in the fairy world with his own spiritual thoughts. It is used to cultivate the power or offspring of his subordinates. In the beginning, this strange world was connected to the 3 realms of the spirit world and the earthly immortal world. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the originally vast and boundless spiritual world has now become just a small corner. Some people speculate that there was a shocking turmoil in the fairy world in ancient times, so the spiritual world and the earthly immortal world were directly cut off from us. But it is undeniable that the current ancient secret space is still like a real country. Long-term cultivation in it is of great help to the growth of the cultivator's spiritual power. Lian told Luo Yan a lot of secrets he heard from his sword master. He believed that these trivial secrets should be of great help to Luo Yan. In fact, this is exactly the case. When Luo Yan heard that fighting in that strange world would improve his spiritual power, his heart was shaken. A few years ago, Luo Yan had guessed the importance of the soul to the cultivators. At that time, he had specially gone to the master of Yaodang to ask about the relevant matters. But the master of Yaodang did not tell him about the things in this strange space, but supported him to practice illusion. If Lian had not worshipped a Yuanying great monk as his master, he would not have known these secrets. And Luo Yan was even less likely. But you need to pay attention to that. If you get hurt in that space, your soul will also be traumatized accordingly. So this kind of practice mode, only the peerless genius dare not copy it. Because many of the older generation of cultivators have a kind of evil taste and suppression mentality, and they will specially disguise themselves as newcomers. They look weak on the outside, but they are actually very powerful. If you are not careful, they will overturn the car. Once the soul is damaged, it will take at least a year, or even several years. So in the ancient secret realm, you must always be on guard against everyone who is close to you. Lian continued to talk about the ancient secret realm and the training of mental power. This will be particularly important in the next foundation building period. After the monks reach the foundation building stage, they must not only ensure that their spiritual power is sufficient, but also have sufficient mental power. Only by combining the two can they advance to the next stage. The reason why many monks have bottlenecks in the foundation building period is that their spiritual power is sufficient, but their mental power is slightly insufficient. It is caused by the disharmony between the soul and the body. This is the benefit of worshipping a great monk as a teacher. He can explain the essence of cultivation to them in a fundamental sense. This kind of secret about the soul is difficult to discover by exploring and practicing alone if it is not told by the monks of the older generation. For ordinary monks to practice, they can only wait for the passage of time and their mental power to grow naturally. The monks in this situation are passive. Each advancement takes a long time. Some can't even wait that long. This is the fundamental reason why some old monks are trapped in a small realm for a lifetime. The fit between the monk's body and soul must be highly unified to solve the root problem. Focusing on physical cultivation or refining the spirit is a wrong approach. If Lian hadn't told Luo Yan many secrets about the ancient secret realm today, he might not have stayed in the ancient secret realm for too long. This is because Luo Yan himself has a very clear purpose when doing something most of the time. With his personality, after obtaining the qualification for the Thunder Pool refining, it is almost impossible for him to fight in the ancient secret realm unless it is an urgent matter. Because there is no need. He is not a guy like Hali who likes fighting by nature. Moreover, fighting in the ancient secret realm, the growth of soul power is extremely slow. After each extreme battle, the increase in mental power is extremely difficult to be detected by oneself. If it is not a person who loves fighting extremely, who would have nothing to do and risk being injured to fight endlessly with others in the ancient secret realm. You mean, in the ancient secret realm, although everyone's strength is only at the key refining stage, many old predecessors will deliberately disguise themselves to sneak attack the younger generation of cultivators. Yes. Lian nodded solemnly. My master has personally tested it. In that space, deliberately blowing someone up can actually increase some of his own spiritual power. He guessed that if you want to improve your spiritual power, you can either fight with others to the extreme, so that your soul will be tempered. If you do it for a long time and continuously, your soul will be transformed to a certain extent. Or by blowing others up, you can absorb the pure soul power of others after they are defeated by your spirit in that strange space. This may be the main reason why the ancient secret realm once connected the spirit world and the fairyland. Lian reminded again, indicating that the spiritual space is far from as simple as imagined. Perhaps the ancient secret realm of Kangwu realm and the spirit world was originally a hunting ground for people in the fairy world. Because blowing up a person's soul body can absorb a certain amount of pure spiritual power from it. This setting seems to be no different from the devouring method of the demon sect. Once this way of increasing soul power is used by people in the upper world, even if they fight at the same level, the cultivators of their small world will still not have much power to fight back in front of those beings. Because the essence of the magic they practice is different. One practices magic, and the other directly contacts the rules. The gap is so big that it is unimaginable. Luo Yan was shocked. It turned out that there were such secrets hidden in the ancient secret realm. If you are accidentally attacked and blown up, your own soul power will also be affected. Fortunately, in that special space, in many places, the maximum power of the magic that everyone can use will be limited. In some special areas, the strength of the cultivators will not even exceed the critical point of the foundation building. This gives many low-level cultivators the power to fight. After all, the cultivators who can enter that space have a few brushes. Even if you encounter the spiritual incarnation of a high-level cultivator, as long as you are not instantly suppressed, it is not a big problem to fight against it. Even if you can't beat it, it is feasible to escape in the end. So when you step into that ancient secret realm, you must be careful of everyone around you. Luo Yan reminded again in a deep voice. If a cultivator in the key refining stage runs beyond certain designated areas, the power of the spell is limited to the perfect foundation establishment stage. If that happens, it is tantamount to seeking death. This is why Luo Yan came back on purpose. Because he thinks this information is very important to Luo Yan. Just like 5 years ago, Luo Yan proposed the ideas of the Heart Sword Flow and the Invisible Sword on the eve of his participation in the ancient secret realm qualification competition. Those two attack methods, which are different from the mainstream swordsmanship of the world, have helped Luo Yan to improve his swordsmanship to a deeper level to a certain extent. Otherwise, how could he, a cultivator in the late key refining stage, win the qualification for the cleansing in the Thunder Pool when many foundation establishment stage cultivators participated in the battle? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Spiritual Fruit Land, Great Compassion Temple, Shadow Hall. Although Luo Yan is proud, she is not conceited. She knows the limit of her own strength. Without Luo Yan's guidance, he would never have won the final place in the refining. The realms of the two sword techniques, Heart Sword Flow and Invisible Sword, often have a particularly obvious effect in actual combat. Even Luo Yan herself had to admit that none of the cultivators who could reach the last few steps of the Thunder Pool trial were mediocre. Each one was very powerful. If it weren't for Luo Yan's deliberate guidance, he should have lost. This is a great love. Luo Yan had to admit it. And it must be returned. In the waters and swamps, the three of them were toasting and talking, and Yingying also talked about some things that happened in the past few years. However, because she could not enter the world of the Sword Tomb, she could only find a spiritual place in the outside world and then practice. Fortunately, she had enough spiritual stones and carried the key-gathering pill that Luo Yan had refined. Her cultivation was finally not much behind. Speaking from her mouth, it was a different scene. She practices magic, absorbs ki, raises 2 spirit beasts, etc. every day. Her life is quite fulfilling. There is a hint of sweetness on her lips from time to time, as if she is very used to her current life, carefree and full of tranquility. After listening to Yingying's story, Luo Yan seemed to see a silent dedication. The relationship between the two of them is really enviable. When Luo Yan knew that only Luo Yan could enter the world of the Sword Tomb, he wanted to persuade Yingying to stay in the big swamp. There are spiritual spring pools, spirit-eating rats, spirit cranes, thunder dragon fish, etc. here, which can relieve her worries and boredom. It can be seen that Yingying's beautiful eyes reveal a kind of firmness, so Luo Yan sighed lightly and did not persuade her. Even though he had guessed that if this continued, the progress of Sister Yingying's practice would be affected. This was Yingying's own choice, and Luo Yan would not interfere, and he had no right to interfere. The two of them stayed in the water for most of the day. During this period, Luo Yan told Luo Yan many secrets about practice. These were all what he heard from the Yuanying master. Then Luo Yan and Yingying left again. The purpose of their return this time has been achieved. The cultivation in the Sword Tomb world must continue. Because the battle of the 5 domains celestial arrogance in 20 years will be extremely cruel. Compared with many senior cultivators, they have not practiced for a long time and have many shortcomings. They need to catch up as soon as possible. Luo Yan watched the two of them go away and stood silently for a long time. The soul-eating rat and the spirit crane seemed to sense his emotions and became quiet at the right time. They stood with him and learned in a very good way. This time when they met, Luo Yan felt that Leon had changed a lot. Compared with the past, he talked more. But thinking back carefully, these words were all about cultivation and information about the ancient secret realm. The things involving him have only changed a little bit compared to the past. But this is already rare. Luo Yan is very curious about what kind of elder can make Leon make such a huge change. There should be a chance to meet him in the future. It's not too late to explore it in detail. Although Luo Yan still had many doubts about the ancient secret realm, he thought of Yi Lian's character. He must have told him what he knew. He would not get a more specific answer if he asked again. Luo Yan hid his doubts in his heart. Perhaps he could only wait for the Thunder Pool trial to start before he could find the real answer. With the existence of the ancient secret realm, when something happened, Luo Yan could meet Leon in that strange space in the form of a spirit body. If there was any unique news in the future, it would be a good choice to contact her through that space. Compared with the current form of face-to-face communication, it is definitely much more convenient. After the two of them left, Luo Yan went to the back mountain again and looked at the spiritual fruits hanging all over the forest. With an unintentional glance from the corner of his eye, he saw two little guys swaggering around, poking me from time to time, and biting you. It was a mess. Luo Yan pretended to frown, stared to the side, and glared at the spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane. How many times have I told you two that you can pick the spiritual fruits when their color turns darker? So many ripe spiritual fruits are still hanging on the trees. If they fall to the ground and can't be eaten, they will be deducted from your rations. Luo Yan glanced at the two little guys who quickly lowered their heads after being scolded, and pretended to be angry. Sure enough, they were frightened by his appearance. The spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane, who were originally very excited, suddenly became quiet like quails. But their little eyes were still blinking, as if they were admitting their mistakes, or as if they were trying to find out someone's mood. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan's originally calm heart calmed down, and then he touched the heads of the two little guys one by one. When your master comes out of the Thunder Pool this time, I will start to build the foundation. After the foundation is built, I will refine a transformation pill for each of you, and it will be much more convenient to do things at that time. At least you can speak by then, right? Luo Yan saw that some of the spiritual fruits were ripe, so he used the King Fang technique to blow those ripe spiritual fruits off the tree. He then used the force-removing technique to catch them, and then with a big hand, all the spiritual fruits went into the storage bag. At this time, the spiritual fruits that were still left on the tree were some spiritual fruits that were not yet ripe. With this blowing, sweeping, and collecting, the work that originally took the spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane several days to complete was completed in an instant. Such a scene shocked the two little guys so much that their eyes shrank. They all showed an incredible look. It seemed that they were asking each other, "Is it so simple? The remaining fruits are now in your hands. Did you hear me? When the time comes, put them in the shed below and throw them into the spirit wine pool." The two little guys nodded, not quite understanding, their eyes full of childishness. Their current intelligence is comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, very pure and simple. They are also very playful. Therefore, the things that Luo Yan has given them sometimes need to be repeatedly reminded so that they will remember them. However, it is precisely because of these two little things to accompany him that Luo Yan will not feel too bored, even if he stays in the waters of the Great Lake. After collecting some spirit fruits from the tree into the fermentation pool, Luo Yan took out the materials and refined a spirit puppet body again. It cost several thousand contribution points again, and he was distressed. But the other spirit puppet body had to stay in Tai sect because of future plans. He had to pinch his nose and accept this expense. After building the foundation, Luo Yan had to find a way to earn spirit stones. The main reason was that he spent contribution points too quickly. After the foundation building period, he had to go to the Sutra Pavilion to exchange for formations, pill recipes, scripture magic, secret jade slips, etc. There were too many places where contribution points needed to be spent. Judging from the few tens of thousands of contribution points left now, it was not enough for him to spend. As for the token given by the Lord of the Ghost Hall, Luo Yan did not intend to use it. He did not carry it with him. He had always kept it on the spiritual body on the Five Elements Peak. It was mainly to prevent being monitored. Luo Yan himself was a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, so he naturally knew the secrets of the portable token. Through the ancient monitoring mirror in the Intelligence Hall, one can locate a person's portable token and check its specific images. From the moment he joined the Law Enforcement Hall, Luo Yan sealed his portable token. It would only be unlocked when he went out on a mission. In fact, almost all the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall would do this. The purpose was to prevent being secretly monitored by the people of the Intelligence Hall, because the authority of the ancient monitoring mirror was too great. The guys in the Intelligence Hall were also human beings, and there were many who used public power for personal gain. As for the reward Ji Hongxi promised, Luo Yan did not intend to ask for it now. It is better to be cautious when dealing with such a noble second-generation immortal. After all, the leader of Tai sect is standing behind that guy. If he is greedy for petty gains and takes advantage of such a being, it is better to ignore him. Once he gets angry, it is not much different from crushing him to death like a grasshopper. So when Luo Yan simply sorted out the ideas in his mind, he felt a headache. After returning from the Lychee trial ground, he will probably be busy. He has to go out to perform garrison tasks, practice thunder magic, upgrade formations, practice sealing formations, and earn spirit stones to lay the foundation for the next foundation building resources. These things are endless, which is really a headache. However, after Luo Yan sorted them out, he had a rough idea of what he should do next. He would not wait until the matter was approaching and then appear in a panic. Let the chip record all these ideas, and then arrange the tasks in time and stages. Luo Yan spent another day in the waters of the Great Lake. At noon the next day, Luo Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and then he murmured in a low voice, "The Thunder Pool trial has begun." After feeling the call of the deeper space, Luo Yan came to the spiritual spring pool and sat cross-legged inside. The spiritual energy here is more prosperous, and the essence is everywhere, as if it has materialized. Taking a breath makes people feel refreshed. The 1,000-year-old peony still has no change in the birth of the true spirit. However, the roots on its body have become longer. It seems that living here is not bad. The other spiritual plants, such as the water spirit cattail, purple gold lotus, heavenly demon vine, third-level spiritual tea and spiritual peach trees, etc., each of them is growing very well. Jade green, with a waving posture. But it will take a long time to wait for them to fully mature. Although the high-level spiritual objects in the cultivation world have amazing medicinal power, their growth rate is too slow. The growth cycle of many spiritual creatures is calculated in units of hundreds of years. It is easy to lose patience to cultivate them. Perhaps only after going to the upper realm can one learn the magical powers to speed up the growth of spiritual medicines. Luo Yan suddenly looked forward to the arrival of that day. After a simple inspection of these spiritual plants, he called the spirit-devouring rat and the spirit crane, and told the two little guys not to disturb his retreat. After saying this, Luo Yan retracted his thoughts, held his breath, and then used his spirit to communicate with the vast ancient world. With a boom, the rosy clouds were blazing, making the whole world covered with a layer of gray. In the ancient secret realm, gray fog condensed, and it was hazy, mysterious and deep. Luo Yan's spirit body appeared again. This time, the place of entry was different from the last time. It seems that the direction of reality will affect the spirit body entering the ancient secret realm to a certain extent. Under Luo Yan's feet were gray-brown gravel and rubble, a scene of desolation. When the Thunder Pool trial ground opens, a specific location will appear in the hearts of every cultivator. However, those who enter will be screened by the existence in the dark. No outside guidance is needed, just stand there and wait, and relax your mind. Luo Yan closed his eyes and sensed carefully, then suddenly opened them, and the whole person was empty in an instant. Echoing the place in the dark. A 1,000-foot-high rainbow hung down from the sky, covering Luo Yan. Then it took him to climb up quickly. Luo Yan stood in the light column, not panicking, but looking outside calmly. It was gray everywhere. There were many huge palaces and temples standing in the distance. Some had collapsed, leaving only broken walls and ruins. Some were still intact, and it took about 2 hours to reach the location where his spirit manifested. When I have time in the future, I might be able to touch it. Not long after, the light column stopped climbing up. Luo Yan came to a gray cloud space. He took a tentative step forward. The clouds were very solid. Then the beam of light disappeared in an instant. The gray mist dissipated, and the front gradually became empty. Right in front of Luo Yan, there was a huge dojo. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were true spirits in the immortal world who preached and enlightened all things. This used to be a forbidden dojo, but now it has lost its former glory. The dojo itself is not much different from some bluestone squares. It seems to be made of stone slabs, but in fact it is manifested by spiritual thoughts. No matter how powerful the magical attack is, it will not cause any waves when it hits it. Luo Yan was shocked and stood on the periphery to look at it for a while. He always felt that there was a trace of Taoism overflowing from this dojo invisibly. Following this trace of Taoism, it seemed to touch the breath of chaos vaguely. There were also countless powerful backs on it, transforming in between. Luo Yan knew that this was because he had first contact with this dojo. He had a connection with the trace of brand that once existed inside the dojo. He saw the scene from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This also proves from the side that the information that Leon told him a few days ago, that this place was once connected to the spirit world, and what the earthly immortal world said was true. This space is likely to hide a big secret. Luo Yan slowly walked towards the dojo in the distance. He saw some people standing on the platform or sitting cross-legged in the center of the dojo, closing their eyes and meditating. If this was not a pure spiritual space manifestation, he would have mistakenly thought that this was a holy place for cultivation. It was like a scene of a holy place for cultivation. There are many monks manifesting here, and it is conservatively estimated that there are thousands of people. Some people are surrounded by various rays of light and runes. It's like a variety of amazing secrets, manifested together with a spirit body. It's very unfathomable. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and the gray light fell on the entire dojo. Many of the monks here are here for the second time. If they don't get the opportunity to grab the thunder pool this time, they will not be summoned again in the next thunder pool trial. The qualification for the thunder pool's cleansing will be completely out of their reach. All the cultivators will be summoned by the existence in the dark after they step into this ancient secret realm. The cultivators in the key refining stage can enter once, and the foundation establishment stage can enter once. A cultivator has at most 2 chances. Some cultivators are already in the foundation establishment stage when they enter, so they only have 1 chance to enter. Whether they can grasp it depends on the cultivator. Luo Yan stepped on the gray clouds and walked slowly from a distance. There were also many cultivators like him who were coming from all directions. The gathering of so many young strong men made this vast dojo solemn and full of fighting spirit, just like the monsters in the depths of the wilderness, shocking the soul. It seems that there are still many people coming to participate in the trial this time, and many of them are on the list. It would be great if the real world was revealed. I can definitely complete several Earth-level tasks this time. At the side and back of the dojo, there was a being shrouded in mist, sighing in a low voice. It seemed to be mumbling to himself, and he laughed crazily. His eyes were filled with naked killing intent, and his gaze kept wandering among the crowd, as if he was weighing his prey. Even though he was a manifestation of a spiritual body, he still did not show his true face, as if he was trying his best to hide something. His aura was deep, and there was a small blank area on his side, which made people subconsciously stay away. He didn't want to provoke him. Donor, the evil spirit on you is a bit heavy. I can feel that countless wronged souls are gathered on you. Come back to the temple with me. I will recite scriptures for you every day so that I can wash away your killing spirit as soon as possible. Perhaps this guy's actions just now were a bit too unscrupulous, so he was discovered by the white-robed monk in the center of the dojo. His head was shiny, his hands were clasped together, his eyes were closed, and there was a strange red mole between his eyebrows. His compassionate and sad appearance made people respect him. As soon as the monk opened his mouth, everyone in the dojo felt a breath of peace coming. Immediately following was a dazzling golden light, as if the Buddha was chanting in the middle. The Buddha's light spread from the center of the dojo, shining nakedly in the direction of the man. It was like a pool of autumn water, emitting a trace of coolness, which made people feel peaceful. As soon as the white-robed monk spoke, the people who were enveloped by his Buddha's light had a great liking for him. It was as if this monk was the manifestation of the sacredness of the world, and the man who was previously in the mist was the dirtiest filth in the world. They felt bored and hostile to him. Luo Yan was still on the periphery because he had just arrived. He was not close to the central area of the dojo, and the Buddha's light had not yet spread to him. However, he saw that as soon as the white-robed monk spoke, a large area around him was instantly empty. Obviously, everyone was very afraid of the monks from the western regions. HMPH, damn you bald ass from the western regions, you are so bold. How dare you use your magic in public to disturb my mind? The Kyankan Deofa, the infinite self-manifestation, break. On the other side of the center of the Taoist temple, when he saw the Buddha's light shining everywhere and about to cover his head, a young Taoist priest with his hair tied up in a bun and wearing a flat hewn hat suddenly changed his face, pinched his fingers with one hand, and brought out a rolling magic. He broke the Buddha's light of the white-robed monk. Then he started to curse, "You damn bald man, you are young, but your heart is so bad. The people of Shadow Hall are mortal enemies of your great compassion temple. You don't go to trouble him, but you involve a bunch of outsiders. Did your eyes get eaten by a dog? You can't find an opponent, so you blindly attack the people around you. If your Buddha knew about your behavior, he might run out of the paradise and scold you, a little bald head, for not having any Buddhist compassion for the world." The young Taoist priest came from the Shyangtsen sect in the East region, which is also a super sect. At this moment, he didn't have any Taoist true cultivation at all. His immortal temperament was like the vulgar and foul language of ordinary people on the street. It was just because the white-robed monk's Buddha light spread, which made him very afraid. Judging from the appearance of those who were covered by the Buddha light before, they were almost converted. How could he not be afraid of this? It was simply a generation of evil monks. I heard that the Great Compassion Temple and the Shadow Hall are mortal enemies. Although they are both located in the western regions, the two sects are like water and fire. Because the Shadow Hall is a killer sect that likes to accept assassination missions. Even if it is a secular existence in the mortal world, as long as they can afford the price, they will accept assassination missions. It just so happens that the Great Compassion Temple is also in the western regions. The two sects have different purposes. One sect teaches and pursues faith. The other sect is about killing and pursuing violence with violence. The feud between the two has a long history. Next to Luo Yan, there was a cultivator who knew the foundation of the two sects and revealed the main reason why the two people fought. This is not an absolutely secret matter. As long as you pay more attention to the outside world, you can know it. The major sects in each region are constantly dirty, and the disciples under their doors will naturally be affected by it. Don't be fooled by the violent appearance of the guy who seems to have no moral integrity in Taoism. He comes from the Shyangtsen sect in the East region, which is also a very old sect. He is definitely a strong opponent. A violent personality doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just a disguise. Someone who knows the inside story of each sect reminded his companions. In fact, Luo Yan also saw several monks from the Five Elements Temple, but he didn't choose to recognize them. He just stood silently in the crowd, waiting for the final opening of the Thunder Pool trial. Those who came to this trial side are all for the final Thunder Pool cleansing quota. Therefore, everyone is a potential opponent, even if they are from the same sect. In the center of the dojo, there are several powerful figures sitting cross-legged. Seeing this ray of Buddha's light shining, it was just passing by, targeting someone else. He frowned, and there was a blazing light in his eyes, which instantly broke through the surrounding area. Then he glanced at the white-robed monk in the distance. It was as if he was warning you, "Don't stir up trouble, or I'll beat you up." Then he didn't take it to heart. As if it had nothing to do with him, he closed his eyes again, waiting for the final moment to come. Chapter 191, Geniuses are meant to be stepped on. Luo Yan, attack and kill. This layman is talking nonsense. I just saw the opportunity in Lei Chi ahead, and the lay Buddhists were full of mixed feelings, with a look of anxiety and worry, so I recited a mantra to purify my mind. Help the lay Buddhists present to concentrate their energy and calm their minds. I have good intentions, and I am far from the dirty words from the lay Buddhists. The white-robed monk stretched out one hand forward, smiling and solemn. He did not care about the misunderstandings of others, nor did he take the Taoists who abused him to heart. He still pinched his fingers with one hand and smiled lightly. He looked like a high monk. Donor, since you have met me here, it means that you have a predestined relationship with my Buddha. Please follow me back to the temple to accompany my Buddha, so as to wash away your sins. The white-robed monk turned his face to the side and rear area, where the disciple of the Shadow Hall was. This monk is about to take action. Among the crowd of onlookers, a monk who knew more about the Buddhist sect said. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, he continued to explain, "The practice of the Buddhist sect is very different from that of monks like us. Look carefully at the monk's gestures. The techniques and scriptures we practice on a daily basis are called Buddhist mantras in the Buddhist sect. The higher the level of the Buddhist mantra, the more it requires the unity of body, speech and mind to drive it. That is, the hand seals, the mouth chants the mantra, and the mind visualizes, and the three work together seamlessly to achieve all kinds of wonderful levels. As soon as the man finished speaking, the white-robed monk in the center of the dojo began to take action. If you don't pay attention to your small actions, you will eventually harm your great virtue. The Dharma is in the world, and it is inseparable from the worldly awakening. Donor, don't kill again, you should turn back. The white-robed monk closed his eyes slightly, the seals made by his slender fingers kept changing, and a slight chanting sound came from his lips. The previous golden Buddha light suddenly bloomed again, blazing and boundless, and turned into a fan-shaped prison in an instant. At a speed that people couldn't react in time, it directly enveloped the shadow. In the shut eyes of the crowd, a huge Buddha shadow appeared in the void. The Buddha closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the sky, with a face similar to the white-robed monk. The Buddha sect practiced all kinds of methods, but this guy actually visualized himself. With his own Buddha, he achieved the supreme fruit. In the dark, it seemed that there was an eye from the sky staring at this place, making everyone in the dojo feel like they were being stared at by a terrifying creature. And inside the Buddha light prison, under the cover of the Buddha's shadow, the inner space seemed to be frozen. The disciple of the shadow hall was instantly imprisoned in place and could not move. Like a lamb to be slaughtered. How, damn bald donkey, you are quite insidious, using the immobilization spell to disguise as Buddha's light. Some uninformed disciples of small sects may really fall into your trap. But look at the people around you, why are they scolding you? Don't you reflect on the reason? It's because they all saw the problem hidden in the Buddha's light, but they just didn't point it out. Don't you really think you are invincible and can suppress me? With such a little thought as yours, how could I not notice it? The disciple of the shadow hall, although he was covered by the Buddha's light and couldn't move. But he still sneered, as if mocking. I guess this is your first time out of the temple, stinky monk. Did your master and senior brothers remind you that besides killing, what else are the people of my shadow hall good at? The man of the shadow hall, who was shrouded in mist, took a look at the Buddha's phantom that was getting closer and closer, and sneered. With a bang, his figure turned into a rain of light and dissipated. In an instant, he disappeared from the range of the surging Buddha light. Then he emerged from behind a monk outside the temple. His figure changed rapidly in a short period of time, appearing from behind people every time, and then disappearing, floating unmoving. It was impossible to lock onto him, very strange. It was as if his real body was hidden in the shadows of the crowd in the temple. He was ever-changing and could not be locked onto. In the eyes of the onlookers, this disciple of the shadow hall seemed to have really emerged from the shadows. Such a strange body movement made people feel daunted. It seems that I have underestimated the wisdom of the layman. Today, I am destined to fail to achieve my wish. Please do not hurt innocent people too much in the future. Seeing that his Buddhist mantra was ineffective, the white-robed monk sighed, with a look of compassion on his face. Knowing that there was no point in continuing the stalemate, the white-robed monk loosened his handprint, and the shadow of the Buddha gradually faded away. How, you're pretending to be so hypocritical. I saw that when you started just now, you were not only decisive, but also affected a lot of innocent people. You're pretending to be a good person here. The voices of the disciples of the shadow hall came from all directions, making it difficult to tell the specific direction. Although the actual combat effectiveness of their lineage is not weak, they are all outstanding in the dojo. But the style of the shadow hall is mainly based on assassination. Fighting with people in the open, this kind of straightforward fighting method does not conform to their practice philosophy. Even if he is very powerful, he will not fight with the monks of the Great Compassion Temple under such circumstances. Because there is no point at all. After all, the monks of the Buddhist sect are the most difficult to deal with. Once they are entangled, it is easy to have a situation of no end to life. If the Thunder Pond trial ground has been opened, in order to compete for the final purification quota, he may have a good fight with this monk. But now the Thunder Pond purification ground has not been opened yet. In this case, it is completely unnecessary to fight. Donor, we will meet again. Then there won't be so many innocent people to cover for you. The white-robed monk chanted Amitabha softly, his eyes opened and closed, and his appearance was majestic. The disciple of the shadow hall had been hiding in the crowd. The white-robed monk tried several times to use other people's shadows to escape his lock, but found that he couldn't lock him firmly. This guy changes his body too quickly. There are many people in the dojo. If he is locked forcibly, many innocent people will be implicated. Although the white-robed monk's strength belongs to the top few, it is not easy to directly offend the public. Go against so many monks at the same time. In the end, the grievances between the two sides did not erupt. Let some people who were originally prepared to watch the show disappointed. They all thought that the disciple of the Shadow Hall was too cowardly and could only hide. Not honest at all, not bloody. The monk was at the door, but he still could not bear to fight back. It was just like a turtle. The crowd actually wanted to see the strength of this white-robed monk from the Great Compassion Temple in the far west, so that they could have a rough comparison in their hearts. After all, the Buddha's phantom just now seemed to be able to imprison even space, which shocked everyone. They imagined what kind of scene it would be if they put themselves in the shoes of the Buddha. The result made them feel scared. They did not think that with their own strength, they could escape the terrifying Buddha's light. There was no way to resist. Therefore, they silently raised their vigilance against the white-robed monk to the highest level. They secretly made up their minds, never provoke rashly. Just as everyone was immersing their attention on the white-robed monk, a scream came from a corner of the dojo in the distance. There was a wave of fighting, the light of the runes was diffused, the momentum was soaring, and it soon returned to normal. The people of Taking Shangzong are targeting Tai sect again. Someone watched coldly and saw with his own eyes that a spiritual body wearing a yin and yang Taoist robe was blown up. Luo Yan also saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. No wonder Elder Tian Songzi of Tai sect told him to take care of his disciples if he had the chance. At least he should not be beaten out before he even sets foot on the journey to the Thunder Pool. That would be too unfair. In another corner of the dojo, there were many monks from Taking Shangzong, led by a man in a pure black Taoist robe. What was surprising was that his eyes were pure black as ink, captivating and soul-stirring, with a slender figure and handsome appearance. Dozens of fellow disciples gathered beside him, their eyes scanning every corner of the dojo. The purpose was to find the disciples of Tai sect hidden in the dojo. The black and white Taoist robes were very similar to those on them. They were very conspicuous and easy to find. They wanted to use this violent means to suppress the disciples of Tai sect. They dared not wear the sect's clothes to appear in front of people. This was a panic-stricken conspiracy. Not only did they want to make Tai sect lose face, but they also wanted to make its disciples alienated from it. After all, wearing the robes of one's own sect will attract suppression. In the long run, how many disciples of the sect will be of one mind with the sect? This is a trick to kill off the whole family. As long as the Tai sect disciples are interested in the Thunder Pool trial, they will not dare to show up openly. Over time, not only will everyone stay away from the disciples of the sect, there will also be certain disagreements among themselves. Think about the consequences of provoking the Taking Holy sect. Luo Yan has been watching from a distance, watching the disciples of the Taking sect being unscrupulous and overbearing, searching for monks from the Tai sect everywhere. He did not say anything to stop them. Elder Tian Songzi's request was just an empty word, a polite remark, and he wanted him to confront others. That was wishful thinking. However, Luo Yan vaguely discovered that the disciples of the Taking Holy sect seemed to call the leader Daozi. There is no doubt that this will be another very powerful person. If they confront each other, it will definitely be tricky. It seems that the major forces of Zhongzhao's holy sects, such as Taking Sect, Black and White Academy, War God Temple, and other super sects in other regions have all arrived. Huh? Why don't I see the group of sword madmen from Lingjian Mountain? Someone was surprised and looked for them in the crowd. This is an extremely powerful force that is also one of the holy sects in Zhongzhao. The sect is famous for sword cultivation, but the number of core disciples is extremely rare. There are only a few hundred of them. But it is these hundreds of core disciples who support such a large holy land of sword cultivation. Each of them is a unique existence. The other disciples are like other sects, practicing all kinds of strange techniques. But the real core disciples are almost all sword cultivators. Because the attack of sword cultivators is the best in the world among the same level. Even cultivators with different spiritual roots can only be comparable to them. However, the practice of sword cultivation is recognized as difficult. Inside Lingjian Mountain, there are more than 100,000 disciples practicing swordsmanship, and no more than 100 can be recognized. It is conceivable how difficult it is for sword cultivators to practice. How could those warlike sword madmen be willing to miss such a grand spectacle that encompasses the 5 domains? Wait, the people must have arrived, but we just discovered them. A person next to him responded. In the following time, Luo Yan saw many peerless geniuses from other domains. Each of them was powerful enough to suffocate people. There were a lot of ordinary first-level geniuses here. There were also many existences with obscure auras, with a kind of indifference, watching everyone coldly. Luo Yan guessed that these were the cultivators in the foundation building period. Some of them had failed once. Although some of them participated for the first time, they did not get the qualification to enter here during the key refining period. Now that their practice in reality has been completed, they dare to step into this strange land. Otherwise, it would only waste this precious opportunity. But it is undeniable that people like them have practiced Taoism for a longer time. Naturally, their strength is also stronger. Every secret technique and magical power has reached an extremely terrifying level. After years of baptism, they no longer like to expose themselves, but have become a little introverted. Although the maximum power they can use in this space is only the peak of key refining. But with the blessing of many years of practice experience, their strength will be more terrifying than the real Xianjiao. Luo Yan even saw a strange crocodile, which turned into human form, but not completely, and still retained some of the characteristics of the original body. The exposed tail was golden all over, as if it was made of gold. The golden light was shining, bright and dazzling. The eyes of this demon cultivator were full of murderous intent. It didn't feel like he came to participate in the trial of the Thunder Pool, but came to find someone to fight. The cultivators who were stared at by the fierce crocodile were all frightened, and they were cold from head to toe, and their whole bodies were cold. It's almost time, it's almost time, it's about to start. An old cultivator estimated the time and said softly. More and more people gathered in the dojo, and many people were chatting with each other, causing a commotion. After about an hour, the number of people in the dojo stopped increasing. The cloud stairs behind the dojo kept collapsing, eventually forming 5 roads to heaven. The rules of the Thunder Pool trial are also very simple. Each of the 5 cloud roads behind can lead to the final cleansing place. People in the dojo can choose any one to step on. Once you step on the cloud road, you cannot return. There are layers of fog in the cloud road, which can block vision, spiritual consciousness and most perception methods. But the battle scene of the person walking at the front can be perceived by everyone who follows. The cloud road will collapse a little bit every once in a while until it collapses completely. Halfway, the 5 cloud roads will have a meeting point. At this time, you can choose whether to change the route forward. In each cloud road, only one person will be qualified to enter the Thunder Pool for cleansing. In other words, each cloud road will decide the most powerful cultivator. The general rules of the trial are like this, which looks very simple. It's just that the cloud road is open for a long time, at least 1 month. Because in the area where the cloud road is located, a terrifying existence above the 9 heavens has appeared, and there will be a certain evolution of the Taoism. There are deep spiritual ideas and full of spiritual charm. Some people with extraordinary talents can even comprehend from it the secrets of thunder that existed in ancient times. After all, this place is close to the Thunder Pool and was once a place where rules were manifested. It is normal for a trace of thunder to remain. However, the number of thunder cultivators is still too small compared to other cultivators. The root of it is that it is difficult to learn and master. Thunder magic is different from other magical powers. This requires not only talent, but also extremely high magic talent. Because the power of thunder is very violent, it is exposed all the time, and it will be destroyed and injured at the touch. Based on this characteristic, it becomes much more difficult to practice thunder magic. If there is a thunder cultivator, go to that Thunder Pool and practice thunder magic. It is tantamount to adding wings to a tiger. This is the beauty of the ancient spiritual land. Even in a cloud space, there will be rules manifesting. With a boom, the barrier outside the dojo was opened. Many monks turned into light spots and rushed into the 5 cloud roads in an instant. They were like endless flying birds. They were immersed in the layers of mist without stirring up any waves. Running so fast, it's useless to compete for the front. Someone outside the dojo sneered and shook his head. Because the trial time this time will be in months. The length of the cloud road is limited. If you reach the end too early, the Thunder Pool will not appear in advance. The most important thing is to look at the strength of the monks themselves. After this long time, all competitors will be eliminated. When there is only one monk left on each cloud road, the thunder pool hidden in the zoomy space will truly appear. That is the real God-given opportunity. Therefore, entering that cloud road early or late, there is no difference. When the crowd in the dojo has almost dissipated, Luo Yan also randomly found a cloud road and walked in. The thick fog in the cloud road is sticky, and the clouds are lingering and gray air is pervasive. If the cloud road was not straight, it would be understandable to regard this place as a fairyland. Because the Taoram here is too strong. It is so strong that Luo Yan really wants to stop and feel it carefully. He believes that if he can stay here for a long time, his artistic conception level and his understanding of the rules will definitely reach a deeper level. Stepping on the cloud road, his vision can only see a very short distance. Luo Yan paced vigorously and found that being on this cloud layer would also affect the sound. It can't be transmitted very far. He used his spiritual sense to explore again, and it could only spread outwards for less than 10 feet. Eyes that have not yet been blessed with this spiritual eye technique can see clearly. There is always a vague feeling that seems to be true. Luo Yan did not use the escape light to fly, but only used a light body technique. Ensure that his speed is neither fast nor slow. In such a narrow space, the field of vision is too restricted. Afterwards, Luo Yan continued to walk forward, carefully feeling the rules and Taoram between this world. If I hadn't been competing for the spot on the thunder pool, I would have really wanted to practice here. Luo Yan sighed, his own five elements realm slowly emerging beside him, forming a stream of colorful light. This was the place with the most abundant Taoram he had ever encountered. Because he had all the five elements realm, he could sense many things that ordinary people couldn't sense. After Luo Yan rushed forward for another half an hour, there was a faint sound of fighting from the depths of the cloud road, and the glow of the clouds was overflowing. The entire cloud road was dyed in camouflage. Several young monks were now joining forces to besiege a woman. The female cultivator looked about the same age as him, wearing a plain Taoist robe and a jade belt, which set off her graceful figure very slender. Several other young men who participated in the siege of her had gloomy looks on their faces and murderous intent. Don't take it lightly, fellow disciples, or you may end up in a disaster. With this woman's strength, she won't last long. Once she is defeated, her soul power can be absorbed by us, and our mental strength will increase. Even if we fail in the thunder pool trial this time, it will not be a wasted trip. After the young man said this, he raised his hands, and a short blade was spinning in his palms. At the same time, the spells in his hands changed, and a large area of dazzling knife light suddenly burst out from the broken blade. Mixed with the phantoms of terrifying beasts, the roar was deafening and powerful. His other companions also used similar methods, and then attacked the plain-robed female cultivator together. You guys are the geniuses of the Shyangtsen sect in the East region, but you actually united to attack a weak woman like me. Don't you know what shame is? The female cultivator in the plain Taoist robe had a cold face, and a cold light flashed in her almond eyes. She shouted loudly. She was very angry. The behavior of these people joining forces. She was in a state where she could only passively take a beating. If it was a fair one-on-one fight, the plain-robed female cultivator didn't think she would lose. But the damn Shyangtsen sect disciples on the opposite side always gathered together, so she couldn't find a chance to kill alone. She could only express her anger and pin her hopes on their male chauvinism. But the plain-robed female cultivator still underestimated the shamelessness of these Shyangtsen sect cultivators. No matter how she scolded, the other party had a mentality that she was sure to win. The idea of these people was very simple, that is to blow up the white-robed female cultivator. Then devour her spiritual force ball. This can greatly promote the growth of the soul origin of the cultivator. It is a vital help to the subsequent practice. The white-robed female cultivator saw that her words were ineffective, and saw the broken blade phantoms all around, which seemed to form a set of superimposed formations. The power doubled. The phantom of the ferocious beast in the void shocked her ears. The white-robed female cultivator bit her silver teeth lightly, opened her mouth and spit out a thin sword with a width of 2 fingers. The magic formula in her hand suddenly urged. The thin sword turned into a silver light and rushed out at a very fast speed. With a sound of clang, the thin sword collided with multiple broken blades, and the bombardment was deafening. The face of the white-robed female cultivator also turned pale. It was obvious that it was still a bit difficult for her to fight against the siege of these people alone. Chapter 192 Last month's update is completed. The young man who destroyed the flowers and thunder had a sneer on his face, and the magic spells in his hands changed faster. The power of the broken blade surged in an instant. Naive woman. What fairness are you talking about in the Thunder Pool trial ground? You don't have the strength to suppress us with 1 against many. Who else can I bully if not you? Become the nourishment for our cultivation. The young man pointed out, and the shadow of the ferocious beast brought by the broken blade became more solid. Coincidentally, at this moment, Luo Yan's figure appeared from the cloud road behind. The white-robed female cultivator saw this scene, and her pretty face was instantly overjoyed. Brother, please help me out. These people are disciples of the super sect in the East region, and they actually joined forces to besiege a weak woman like me who can't even tie a chicken. Brother, please help me out quickly, I will be grateful. After the white-robed female cultivator said this, she rushed straight towards him without waiting for Luo Yan to refuse. It seemed that she wanted to use his hand to escape. HMPH, here comes another one to die. The young men looked at each other at this time, and did not take the sudden appearance of Luo Yan too seriously. There are several people on their side, and they are not afraid of any challenge when they join forces. It's just right that someone dares to interfere, and they will be blown up at the same time. In this way, the spiritual power they share will appear more abundant. You must know that the growth of the soul's origin power has always been a big problem that puzzles many cultivators. Although some secret methods of practicing spiritual power can forge one's own spiritual power, but the speed is too slow. All of them require dozens or hundreds of years of hard practice and continuous tempering. But it's different in this ancient secret realm. Everyone's carrier is manifested by their own spiritual power. As long as the opponent is blown up, a wisp of pure soul origin power will be left in the original place. After absorbing it, one's own spiritual power will be increased accordingly. This is much faster than practicing those so-called spiritual secrets. They had already discussed in advance that they would unite on the road of the Thunder Pool trial and then hunt wantonly. They know their own strength. Although they know their own strength, they can barely be called a genius. But in this space, geniuses are the least valuable. There are a lot of such people. There are too many people who are stronger than them. The geniuses of the 5 domains are all gathered together. There are also the older generation of practitioners, who are also here, competing with them for the quota for the refining in the Thunder Pool. The gathering of geniuses and the appearance of the older generation of cultivators are enough to make ordinary disciples feel desperate. In front of this group of people, there is absolutely no hope of fighting. It is better to find another way. For example, unite a few like-minded fellows and focus on other things. Instead of competing for the few and illusory qualifications for the Thunder Pool refining, it is better to take the initiative and hunt others. It is more practical to blow up some opponents and increase the origin of your own soul. If you leave this trial ground, it will be difficult to encounter such a good hunting opportunity again. So they agreed from the beginning that they were ready to join forces to do a big job. With a combined strength of several of them, even an ordinary Xianjiao level seed would not be their opponent. That's why they seemed to be fearless. As for the pleading of the white-robed female cultivator in front of him, he pretended not to see it at all. No matter how beautiful she is, it has nothing to do with him. He can't see, get, touch, or know her, so it is absolutely impossible for him to let the white-robed female cultivator run away. All of you die. The young man sneered again, and the spell changed. The broken blade instantly enlarged and twisted violently. Then, the white-robed female cultivator's thin sword shattered with a bang. A flying sword transformed by mental power broke into several pieces and fell down like a bird with broken wings. Brother Dao, save me, help me quickly. The white-robed female cultivator shouted, with a hint of panic in her tone. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and a sense of weakness was revealed on her fair and pretty face. Luo Yan glanced at the white-robed female cultivator flying straight towards him, and the sword shadows following behind her. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was calm, and a colorful talisman appeared in his palm. It turned into more than a dozen spirit butterflies, passing through those blade shadows and instantly dispersing them. Then more than a dozen spirit butterflies flew towards the young men at a very fast speed. Oh no, we have encountered a real tough guy. Stop it, fellow disciples, let's run away first. The young man saw that his group's attack was casually dispersed like a fly. His face, which was originally sneering, changed drastically in an instant. He called his companions and wanted to escape from this place of trouble. Unfortunately, They were not fast enough to escape. Those colorful spirit butterflies flapped their wings lightly and jumped over many distances. In the blink of an eye, they came in front of them. The spotted butterflies began to glow, and a colorful light flashed and shone on them. It made them unable to move. 1, 2, and all the spirit butterflies exploded in an instant, destroying the spiritual bodies of these people. After these people disappeared, Luo Yan suddenly felt that there were groups of pure spiritual power left behind where they disappeared. Luo Yan tentatively touched one of the spiritual power balls. This ball of light was like a raindrop falling into a lake, and was absorbed by him in an instant. They merged into one. It was like coming to paradise, and his whole body felt an indescribable comfort. He was so comfortable that every pore on his body was trembling. Indistinctly, Luo Yan felt that his soul seemed to have grown a bit. His eyes burst into dazzling brilliance. Luo Yan finally understood what Lian said a few days ago, that after destroying other people's spiritual bodies, it would have great benefits for the growth of one's own soul origin. This is simply an absolute panacea for promoting the growth of the soul origin. Only at this moment, Luo Yan also had the idea of hunting others. This opportunity to increase one's soul power is rare, and he must seize it firmly. Thank you for helping me out. May I ask your name? If there is a chance, I will repay you generously in the future. The white-robed female cultivator also reacted at this time. Seeing that the young men who were originally arrogant could not even last a round in the hands of the black-robed man in front of them, she couldn't help but be extremely shocked. There was a weak smile on her pretty face, and the bloodstains on the corners of her mouth made her look even more pitiful. She made people want to protect her, and she was very charming. Her exquisite body curves were charming, and after being injured, she had a more charming temperament. The combination of the two temperaments made her a peerless beauty. Luo Yan just glanced at the white-robed female cultivator indifferently, and did not mean to reply. Then, in her horrified eyes, he slapped her. The spirit body of the white-robed female cultivator suddenly disintegrated in an instant, leaving a ball of pure spiritual power light in its place. Is the reality of this space so high? When the spirit body is injured, it can even bleed. Luo Yan murmured in a low voice, and recalled the scene of the white-robed female cultivator being injured just now, and a thought flashed through his mind. He never looked at the white-robed female cultivator from beginning to end, and he was not in the mood to pay attention to the surprise and disbelief on her face when her spirit power collapsed. It was as if there was a huge grievance that she had not told. In a trial of the Thunder Pool, she actually encountered two groups of men who directly attacked her. Each group was more cruel than the other. It was completely different from the sect disciples she met on weekdays. When she was in the sect, because of her outstanding appearance, all the male disciples praised the white-robed female cultivator very much. It was like a saint of the sect. But when she came to this ancient secret space, the white-robed female cultivator suffered setbacks one after another. The external advantages that had once been invincible were gone in an instant. She didn't know where the problem was. In fact, ascetics like Luo Yan have long been free from the lowest level of desire. No matter how beautiful the white-robed female cultivator was, in his eyes, she was no different from the young men before, and they were all enemies. After she was blown up, a ball of pure spiritual power would be left in the original place. There was no difference between the two. After absorbing it, one's soul power would increase a little. For such a benefit that was delivered to his door, Luo Yan would naturally not choose to let it go. Besides, the moment the white-robed female cultivator saw him, she took the initiative to lead her opponent over, and it was not difficult to guess her thoughts. This behavior of diverting trouble was enough to prove that the white-robed female cultivator was not a good thing. Luo Yan naturally had no psychological burden to clean up. Once you embark on this trial road, it makes no difference whether you are a man or a woman. They are all competitors. Being kind to others is irresponsible to yourself. Luo Yan would not do such a stupid thing. Even disciples of the same sect and family members would not give up such a great opportunity as the Thunder Pool trial. Not to mention a stranger like the white-robed female cultivator. Luo Yan was at the rear of this cloud road, and there were countless people in front of him. After realizing the wonderful use of the spiritual power light ball absorbed by blowing up the opponent, Luo Yan's originally careless expression was retracted, and there was a green light flashing under his feet, and he slowly rose into the air. If I blow up all the people on this road, I think my spiritual power will increase several times more than enough. Luo Yan began to control the escape light, and the speed of advancement suddenly increased. During this period, he met many people who were rushing through the clouds and were targeted by him. The 5-color rune light permeated the clouds, and then his palm slapped down like a giant palm holding up the sky, instantly blowing them up. Then he absorbed their spiritual power light balls. Not long after, there was another powerful energy fluctuation in the front, and someone was fighting. Boom! The momentum of these two was amazing, and the fluctuations emanating from their bodies were like the sound of an endless tsunami, which was breathtaking. This was a battle between masters of the first level of Xianjiao. The afterglow of their fight was reflected in the entire space, as if the divine fire was burning, as bright as the sun. There are still people who dare to watch the battle from the sidelines. Do you want to be the jackal? Then I'll grant you your wish. Kill. In a short period of time, the two exchanged dozens of moves, each of which was an astonishing explosion of secret techniques, causing the clouds to fluctuate heavily. Their eyes caught sight of the black-robed Luo Yan standing aside, and with a loud shout, the light of the runes in his palms enveloped him. At this tense moment, someone dared to watch the battle close up, which meant that they did not take them seriously. This was a provocation. This ignorant latecomer must be taught a lesson. Just what I want. Luo Yan responded softly, with a blazing light of runes around him and his black hair dancing wildly. It was as if he was wearing a layer of colorful armor and was submerged in endless divine light. Luo Yan used runes to fight 1 against 2, and after hundreds of moves, he finally defeated the two at the same time. This was an amazing record. The strength of these two people was very strong. If they were picked out alone, they were definitely the first-level existence of Xianjiao, and they were usually high above. Ordinary cultivators would quickly flee when they met them, and they could not compete with them at all. A Xianjiao is an invincible person of the same level, and it is difficult to compete with him. Otherwise, how can he dare to be called a Xianjiao of the generation? Under normal circumstances, there are not many Xianjiao people of the same age in a super sect. For example, in the Wuxing Temple where Luo Yan is, the total number of Xianjiao people of their generation, even if the Xianjiao seeds hidden in the family lineage are counted, will never exceed the number of fingers. It is conceivable how rare it is to find a Xianjiao-level cultivator of the same level. But Luo Yan actually fought 1 against 2 in a short time and suppressed the 2 people at the same time. His record is extremely brilliant. In the past few years, he has learned so many spells, practiced runes, and comprehended magical powers and artistic conception. He has accumulated so much, and finally at this moment, all of them have been transformed into peerless combat power. Feedback to himself. Without relying on the advantages of big and small magical powers, suppressing 2 people at the same time is the embodiment of real combat power. It is also the fundamental pursuit of many people who sharpen themselves. After Luo Yan absorbed the spiritual power of the 2 people, he did not stay in place for long, but continued to fly forward. Because this body is manifested by mental power, as long as there is no injury, there is no need to rest too much. However, the more times the magical power is used, Luo Yan still feels tired and wants to rest. He guessed that fighting in this space would not consume spiritual power. But mental power is limited, and it is okay to use some common spells. The more powerful the moves, the more mental power is consumed. This seems to limit the abuse of magical skills by cultivators from another perspective. Otherwise, the increase in mental power obtained by defeating the opponent is not enough for one's own consumption. Therefore, Luo Yan will not use some powerful spells at the first time. After all, after the mental power is exhausted, it takes at least a whole day to rest before it can be fully recovered. And Luo Yan's speed of advancement is not fast, because every time he stops to fight, it will delay a certain amount of time. From the beginning, he turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. At this moment, he has pulled away from the people behind him by a long distance. But on this cloud road, running fast is not very useful. In the end, it depends on personal strength. So Luo Yan was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. Just like this, he slowly swept from the back to the front, and no one could escape his pursuit. He was ready to clear all the competitors on this cloud road. After absorbing a lot of spiritual power light balls, Luo Yan's soul power was also growing rapidly. As Luo Yan's momentum was retracted, the colorful rune lights were all restrained, and his body returned to its normal color. He turned into a handsome young man again, wearing a black robe and a crane mask on his face. He looked like a stranger was not allowed to enter. Continuing forward, The opponent's strength became more and more difficult. It was simply impossible to collapse at the first touch like it did. Without using magical powers to forcibly suppress the practitioners who can set foot on this cloud road, no one will be a weakling. Luo Yan did not delay anymore and continued to move forward, chasing those in front. Not long after defeating several more opponents, Luo Yan had just absorbed the spiritual power light balls of these people, and suddenly froze in place. He felt that his mental power seemed to be in disorder, and his eyebrows wrinkled into a river shape instantly. Did I absorb too many mental power balls in a short period of time? Luo Yan felt that his soul was a little swollen. He sat cross-legged on the spot and carefully analyzed the root cause of his mental disorder. He guessed that it was probably because he absorbed too much mental power in a very short period of time. As a result, his soul power was too full, and he might need to digest it for a while before he could continue hunting. This is like a bowl of water, which will overflow when it is full. Before replacing the bowl with a larger basin, absorbing these pure mental power balls is of no use at all. It may also have a negative impact on one's own soul. Luo Yan finally understood why it took months to complete just one cloud road. It was because there was a certain limit to the improvement of one's soul power in a short period of time. It was impossible to raise it infinitely. These mental power balls were the purest nutrients, nourishing a person's soul to grow rapidly. But this all requires a process. Step by step, quantitative change first, and eventually qualitative change. Luo Yan even guessed that the final cleansing in the thunder pool was so important. The purpose was to wash away the impurities in these spiritual powers that were obtained out of thin air, so that they could be completely transformed into the origin of his own soul. So Luo Yan simply gave up moving forward and planned to rest here for a few days to solve the problem of disordered spiritual power in his body first. Then continue to move forward. Stopping on the road, relaxing at leisure, and relaxing the mind. Luo Yan looked at the gray cloud space above his head, his thoughts flying. He sensed the spiritual charm that filled this space again, as if waving at him. The 5 elements of artistic conception emerged on Luo Yan's body, connecting the trace of the brands in the dark. Comprehending the Tao rhyme densely spread between this world. Luo Yan's mind was completely empty, and it manifested with a manifestation of the Tao rhyme. The power of thunder faintly, he seemed to see a subtle arc of electricity passing through the sky, and all the red clouds collapsed in an instant. The endless darkness enveloped the place again, the thunder roared, and the lightning pierced the night sky. There were bursts of noise. These are all traces of thunder. Luo Yan observed for a long time, and finally found a trace. Then, he began to copy, and there was a sizzling electric current in his palm. A rune flashing with silver light was reflected by him and engraved on the cloud road. When the mind was engraved on the last stroke, the lightning was fierce, and with a chi, a deep hole was instantly chiseled in the cloud. After a while, the cloud recovered. Is this the thunder rune? It is really violent inside and difficult to control. Luo Yan made such a judgment after thinking. If it were any other rune, he could even engrave a whole scripture in such a long time. But this thunder power is different, and it took a lot of effort to copy it out as a rune. The burst of thunder power just now seems to be different from other runes. Luo Yan pondered, his mind turning over and over, carefully recalling the scene just now. Regarding this mysterious thing, the chip can't help him. Because the chip detects or observes an object through a large amount of data for comparison and analysis. But the Luo Yan, although it is full of heaven and earth, cannot be sensed by normal means. It can only be bonded, touched, and observed with its own artistic conception. The chip's detection method loses its effectiveness in the face of such rules. This thunder rune, the moment it was formed, seems to have attracted a special power of heaven and earth. Use this unique power of heaven and earth to generate a new power system. Luo Yan savored it carefully and felt the changes in the thunder rune just now. This thunder rune belongs to the superposition state of the basic rune, which is a kind of high-level rune. Luo Yan didn't recognize it at first, but because of the existence of that trace of brand. When he copied it, he just copied it. With the help of the Dao rhyme, Luo Yan could still sense the use of this rune. This seems to be an incomplete ancient scripture of the Dao of Thunder. Luo Yan muttered to himself and gave a conclusion. He tried to engrave the rune again. But it was destroyed in an instant, and the text form could not be completely maintained. The moment this rune was born, it seemed to suddenly condense a kind of momentum, but because there was no subsequent scripture to connect it. The moment the rune was born, It went to destruction. Can't the rune exist alone in the world? Luo Yan felt a little incredible. He had studied runes for so long, but this was the first time he found this situation. It seemed that there was some external force interfering with the operation of the thunder rune. It prevented it from really appearing in the world. Perhaps this is the main reason why the thunder method is precious and cannot be easily mastered by cultivators. It is useless to engrave a single rune. Only complete spells or scriptures can be engraved. And the spiritual rhyme above the cloud road seems to hide secrets that are not noticed by people. It should be a secret code that should not appear in the world. Unfortunately, it cannot be mastered. Because the runes in this Deo rhyme are only part of the secret code. Many of them are incomplete, and he cannot copy them completely. After trying many times without success, Luo Yan simply stopped insisting. In the end, Luo Yan sensed his mental power and found that the fullness of his soul power had greatly improved. The problem of mental disorder also disappeared. The previously surging soul origins have been completely digested by it. It's time to get back on the road. So he chose to leave. The secret of the thunder rune and the exploration of the incomplete ancient scripture can only be put aside for the time being. It won't be too late to study it later when there is time. Luo Yan continued on his way and flew forward with the escape light. Chapter 193, The 12 Palaces of the 8 Trigrams, the Proud Daughter of Heaven. In the next 2 days, Luo Yan kept taking action and hunted down competitors many times. Then it devoured their spiritual power balls. When the soul power swelled, it stopped to rest. Everything was very calm. Luo Yan sensed a figure walking in front of the cloud road, as if he was at least several days away from him. He walked very fast, and his escape light was very fast, and he hardly fought. Luo Yan didn't care. Not long after, a strong energy fluctuation broke out in front of him. Through the endless clouds and mist, you can see the energy light column that went straight into the sky. Obviously, the people fighting were very strong. Luo Yan didn't hesitate at all, and his escape light was used to the extreme, like a lone boat in a torrent, and arrived in an instant. When he arrived, he found that it was very lively here. There were more than a dozen people from different major forces, besieging a golden figure. These people acted decisively, attacking one by one in batches in the pattern of 2 yin and yang, 4 images, 8 trigrams, and 12 palaces. Each attack was launched by at least 4 people at the same time. Borrowing the power of the formation, the attacks of these people were multiplied, and the rays of light were radiant, and then extremely blazing. Finally, there was a muffled sound like a landslide. The clouds dispersed, the fog cleared, and it seemed as if the space was constantly shaking. With a boom, the 12 people moved together, and layer after layer of rune attacks continued. The entire cloud layer was submerged. Everyone in here was very powerful, but now they united to deal with a female cultivator whose whole body was shrouded in golden light. Brothers outside, please stop. If you continue to move forward, we will regard you as enemies. If there are brothers who are willing to join us and attack this proud daughter of the war god temple, please enter the Li and Fu positions in the 12 palaces of the 8 diagrams and use the fire rune to help. Such a big movement not only attracted Luo Yan's attention, but also several other cultivators hurried over. However, they were all noticed by the group of people in the formation at the first time. Then they gave warnings and suggestions. The reason why they mobilized so many people, all spontaneously besieged a seemingly weak woman, was because this woman's background was very unusual. She is the leader of this generation of the war god temple of this Hongzhou holy sect. Her personal strength is extremely strong. Before this, several disciples from the major sects joined forces and were all beaten up by her. You should know that almost all those who can come here are geniuses from various sects. There are also quite a few first-level geniuses, and there are even more than half of them who are foundation-building cultivators. But in the hands of this crazy woman in the war god temple, she still couldn't last more than 10 moves. Her strength is so strong that it makes people feel scalp numb. But because of the huge noise, other people on this cloud road were also attracted. Seeing the female cultivator of the war god temple beat others up on the spot, such a terrifying scene. They suddenly had the idea that they could not be defeated. So a person who is proficient in formations stood up. Together with the onlookers, they set up the 2 yin and yang, 4 images, 8 trigrams and 12 palaces formation. Only then did they barely entangle this crazy woman in the war god temple. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they could not defeat her. It is conceivable that the strength of this proud daughter of the war god temple is abnormal. In the 8 trigrams 12 palaces formation, there is heavy rain, rolling thunder, howling wind, and raging fire. This is not real water and fire, but a picture formed by the interweaving of runes. The formation is constantly transforming the attacks of everyone into attribute attacks with power that is enough to double. Such a vast expanse, covering the sky, is very shocking and terrifying. The people in the 8 trigrams 12 palaces formation are standing in different directions. The attribute power triggered by each of them seems to be under some kind of superposition, as majestic as the sea. This formation is not simple, it can actually transform the power of everyone into the attribute power of the world. The power of more than a dozen people is transformed into a rune unity, and the power exerted is not as simple as the superposition of 10 people. It is even equivalent to 20, 30, or more times of people attacking at the same time, which is simply chilling. Luo Yan did not intervene, but stood in the distance and watched. There are several people like him. All the people in the field were extraordinary. But what was even more shocking was that they used the power of the formation to launch attacks far beyond their own strength. HMPH, having more people can change the fact that you will still fail. My war god temple has suppressed Zhongzhou and the northern territory for tens of thousands of years, and the method we practice is to rely on fighting to support fighting. What I'm least afraid of is siege. Watch me break your turtle shell. The war god Atlas blesses me, the war god's true body is born, break it for me. The female cultivator of the war god temple shouted softly. There were dazzling runes on her palms, her whole body was glowing, her eyes were flowing, and even her hair was dyed into gold by the rune light. Behind her, a golden figure appeared, all condensed by her runes. One hand held up a light curtain to isolate the attacks of those formations. Then the golden phantom opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds, connecting with a wisp of taurime, condensing the rune light, and bursting out a dazzling light. He came with the power of heaven and earth. With a bang, 2 terrible attacks intertwined. The momentum was shocking, and the endless runes overlapped, becoming the source of destruction. The encounter between the two was the most amazing collision. There was a thunderous sound that shook the earth, and a golden beam of light went straight up to the sky, extremely thick, and pierced through the joint formation in an instant. In just a moment, 2 people screamed, and their spirit bodies were blown up on the spot. It can be clearly seen that their spirit bodies were pierced by the terrifying beam of light emitted by the golden phantom. The originally powerful formation had a loophole in an instant. The monk who presided over the formation was very anxious, with a look of horror in his eyes, and his voice was about to break. Brothers outside, come and make up for it. Don't let this crazy woman break free, otherwise we will all be finished. No one can escape. The female cultivator of the war god temple was too terrifying. Several people on the periphery wanted to bypass it, but there was a ban on the periphery of the cloud road. No flying. If you leave the cloud road, you will fall from the cloud layer. It is equivalent to giving up. There was another battle ahead. As long as the female cultivator from the war god temple was there, the people behind would never be able to get ahead of her. So the few people watching from a distance, after weighing the pros and cons, also flew towards the formation, ready to fill the vacancy. They watched for a while and found that the female cultivator from the war god temple was indeed powerful. No matter who was present, they could not last more than a few moves in her hands. So the few people on the periphery were ready to help. Unfortunately, it was too late. The female cultivator from the war god temple attacked again, with the 5 fingers of her right hand stretched out and clenched into a fist. The golden shadow behind her also changed, clenched her fist, and the momentum moved the whole world. A beam of fist force larger than before burst out, soaring into the sky, and the blazing golden light came at a very fast speed, crazy. At this moment, the cloud layer was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Countless lines intertwined, smashing the formation with one punch. The rest of the people fell to the ground, leaving only a heavy breath. Someone's face turned pale, and he trembled in fear and said, "How could they fail? With the combined strength of so many people, they couldn't even take her down. Is this the pride of the holy sect? I hate it." He still wanted to struggle to escape, but the female cultivator of the war god temple casually waved a golden light and blew him up. Then she took a deep breath of those spiritual light balls and all went into her stomach. The female cultivator of the war god temple was shining with golden light, as if the god of war had descended to the world, and she exuded a powerful and terrifying aura that made people tremble. Seeing this, Several other cultivators who were about to intervene in the siege immediately slipped away without looking back, fearing that they would be liquidated. The scene just now, in front of them, more than a dozen people were blown up in one fell swoop, and no one could stop it. It made people's backs cold. I looked into the future, a sea of blood, and looked carefully, but behind you was a blank, as if something was blocking you. Why is this happening? At this moment, the golden light on the female cultivator of the war god temple dissipated, revealing her true face. She turned out to be a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old, much more immature than Luo Yan. There was a hint of immaturity on her pretty face. She had black and smooth hair, a pointed face, beautiful eyes, and a red gold battle suit that moved in the wind. She looked like the legendary female god of war. She didn't have the heroic spirit of a man, and she was not only beautiful, but also very young. The female cultivator of the Temple of War ignored the monks who escaped. The light in her beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked at the direction where Luo Yan was with a hint of solemnity. There is a secret technique in the Temple of War that can expand the range of one's sixth sense within a certain range. Through this mysterious sensing method, one can judge the approximate strength of the opponent. However, this secret method is difficult to practice. Even within the Temple of War, not many people can master it. Because this secret technique requires talent. The sixth sense is innate and cannot be increased after birth, but its sensitivity can only be improved. This is the difficulty of practicing the secret technique. People who are born with mediocre sixth sense will never be able to get started in their lifetime. In fact, many magics require monks to have certain talents. If the talent is not good, you can't even touch the threshold. This is why there are thousands of scriptures in the sutra library, but few people can read them all. Even high-level monks are the same. Without a certain talent, even if you put the ancient magic in front of you, you can't understand it. You can't practice it. You can only stare blankly. Just now, the female cultivator of the war god temple used her sixth sense to sense the group of besiegers, but did not find any danger. After defeating them completely, she cast her sixth sense on the black-robed man who was watching the battle in the distance. At first, it was as dangerous as a needle, but then it became nothingness, as if it had disappeared directly. Such a strange change is still extremely rare. But she understood that this black-robed man wearing a crane-faced mask was definitely a strong enemy. But the monks of the war god temple are born to like fighting. So she quickly showed a strong desire to fight towards Luo Yan. With a natural sixth sense and the secret fighting method of the war god temple. So far, she has never failed in a battle with the same level. After advancing on the cloud road for so long, she finally met a powerful opponent. How could she not be extremely excited? Do you need to rest? I'll wait for you to recover, and then we'll have a fair fight. Luo Yan stood calmly in the distance, looking calmly at the young female cultivator who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old, ready for a big fight. This trial ground was originally a place to hone oneself. Encountering such a powerful opponent, Luo Yan was willing to give him a certain respect. He would not take advantage of others. Because this was not a fight in reality, there was no need to use all means. And he believed that he was invincible. The key refining realm had been polished to perfection by him, and there was no room for improvement. Now was the time to test the results of his practice. It was perfect to use the proud daughter of this Hongzhou holy sect as a test opponent. My sixth sense tells me that you are very strong, and you carry a strong evil spirit. But when I sensed it carefully, I found that you actually carry the aura of multiple artistic conceptions. You are extraordinary. The girl from the war god temple spoke. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like raindrops falling into a clear spring, splashing transparent water, gentle and smart. In her concentrated perception, she finally found a clue. The black-robed man opposite was filled with a strong artistic conception, like a firefly in the dark night, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. But there is one thing that the female cultivator of the war god temple is sure of. That is, there is almost no weak hand who understands the existence of artistic conception. It is inevitable to be strong. Because the blessing of artistic conception on the magic is too great, the power can at least increase by 30% out of thin air. It is enough to change the situation of a battle. Your perception is really sharp. I didn't expect that you could also detect this. Luo Yan was surprised, although he had witnessed the super strength of the female cultivator of the war god temple before. Every move he made was full of great power. But what he didn't expect was that the girl could actually sense the 5 elements hidden in him. This was somewhat similar to Hali in the past. Her ears were very sharp and she could hear many things that many cultivators couldn't hear. This talent didn't seem to have any obvious benefits in cultivation. But when it erupted in battle, it could often gain a lot of advantages. It was like the ultimate power of some magic skills, which the female cultivators of the War God Temple could sense in an instant. Then they could instantly judge how much power they should use to offset that attack. This innate sixth sense could predict most of the dangers in advance. If used in battle, it would be very suitable. But there's no need to rest, they're just a bunch of clowns. The girl in front of him spoke. As the proud daughter of the War God Temple, she was only 17 years old and had already cultivated to the great perfection of key refining. She had practiced no less than 100 secret methods and magical powers. Each of them reached the realm of smoothness and ease. She could even imitate many scriptures just by reading them once. Outstanding talent, brilliant talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to defeat so many fellow disciples at this age and come to this Thunderpool trial ground. She had experienced many battles and had long since adapted to the state of being besieged. This was just a small scene. The group of people who joined forces earlier could not bring her too much trouble. And after devouring the spiritual power balls of those people, the little spiritual power she consumed had long been fully restored. Chapter 194, Fierce Fight, Shape-shifting Technique. Since I set foot on this cloud road, I have been looking for a strong opponent to hone my true form as the god of war. I hope you won't let me down. The girl from the War God Temple spoke. In just a moment, her temperament changed. A piece of golden text emerged and was imprinted in the void behind her. It was vivid, like a modeled ancient scroll. Above the head of the girl from the War God Temple, boundless characters suddenly emerged, emitting a hazy glow. Every word was full of agility. It seemed to have vitality, releasing an indescribable majestic power. The breath was deep and mysterious. This is a very strong magical power. She thought the black-robed man in front of her was qualified, so she showed her true strength and took it seriously. Come on, let's have a fair fight. The girl from the War God Temple shouted softly. Since she entered the outer gate, she has experienced various sect competitions, and one has fallen. Step by step from the outer gate to the inner gate, until she entered the true transmission sequence. Now she has come to this Thunderpool trial ground, and countless people have been defeated by her. Although she is a woman, her strength exceeds that of many men. Not afraid of danger, she has rich combat experience. She wanted to prove to the world that female cultivators could be invincible at the same level, and age was not everything. Luo Yan's face was covered by a crane mask, and no expression could be seen. But his eyes, although still calm, had a blazing brilliance. In Luo Yan's eyes, as long as they set foot on this cloud road, they were potential competitors, regardless of gender, age and so on. So he would not look down on the girl in front of him because she had a well-behaved face. That would be irresponsible to himself. Stop. The girl from the War God Temple shouted softly, and her tone was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded. There was a hint of clarity in the soft voice, and it was filled with murderous aura. She waved her sleeves like green onions and lotus roots, and the runes in the sky vibrated, blooming with brilliant rays of light, and then fell gracefully. These characters were crystal clear, and each one seemed to be made of sharp blades, shining brightly, and flashing bright gold. With endless fighting spirit, the power was terrifying. Boom! Luo Yan would not be passive. He waited for the characters to fall, and then suddenly attacked. His hands changed quickly and made hand gestures. 5 colors of light beams burst out from his fingertips: cyan, blue, scarlet, red, and gold. They passed through the runes, crackling, humming, and muffled explosions. Many runes were hit by these colorful rays of light and exploded into fireworks in the void, gorgeous and colorful. They emitted amazing energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, this old scroll seemed to carry a mysterious power that was almost infinite. After all the runes were erased, they regenerated in the same place and suppressed it again. The golden runes on the sky were in pieces, densely packed, like an ancient monk whispering, falling down. An old scroll was hung high, with runes densely covered on it, and various thin symbols appeared. It sealed the sky. The gray clouds were all dispersed. A terrifying wave began to slowly gather. Although it was not very violent, it was like the ups and downs before a storm. It seemed that a raging wave would burst out at any time and scatter the enemies on the cloud road. Luo Yan's heart trembled, and his hands changed the spell again, and then he put his palms together. Above his head, a gray giant palm appeared. The giant palm was formed by the fusion of 5 color rays of light, and finally formed a gray color, becoming inconspicuous and slowly emerging. The gray giant palm confronted the ancient scroll. Countless runes rushed towards the giant palm, and the sound of crackling was endless. The densely packed wedge-shaped symbols were erased and completely blocked. Manifest. Exorcise evil. Suppress the devil. The girl from the Temple of War shouted softly. This time the voice was crisp and resounded throughout the cloud road and spread far away. She was covered with the golden light, extremely dazzling, and the chanting of scriptures rumbled. In the void, those complicated characters were once again in pieces, and the ancient scroll was completely spread out. It seemed to be real, becoming more and more solid, and was going to completely suppress the enemy below. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was solemn. He did not dare to be careless, and drove the giant palm, and suddenly the gray light was blazing, and his hands pressed down suddenly. He wanted to break through the long scroll and completely destroy it. The gray giant palm held up the sky and collided with the old long scroll. Various mysterious runes were dazzling. It was like the stars were blooming. Suppress. 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 The girl of the god of war shouted in a low voice, and her whole body flew up and floated above the cloud road. The graceful body was surrounded by various mysterious symbols, and the whole body was crystal clear. It was like a peerless female god of war. 5-color handprint. Luo Yan gently called out, his eyes showed colorful rays of light, his breath was deep, sharp and extremely strong. Like 2 planets colliding, there was a huge wave of waves. There was an invisible wave sweeping in all directions. The few people who had escaped earlier, sensing this earth-shattering fluctuation, ran even faster. They were afraid that the crazy woman behind them would catch up and suppress them one by one, and their faces were filled with fear. Various runes intertwined in the sky, the rays of light were dazzling, and there was a constant buzzing sound. After the old scroll was spread out, it looked like a curtain of the Milky Way hanging upside down, becoming more and more brilliant. The ancient gray giant palm also shook violently, and then turned into colorful color, becoming intimidating. It was like a rainbow spreading and about to penetrate the galaxy. The mist in this cloud road was dispersed by these 2 powerful shocks, as if the void was shaking. Finally, the colorful giant palm exploded, bursting out with infinite rune light, breaking through the old scroll. It dissipated in the sky, and all the complicated symbols disappeared in an instant. 5-color rune light? 5-element magical power. Are you a disciple of the 5 Elements Temple in the southern region? The long scroll disappeared, the clouds evaporated, and the golden symbols recondensed beside the girl in the war god temple. They floated around her, flying up and down, all of which were extremely complicated. The runes turned into tools, and the golden lights whirled in the sky, lingering around the girl in the war god temple. It was like a female war god who traveled from ancient times. The crane-faced black-robed man in front of her was more difficult than she expected. The disciples of ordinary sects didn't have this ability. If it was a super sect like the war god temple where she was, this would make sense. The magical power of each sect is very representative. It can be easily identified by experienced people. Just like the Taking Holy sect and the Tai sect, these 2 sects like to pay attention to the natural way and the unity of man and nature. Every move is wrapped in the great trend of heaven and earth, and has a taste of landscape. As long as they fight, they can more or less see some clues. The same is true for the disciples of the 5 Elements Temple, except for a very small number of sword cultivators. They may be confused with sword cultivators from other sects. Most disciples, when using magic, will exude the attributes of the 5 elements. The 5 Elements Temple is the most outstanding in terms of attainments in the 5 Elements secret technique. There are often cultivators of the 5 Elements Temple who rely on the fire element or the gold element, 2 types of attributes that highlight the mysteries of magic, to suppress cultivators from other sects. A single attribute, as long as it is studied to a very high level, is also very powerful. A super sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years, although the sect has always been nestled in the remote area of the southern region, adjacent to the great wilderness. Few people know about it. But it has been passed down safely for so many years, and its strength must not be underestimated. Every ancient sect, no matter what it looks like on the surface. But one thing is certain, behind these sects, it is far from as simple as outsiders see it. This is also what the girl from the Temple of the God of War thought of the first time after seeing her specialty magical power destroyed. With such high attainments in the 5 elements divine power, it is highly likely that he is a disciple of the 5 elements temple. After all, he can fight on equal terms with me, so his attainments in the divine power art are not low. I believe the power behind him must not be too bad. It's rare that you, the arrogant disciples of the holy sect, can actually remember our small sect in the southern region. A hint of curiosity flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. Because from his previous observations in the Taoist temple, the disciples of the holy sect gathered alone, and it was obvious that they looked down on the disciples of other sects. Below the holy sect, the disciples headed by the super sects in each region are another circle. In addition, there is the remaining third circle. It is composed of various small and medium-sized sects, families, and top-level independent cultivators. The girl from the War God Temple shook her head and did not refute, because none of this was important. She only had the battle in front of her in her eyes. She wanted to blow up this mysterious guy. In the heart of the War God Temple girl, Luo Yan's behavior of covering herself tightly and pretending to be mysterious was very disgusting. He is hiding his head and showing his tail. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Go. The girl from the Temple of War took the initiative again. Mysterious symbols were flying around her. With a chi-chi sound, they turned up and down. One by one, dazzling golden runes, some of them attacked forward, and the other part slowly transformed into a golden giant sword, hanging across the sky. Huge and sharp. The sharp breath on the blade could be felt from a long distance. Break! Luo Yan shouted, and the 5-color rune lights gathered together, filling the sky with colorful clouds, flying forward with unparalleled power. The space was annihilated, and all the golden runes were crushed and disintegrated. Then the clouds quickly approached and rushed to the front of the female cultivator of the Temple of War. With a crack, a section of her red gold battle suit was blown to pieces, revealing a wisp of skin as white as lotus root. She suffered a heavy blow. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been directly blown up under this 5-color rune light. But the proud girl of the War God Temple hurriedly operated the runes to remove the 5-colored terrifying power on it. Luo Yan's terrifying little magical power can penetrate mountains with one blow. As a result, it only damaged the outer clothes of the War God Temple girl. Bless the War God Atlas, the War God's true body appears. The clouds and mist rolled, and the terrifying aura filled the air, and the cloud road space was hazy. The proud girl of the War God Temple was glowing all over. She was operating the runes with all her strength. Behind her, a huge golden shadow appeared in the world, all composed of runes, densely packed, like an ancient golden armor giant, returning to the world. It seemed to remove the filth of the world. Generally speaking, this kind of magical power imitation method is exclusive to high-level cultivators. Only in the nascent soul or higher-level cultivators can the true power of this kind of magical power be exerted. High-level cultivators use this huge imitation body power to fight those wild beasts that are more than 100 feet or 1,000 feet in size. Otherwise, ordinary magic alone would not work in front of those wild beasts as vast as mountains. Even if low-level cultivators have learned this mimicry, they basically cannot use it. Because this kind of magical power has too high requirements in all aspects. Proficiency in runes, meticulous control of spiritual power, strong soul power, etc. In the sect's sutra library, Luo Yan also saw a lot of magical powers about this kind of appearance transforming into a real body. The conditions for cultivation are easy to meet, but the number of runes that need to be condensed is a day. And it consumes spiritual power. Taking Luo Yan's own spiritual puppet as an example, it would take him several hours just to carve runes on it. Not to mention such a huge golden armor figure. Fortunately, this golden armor figure is illusory, and at most only has part of the power of the appearance transforming into a real body. Otherwise, he would doubt whether there was something wrong with his original castration and the judgment of the chip. This kind of golden armor giant, from the appearance, gives people a lot of oppression, but it is not absolutely irresistible. But even so, Luo Yan could still feel a strong sense of coercion. He felt a kind of heart-pounding feeling. Luo Yan looked at the golden armored giant in front of him with a heavy face, slowly walking towards him. His body gradually became ethereal and turned into a colorful spirit butterfly. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became countless. Then the spirit butterflies in the sky flew and turned into phantoms. Tram. 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 The golden armored giant began to wake up, holding a golden long sword. With a strong momentum in this world, the sword light was sharp, and the space was shaking. The scene was extremely terrifying. This was simply not like the magical power that a disciple of the key refining stage could display. It was like the power of heaven and earth, extremely terrifying. Luo Yan turned into the figure of a spirit butterfly and hid in another level of space. The golden armored giant swung his sword. Crack! Next to him, a huge and unmatched golden sword energy came and pierced through the body of the spirit butterfly and blew up the clouds behind it. The vision was amazing. Huh? You dodged it. It's okay, I'll just swing my sword a few more times. You can't dodge it under my true form of the god of war. So what if you're a disciple of the Five Elements Temple? I'll beat you to pieces. The girl from the god of war temple in front of her disappeared, and a muffled reply came from the golden armored giant. It was wild and unreliable, and it was hard to tell the gender. Bang! The golden giant sword slashed out again, descending from the sky, and struck Luo Yan. The sword energy was crisscrossed and sharp, and the might was terrifying and horrifying. Luo Yan stood at the feet of the golden armored giant, looking very small. Each attack was a large-scale terrifying attack. Luo Yan was stern, and his body was transformed from a fluttering spirit butterfly. He was blessed with a dream butterfly technique, and when he exerted his full strength, ordinary magical powers could not hit him. Xianxin would be invincible. Because this is not just a super speed body technique. But it's not his character to keep passively taking a beating. Luo Yan also gathered a huge five-colored handprint and slapped the golden armor giant with an extremely strong force. The place was filled with rosy clouds, the abyss was like the sea, and the roar was continuous and deafening. Chapter 195 Bloodshed, Road Blockage, and Domineering Actions. Various runes intertwined in the clouds, causing both sides to fall into a stalemate. They launched the most intense showdown. The magical arts collided, and the power was equally strong. Buzz! A longbow appeared in the hand of the golden giant again, and with a sudden pull, energy arrows filled the air. Although the golden giant's attack was terrifying, the dream butterfly art could make the body virtual for a short period of time and avoid fatal attacks. After fighting for such a long time, she still couldn't take down Luo Yan, and the girl from the Temple of War felt more and more exhausted. She had used this war god's true body before, and although it seemed magnificent, it was actually still partially affected, and it was far from as easy as she showed. After all, this was a magical art, not an ordinary art. It consumed a lot. The girl from the Temple of War, who was hiding in the body of the golden giant, felt that her mental power was a little deaf. Buzz! At this moment, 5 basic attribute artistic conceptions emerged behind Luo Yan. One layer after another. The colorful rays of light composed of gold, blue, red, scarlet, and cyan surrounded his body. With the blessing of the 5 artistic conceptions, his strength changed dramatically in an instant. The 5 colored rays of light were lingering, like a rising sun, whistling out with boundless momentum. With a light puff, the golden sword in the hand of the golden armored giant was cut off and shattered into several pieces in an instant. At the same time, a 5-colored beam of light passed through and hit the chest of the golden armored giant. With a crackling sound, the 5-colored rays of light spread and blasted a hole. It directly brushed the shoulder of the proud girl of the Temple of War inside. Although there was a golden armored giant protecting her outside, and various complex runes were densely covered. But she still spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the 5-colored rays of light penetrated everywhere and spread inside the golden armored giant. Moreover, where the rays of light spread, there were also tiny spirit butterflies flying around, constantly enlarging the gap of the golden armored giant, preventing the golden runes from repairing themselves. Boom! Luo Yan raised his hand, and there was a blazing 5-colored rune light shining in his palm, and there was also the blessing of the 5 elements artistic conception. Aiming at the golden armored giant opposite, he shot another terrifying 5-colored rays of light. It seemed to penetrate everything in this world, blazing and shocking. Suppress it! The proud daughter of the war god temple shouted, her body full of golden light, and the arrows in her hand kept falling like raindrops. The area where Luo Yan was completely covered, and the cloud road was buzzing. The mist in this area was all blown away. Luo Yan, wearing a crane mask, could not see any joy or anger. But the 5-color rune light in his palm became more blazing. Amid the rumbling sound, blood dripped from the corner of the mouth of the proud daughter of the war god temple. The golden armored giant she conjured up with a secret technique was not a physical entity after all, but just a phantom. It could not exert the fundamental power of this magical power. At this moment, it has reached its limit. The red gold battle suit on her body was shining with the sun, and it was obviously in the final stage. Finally, the golden armored giant exploded, turning into a rain of light all over the sky, sprinkling on this cloud road. A graceful body was exposed, with skin as white as snow, exquisite and well-proportioned, falling to the ground. Luo Yan did not hesitate, and stretched out his right hand, gathering the dawn light in his palm. A thick five-colored rune light flew out again, rushing towards the proud girl opposite. "Gather!" The girl from the war god temple shouted softly, and the ancient secret technique appeared again, and countless symbols appeared behind her. They gathered at this critical moment, surrounded her, and resisted this attack. This is an old scroll, engraved with countless mysterious symbols, wrapping the girl from the war god temple, and her body is as white as snow. Various runes are densely packed and intertwined. Temporarily block this subsequent terrifying attack. The rune light condensed in Luo Yan's hand dissipated, and he did not continue to attack. "You are already extraordinary. If you meet me 5 years ago, I may not be able to defeat you. You can disband yourself. You have won my respect. This is the treatment you deserve." The girl from the war god temple, who had been holding back her injuries and not erupting, had already begun to become illusory in her spirit. She staggered, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, and her whole body trembled. The old scroll that protected her body also shook violently. It was already unstable. The girl from the war god temple took a look at her injuries and knew that if she continued like this, she would be defeated. She lost after all. So she put away the ancient scroll that had been transformed and wiped the corners of her white mouth. "It seems that with my current cultivation, it is still too difficult to perform this mimicry secret technique. Thank you, brother, for your mercy and for leaving me some last face. I hope to meet you again on the road to Xianjiao in 20 years, and then I will come to experience your peerless style again. I lost this game." The proud girl from the war god temple panted lightly, with a little loneliness on her face. But her tone was still full of magnanimity. Luo Yan defeated her fairly and squarely. This was because he was not as skilled as her, and there was no need to defend himself. The proud girl from the war god temple actually had a little good impression of Luo Yan. Because he did not blow her up directly, he retained the last bit of face for her. The proud girl of heaven, who was 17 or 18 years old, finally tasted the taste of failure for the first time. She was feeling mixed emotions at this moment. She didn't expect the Thunder Pool trial to end so early. "Brother Dao, I wish you a smooth journey ahead. See you on the Xianjiao battlefield in 20 years. The proud daughter of the Temple of War bowed to Luo Yan, and then dissolved her spirit body. A bright, pure spiritual light ball was left behind. Luo Yan stood there, staring at the place where the proud daughter of the Temple of War disappeared, and was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward and absorbed the spiritual light ball left behind. "Who says women are inferior to men?" Luo Yan sighed faintly. If he had met this proud daughter of the Temple of War 5 years ago, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. You know, the 5-color handprint is originally an extremely powerful small magical skill. It was only with the blessing of the 5 artistic conceptions that he was able to break the defense of the golden armored giant. If it were 5 years ago, he would probably be helpless against this. But even so, with the blessing of the dream butterfly technique, he would be able to retreat safely. It is safe to protect yourself. Now he has practiced the great magical power of 5 colors divine light, and has kept this trump card hidden until now. Luo Yan is looking forward to meeting a real existence that forces him to use this magical power in the next journey. He has not walked far, and only a few days have passed, and he has encountered such a terrifying Xianjiao. It is conceivable how cruel this lychee trial must be. You can't reach the end without a peerless Xianjiao. There are many obstacles along the way. Some cultivators even started to unite early. After all, hunting similar cultivators can also absorb their residual spiritual power. This is also a great benefit for their subsequent practice. In Luo Yan's view, such a road is actually almost the same as raising gu. Whoever can hold on to the end, whether in terms of power or personal strength, belongs to the top category. Luo Yan threw all his thoughts aside and continued on his way. On the second day, he had just finished observing the Daoine on the cloud road when he was intercepted by someone. Several Zhongzhou saint sects, Old Foundation establishment cultivators from the Black and White Academy led 7 or 8 key refining great perfection beings and attacked him with weapons. Daoao, stop. Daoao, please return the way you came, or wait here for the end of this trial. Otherwise, we will personally take action and send you out. One of the disciples of the Black and White Academy warned. Isn't your sect's behavior too overbearing? Luo Yan frowned and said expressionlessly. Overbearing? No, no, no. If we were really overbearing, we would have already attacked you right now. Daoao, just leave now, and we will be at peace with each other. Otherwise, we will have to ask you to leave. The Foundation establishment cultivator who led the team of the Black and White Academy said. What a big tone, you really think Yanlu is your own home? Luo Yan shook his head and said no more, snorting. When did the disciples of the Holy Sect learn from those guys who can't be on the stage and do such low-class things? No matter what the reason was for these disciples of the Black and White Academy to block the road, Luo Yan was not going to let them go. The reason why these guys blocked here was probably to make the disciples of the same sect behind them go further. So they didn't attack directly, but chose to block the road. I'm afraid it's not your turn to speak nonsense about my Black and White Academy. This is the last warning, fellow Taoist. Don't make a mistake. Please return immediately, and we will not pursue your unintentional words just now. What if I say no? Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the crane mask blocked his face, and he couldn't tell his emotions. For such an ignorant person, I can only beat you up. The leading disciple of the Black and White Academy said in a deep voice, with a strong murderous aura emerging from his body. At the same time, the fellow disciples behind him all cast their eyes over, as if ready to attack at any time. The Black and White Academy in Hangzhou is really so majestic. As expected of the Holy Sect, which is famous for its strength. In this case, I will send you all off. Luo Yan's mouth revealed a hint of sarcasm, and he waved his sleeves, and a colorful glow flashed by. He immediately took in the leading Black and White Academy disciple, who was like a banished immortal. You. The Black and White Academy disciples behind him were shocked when they saw this scene. That was an inner sect disciple in the Foundation building period, and now he was taken away in an instant. How could the people behind not be shocked? You guys go on the road too. Luo Yan stretched out his big hand, like a huge 5-finger mountain, and pressed down. The weapons that the Black and White Academy disciples conjured up with their mental power were all crushed by the infinite glow in an instant. They themselves were also instantly blown up in this palm print. Before the spiritual body was blown up, there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. They were disciples of the Holy Sect, and they were superior to others. He was a genius from the Holy Sect, which made them even more proud. Many geniuses attacked together, but they still couldn't stop the steps of the guy in the black robe with a crane face in front of them. It was difficult to change anything. How could this not shock them? They were all called geniuses, the backbone and hope of the Black and White Academy in the future. Many people joined forces, and there were also inner disciples in the Foundation building period. They couldn't do anything to the guy in the black robe, which made them terrified. They couldn't even stop him. It was so scary. Black and White Academy. Luo Yan waved his hand lightly, and the dozens of spiritual light balls in front of him entered the ground one after another and were sucked into his body. It seems that they are preparing to clear the field. Luo Yan continued to move forward, recalling the scene just now in his mind. Except for the first few days, the rest of the time, the people he met were basically in groups of 3 or 5, 7 or 8. This gave Luo Yan an illusion. It seemed that he had not come to a trial field, but the back garden of a sect. In fact, the fundamental reason for this phenomenon is that they are not confident in themselves. After all, there are only 5 places for the refining of the Thunder Pool. If they are placed in the outside world, they may be considered a genius in their own sect. But on this cloud road, genius is the most abundant thing. It takes a lot of effort to defeat any random person. With their strength, it is simply a joke to compete for the last place in the Thunder Pool. They will not be the enemy of those geniuses. In this case, they simply unite and get close to the geniuses in the sect. Help them drive out some slightly threatening people. Even if they encounter a terrifying genius, they can pass on the personal information through fighting. Let the geniuses behind have a psychological preparation and know the basic situation of the person coming. In this way, when those geniuses finally ascend to a high position or practice to the peak, they will benefit more or less. In addition, By gathering the power of everyone, they can also hunt some people who don't know what's good for them, and the spiritual foresight group. No matter how you look at it, this is an extremely cost-effective deal. As geniuses, they are proud. But they were placed on the Thunder Pond Cloud Road, which was full of geniuses. The further they went, the more desperate they felt. With their own strength alone, they could not go far. In fact, the information that Luo Yan had just taken action had been known in advance by the second wave of people blocking the road behind him. The group of people just now was just a small selection. If the existence of the first level of the Xianjiao chose to force their way through, almost half of them would still be able to get through. The group of blockers behind them was the real challenge. It seems that the next battle will face the risk of being beaten up by a group. Luo Yan's heart had already been prepared. Before he set foot on this Thunder Pond trial road, he had made a rough calculation in his mind. If you want to compete for a place to go to the upper realm, this road must be full of thorns. It is also lonely. Can't rely on others. Luo Yan must do his best to be perfect, which is related to his path. Can't underestimate it. Just a Thunder Pond trial has such a degree of tempering. It is conceivable that when the future Xianjiao road opens, all the geniuses of the past 100 years have emerged to compete for the place leading to the gate to the upper world. What a picture of golden prosperity that would be. His current strength is not enough, and he needs to continue to improve. Chapter 196, Blocking the Road, Fighting Beyond the Level, Same Level Restriction. After using the 5-color talisman light for such a long time, Luo Yan also discovered one of its drawbacks. That is, the power is indeed relatively mediocre. Of course, this is only compared to the power of thunder magic, sword intent, etc. If it weren't for Luo Yan himself, who had 5 kinds of artistic conception, the 5-color handprint could only be regarded as a small magical power that was mediocre. It could not suppress all enemies. When the road to Xianjiao is opened, if he encounters those guys who have perfected their cultivation, he will probably suffer a great loss. After all, the 5 elements magical power is the most basic and the most common. Although the great magical power of 5-color divine light perfectly integrates the 5 elements artistic conception, the power is indeed much greater than that of ordinary magic. But the consumption of using this magical power is also extremely amazing. He doesn't think he can use it many times in a row. So after building the foundation, changing his fighting style has become the top priority. Luo Yan's initial idea was to practice swordsmanship with Yan. After all, the offensive power of swordsmanship can be called the first in the same level. This is not a false reputation. Even ordinary thunder magic skills have to rank behind it. But after coming out of the depths of the great wilderness, Luo Yan gave up this idea. He had honed himself many times in the great wilderness. For a period of time, he used swordsmanship to fight the enemy. With the guidance of the chip, he has mastered some basic swordsmanship. When fighting against monsters, he can barely do it with ease. But Luo Yan could never comprehend the sword force and sword meaning. If he could not comprehend these two things, the King Guang sword in his hand would be no different from a fire stick. After all, the opponent he is about to face is either the proud daughter of the holy sect or the Taoist of a super sect in a region. If he can't comprehend the sword meaning, he may not even have the opportunity to draw his sword in front of such people. After 4 or 5 years of practice, Luo Yan also fully understood his talent for swordsmanship. That is a typical middle-class posture. It is completely incomparable with a sword genius like Yan. Without a long period of practice, it is impossible to comprehend the true meaning of swordsmanship. If he dared to claim to be a sword cultivator, he would feel ashamed when he said this. So Luo Yan gave up. The path of sword cultivation could not be achieved in a short time. Then change your mind and continue to pursue supernatural powers and runes. Start with thunder magic. This is the fundamental reason why Luo Yan agreed to the incident 17 years later with Ji Hongxi, the young master of Tai sect. Because he wanted to use Ji Hongxi's hand to take a look at the entire Taoist collection of Tai sect. Luo Yan was not greedy and would not deliberately peek into its roots. Just find some scriptures and supernatural powers in the thunder method, and practice secret techniques. Although there are such methods in the 5 Elements Temple, Luo Yan will not exchange thunder magic scriptures unless necessary, so as not to attract the attention of the master of the Yaodang. Through Ji Hongxi's hands, Luo Yan can create a perfect thunder cultivation personality. When he embarks on the road of Xianjiao, he will have one more means to hide himself. One more guarantee. This is not persecution delusion. But Luo Yan was in the law enforcement hall, and he was exposed to some very dark things. This made him think more when doing things. In addition, the meaningful words of the Yaodang master made Luo Yan's vigilance reach the highest point. If a person who was most likely to be a perfect giant in stage really had some ill-intentioned thoughts about him, it would be easy to do something without anyone noticing. Fortunately, there was still a long time before the Xianjiao battle began. Luo Yan had plenty of time to prepare. It was necessary to take precautions in advance. Luo Yan didn't want to use his own path to challenge the conscience and bottom line of the Yaodang master. This kind of person, who was in the semi-high level of the sect and controlled the supervision hall. If he was said to be a kind-hearted guy, it would be easier than believing that pie would fall from the sky. It just so happened that there was also a broken ancient thunder scripture in this cloud road space. Luo Yan wanted to try it and go to the thunder pool to see if he could copy it. Although he couldn't practice thunder magic now, he might be able to do so in the future. 2 days later, Luo Yan came to a place in the middle of the cloud road. He stopped and stared ahead. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying wave came and attacked him directly. Runes were all over the sky, like the overturned sea, disturbing the mist on the cloud road, bright and dazzling. Huh? Luo Yan frowned. This energy fluctuation was too terrible. With his current perfect state, he couldn't use magic to compete with it. Luo Yan quickly transformed into a colorful spirit butterfly, flapped his wings and dissipated, avoiding this amazing wave. Otherwise, if he didn't use that great magical skill, he would probably lose. The person who ambushed him was definitely extremely terrifying, far beyond the genius he had met before. Transform into a butterfly. Luo Yan's body trembled, and he continued to amplify his perception to the limit, with a sense of crisis like pins and needles. The detection spell in his eyes reminded him all the time that the enemy was very strong. You need to be extremely alert. Luo Yan turned around suddenly, and a terrible wave appeared in the other direction. Instantly, it surged, and countless runes filled the sky, rushing towards him like a tide. This pressure was too great. If he fought hard, Luo Yan felt that he would probably lose within 100 moves. This absurd thought was the first time he had such an absurd thought. Are there several more people? Luo Yan frowned deeply, but his face was extremely calm. His figure kept transforming into a spirit butterfly to avoid this complicated and terrifying attack. 2 figures appeared in front of him, and 2 appeared behind Luo Yan. They attacked separately, besieged this place, and blocked his way. Because the mist on the cloud road was filled, it could suppress his perception to the lowest level. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, few people could avoid Luo Yan's perception. The 4 figures didn't say much, and each of them gathered countless rune lights in their palms and exerted their strength together. Suddenly, a ripple gathered in front of them, as deep as the sea. They squeezed towards the middle, like a dam bursting, vast and boundless. This was a wave constructed by runes, crushing towards Luo Yan. These guys. Luo Yan's pupils shrank slightly, feeling very difficult to deal with. There were also 5 colored rune lights condensing in his palms, and he tried his best to rush forward and entangled with the whistling attacks. The attacks from behind were transformed again by him using the spirit butterfly technique. Luo Yan felt incredible, with a sense of absurdity that a disaster was about to happen. The strength of each of these 4 guys was extremely powerful, not inferior to any of the Xianjiao of the sect. Perhaps if one of them was picked out alone, there would be a slight gap compared to the proud daughter of the Temple of War a few days ago. But the battle must be a stalemate. It cannot be defeated in an instant. It would not be a big deal for the 2 of them to get together and defeat the proud daughter of the Temple of War. But now the 4 of them have joined together to deal with Luo Yan alone. Or in other words, to suppress the people on this cloud road. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit incredible. You have to know that the Xianjiao with outstanding strength are extremely conceited. Beings with such strength did not fight for the last spot in the refining pool. Instead, they stayed here. No matter how you look at it, it seems like they have other purposes. Interesting, very interesting. 4 of you are so powerful, but you appeared at the same time. And they joined together. Very interesting, Luo Yan whispered while resisting the endless runes. He wanted to test the background of these people. After all, to be able to set foot on this cloud road, I think they must not be too old. At a young age, they can have such nearly invincible means. Not to mention being famous all over the world, everyone knows it. But they are definitely not unknown people. Now, in an instant, Several of them appeared at the same time, and joined forces with each other. This is a bit far-fetched. Just like Luo Yan and the proud daughter of the war god temple. They know that they set foot on this cloud road space just to hone themselves. They only think about competing with others. Under normal circumstances, they will never join forces. As peerless geniuses, they have their own pride. They are not willing to do such things as joining forces. After all, if even this small secret realm of the Thunder Pond needs to be obtained by joining forces, what should we do when the road to becoming a prodigy has opened in the future? It is absolutely unrealistic to expect others to be humble. A quota belonging to the upper realm is placed in front of us. It is related to the future path of a cultivator. Even if the relationship between each other is as close as brothers, it is possible to turn against each other. Crack. The two figures in front of us did not intend to reply, but they joined forces again. They each stretched out a hand and pressed it together. Then the breath of the two people overlapped and overlapped. In an instant, infinite light burst out, and with a buzzing sound, their bodies shone into a river of light. Colliding with it. This is no longer a simple rune power. The two people exerted their strength at the same time and turned into a river of light. It is similar to the pseudo-body used by the proud daughter of the war god temple before. It's just that what is presented in front of him is a different form. Luo Yan widened his eyes and frowned again. Because the combined strength of these two people, the attack they launched was beyond the range of the key refining stage. And they also showed that they were very comfortable. Luo Yan himself was a great perfection in the key refining stage, and he was also close friends with Leon, the #1 sword cultivator in attack. He knew the limits of the key refining stage. There were many techniques that could attack beyond the limit of the key refining stage. Even the might could be imitated. But the attacks of these two people were fatally accompanied by the impact of momentum and mental power, which could not be faked. This was definitely not the means that people of their level should have. Unless you reach a certain stage, no matter how talented you are, you will never be able to master such an attack. Have you practiced for many years, and are cultivators in the late stage of foundation building or great perfection? Luo Yan finally reacted, and 5 colored runes appeared between his palms, and he tried his best to fight against them. Fortunately, there was a maximum cultivation limit in this Thunder Pond secret realm. Even if the real cultivation of these people exceeded Luo Yan by a lot, as long as they did not combine 2 by 2. Under the restrictions of the rules of the Thunder Pond secret realm, it is impossible to launch an attack beyond this realm. The reason why Luo Yan was so surprised was because of the entry restrictions of the Thunder Pond secret realm. Not only the cultivation level is restricted, but also the ages were restricted. This was also after he set foot on this cloud road and felt the diorama many times. He finally learned it. This Thunder Pond is not actually a real Thunder Pond, but just a spiritual power. The so-called refining is actually to perfectly remove the impurities in the pure spiritual power light balls swallowed by the cultivators in the cloud road competition. This way of increasing spiritual power is originally out of thin air. If you ignore it, naturally, there are certain hidden dangers, and it takes a long time of practice to perfectly dissolve it. The more spiritual power light balls you swallow, the easier it will be to condense the golden elixir. When the spiritual power is strong, the golden elixir will break open and the nascent soul will be born. It is natural. This is like painting on a blank curtain. The refining of the soul is to increase the basic area of the curtain. Increase the surface size of the curtain. The actual area of the curtain will determine the actual area of the final painting. Therefore, the effect of this Lei Chi secret realm on the soul purification is naturally better the lower the cultivation level. But when the cultivation level reaches the late stage of foundation building, or even when the foundation building is complete, the painting on the curtain has already taken shape. At this time, entering the Lei Chi secret realm again and increasing the initial size of the curtain will cause a lot of blank parts to remain, which is not complete with a previous painting. Therefore, generally speaking, the foundation building cultivators who enter the Lei Chi secret realm are mostly cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. The later, the higher the cultivation level, the smaller the effect of soul purification. Because this is in a world woven by spiritual thoughts, it is not a manifestation of the thunder pool in the real world. Therefore, the real effect of this Lei Chi secret realm. In fact, it helps geniuses with excellent talents to speed up a certain amount of cultivation. But the effect of this Lei Chi is not irreplaceable. Many major sects actually have similar means. Seizing other people's spiritual power light balls and feeding them back to oneself is the most important thing in the Xianlu secret realm. This is also what Luo Yan concluded from the words of those people after many battles. Because among the people who participated in this trial, almost all of them were genius disciples of various sects, and they were naturally gifted. Those who could obtain the final few places must be geniuses among geniuses. The probability of forming a baby among these people is relatively high. It's just that the trial of the Thunder Pond has passively magnified it. This is like the children of officials, who are more likely to be exposed to the court. The possibility of becoming a person in the court in the future is definitely much higher than that of people from ordinary families. However, for most geniuses, participating in a Thunder Pond trial can obtain enough soul essence. It can save a lot of time for cultivation. This itself represents a great opportunity. Because the closer it is to the start of the Xianjiao battle, the more precious time it becomes. Not only do you bully the weak with the big, but you also bully the few with the many. You guys are really good enough. Luo Yan figured out the connection and said sarcastically. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The Secret of Lychee, the Protector. The reason why this Lychee trial ground is open once every 5 years is that the main purpose is to train outstanding younger disciples. In ancient times, this spiritual world connected the three realms and was originally a hunting ground for people from the upper realm. If the descendants of the immortal saints in the upper realm want to quickly improve their strength, in addition to having enough immortal spirit energy in their bodies, they also need to have a strong soul origin. But the soul origin will grow very slowly through normal channels. So in ancient times, there were powerful people in the earthly immortal world who imitated the innate spiritual treasure in the hands of the ancestor of the earthly immortals, the Earth Book. They built this spiritual world that connects the three realms. The so-called three realms is a nickname. It refers to the earthly immortal world of the Great World, the spiritual world of the Middle World, and countless small worlds such as the Kangwu world. These worlds are combined together and collectively referred to as the three realms by the ancients. At this time, the powerful people in the earthly immortal world, in order to train their younger generations, stored some incomplete immortal scriptures in this spiritual world to attract the attention of people from the lower realm. Enough monks from the lower world were tempted by the immortal scriptures and poured into this space. At this time, the great powers of the earthly immortal world let their descendants, sect disciples, etc. enter this space. Hunt the spiritual bodies of those low-level monks and swallow their soul essence, in order to strengthen their personal strength in the shortest time. Finally, wash away the lead in the thunder pool. It can even achieve the terrifying speed of becoming an immortal within 100 years. This method of treating people from the lower world as wild beasts in the mountains and forests. Free-range hunting. The last method used to improve the soul essence was widely used by people in the earthly immortal world at that time. Years passed slowly, and time came to the ancient times. There was a great power who ascended from the lower world, and then after endless years, finally reached the end of the immortal road. This behavior of keeping countless small and medium worlds as livestock made him very angry. So he found the great existence who built this spiritual world. They went to the door, and then a shocking war broke out with them in the land of the sky. That horrific battle lasted for 1,000 years. Countless stars exploded, and the long river of stars was cut off. In the end, it even attracted the self-protection of the innate spiritual treasure Earth Book, which wrapped up the Earth immortal realm. To prevent it from being affected by the battle between the two. It is conceivable how fierce the fight between these two great beings was at that time. In the end, this peerless great power who ascended from the lower world to the immortal world completely defeated that person. He seized control of this spiritual space. But at this time, the spiritual world of thought has already taken shape. It has a set of self-operating rules. After a long period of evolution, although people in the lower world are often hunted, there are also peerless geniuses who are born, step by step, come into contact with the immortal scriptures, and then suppress the people of the earthly immortal world in turn. The whole spiritual space is filled with a solemn atmosphere. And that spiritual world of thought has become a bridge connecting the earthly immortal world with the spiritual world and even many small and medium worlds. Before this, The natives born in small worlds like Kangwu Realm had no chance to ascend to the earthly immortal world. Because the rules of the world in small worlds are flawed, the longer they stay here, the more they will be bound. Even if they finally ascend to the spiritual world, it is almost impossible to cultivate to become an immortal. The great man thought for a long time, but still did not take action to destroy this world constructed by spiritual thoughts, because he saw another possibility in the long river of time. A possibility of vigorous vitality and a glorious world. So he changed his mind and first broke up the spiritual world. Then he cut off all the bridges that communicated with the upper world, confining them to their own worlds and not interfering with each other. He also made various rules and restrictions in the meantime. For example, age, cultivation, etc. Prevent the sole origin of low-level cultivators from being over-harvested. To the greatest extent, protect those seedlings that have not yet grown. Over the years, whether it is the cultivators of small worlds like Kangwu Realm or the cultivators of the spiritual world. Being in this special space, everyone can only travel in their own spiritual world. This avoids being harvested like livestock by the disciples of the immortal sect in the earthly immortal world. The most restrictive rule here is age and cultivation. After all, the speed of time in the small thousand worlds, the middle thousand worlds, and the earthly immortal world is different. A child born in the immortal world, even if he is just born, will be stronger than the key refining cultivators in the small worlds like Luo Yan. In the final analysis, it is a question of the nature of spiritual power. One is the spirit of the immortals, and the other is ordinary spirit energy. There is no comparison between the two. In places where the spirit of the immortals is abundant, long-lived matter is everywhere, and almost everyone is a cultivator. There are all kinds of rare animals and rare medicines. Everyone who lives in this world has cultivation. It is the source of all worlds. The ancient secret world is one of the fragments of the spiritual world that was once broken up. It has the function of manifesting the spiritual body of the cultivator. In a place like the Thunder Pond trial ground, cultivators in the early stage of foundation building are fine. The further you go, the more limited the soul essence you can improve by defeating your opponent. Because their soul essence has exceeded the scope of this stage. This is the result of the restriction imposed by the great he who once ascended to the upper earth fairyland. After a high-level cultivator slaughters a low-level cultivator, there will not be too much soul essence left. Basically, it will not play a big role in their own practice. And even if such high-level cultivators enter the Thunder Pond trial ground, their attacks will be limited by the rules to the state of great perfection of key refining. This is not invincible for many Xianjiao. In the previous period of time, Luo Yan also met many cultivators with foundation building cultivation. These people gave him the feeling that, except for the more skilled spells and magical powers, there was not much difference in other aspects. However, the four guys in front of him gave Luo Yan a different feeling. After they gathered their attacks together, they could actually burst out with the ultimate power beyond this realm in a short period of time. This is different from the 5 colors divine light that Luo Yan practiced. The art of great magical power represents more of a kind of operating rules and a kind of momentum. The combined force of the 4 of them is pure violence. Realm suppression. It's a bit unreasonable. You have to know that at Luo Yan's current level, if you want to suppress him in a short time, ordinary foundation building cultivators can't do it. So Luo Yan judged that the 4 people in front of him must be in the late stage of foundation building, or even in the great perfection of foundation building. The rune attainments of these people are too high, far beyond others. Luo Yan suddenly became very curious about the person standing behind them. He can drive this kind of genius to give up the qualification of the Lychee secret realm and choose not to step into this space when it is appropriate. Just for this time now. The person behind them must be of noble status. At least a young master like Ji Hongxi is qualified to enjoy this treatment. After all, if you want such a genius to give up his own path and just be a roadlooker on the road of the cloud, the price to pay will be unimaginable. The 4 of you can attack at the same time. It seems that the people behind you want you to clear the field. Luo Yan suddenly recalled the Taoist of taking sect that he first saw outside the dojo. There seemed to be such beings following him. Luo Yan suddenly realized that these guys were really shameless. On the surface, it was a battle of the same level, but they were doing these little tricks behind the scenes. It seems that many super sects have sent such beings to protect those seeds with excellent talents. Although your cultivation level is 1 level higher than mine, The greatest power you can use is only the great perfection of key refining. Just to sharpen yourself. Luo Yan shouted softly, and runes burst out all over his body, and the artistic conception of 5 attributes glowed together. The space was dyed with a gorgeous color. This place was immediately covered by a blazing light, and the clouds and mist first rolled, and then were directly dispersed. The rune light blessed by the 5 artistic conceptions rushed to the front and back. Luo Yan fought 1 against 4, and he was not afraid, and the runes became more prosperous. After more than 10 years of cultivation, it's time to test the results of my cultivation. Luo Yan entered this world 5 years ago. Although I was a little slow, I'm not worse than him. Luo Yan whispered softly, his black hair flying, and his momentum was violent and fierce. The 4 people in front and behind were all shocked when they saw this scene. The guy with a crane face and black robe, who just looked like he couldn't dodge, suddenly used an extremely powerful secret technique. He exuded an aura that made them all feel palpitations. This made them have to concentrate and be alert to resist. Is this the real peerless genius? They looked at each other and were all shocked. But they came with a mission. The purpose is to stop the people on this cloud road. Let them stop here. Then, a shocking battle broke out here. There was an infinite glow, runes like thunder, rumbling. In front and behind Luo Yan, there were 2 people holding magical instruments, their eyes shining with golden light, and the sun was surging. The power was amazing. Kill. Luo Yan gave up dodging and no longer worried about the damage to this spiritual body. He actively operated the 5-color rune light to attack, as if the entire sky was shaking. Those colorful symbols, under the blessing of the artistic conception, became tenacious and particularly sharp. It also seemed to have vitality. It exuded divine light and suppressed it. With a loud bang, the 4 people on the opposite side all retreated involuntarily, as if a huge mountain was pressing down. With a heart-pounding force. If it was a one-on-one, any one of them would never be Luo Yan's opponent. I'm afraid they would have been beaten and eliminated long ago. Unfortunately, there are 4 of them, and they are mutually supporting each other. They can exert a combined attack force far beyond this realm. And they themselves have almost completely completed the entire stage of the foundation building period, and have operated various magic mysteries, with a look of ease. Boom. The light on the magic weapon was like a rainbow, with an unstoppable might, wrapped in the golden symbols all over the sky, piercing through, and the world was trembling. There were also dense runes, turning into a divine bird, with fiery red wings, dazzling and colorful. And there was a hissing sound, shaking this space. The 5-colored rune light collided with various magic weapons, like 2 erupting active volcanoes, magma bursting out. The flames shot up to the sky, and the rosy clouds filled the air. This place was dazzling, and nothing could be seen. The 2 sides fought fiercely, fighting hundreds of times in a very short period of time. One side was wrapped in colorful rays of light, like a god of war, with simple and sharp means. The brilliance of various magic weapons on the other side was blazing, cooperating with each other, and constantly bombarding each other. Every collision was dazzling with a huge light. Even the people in the depths of the cloud road were shocked and looked over here. However, considering the horrible fighting, they did not choose to rush to watch the battle and join in the fun. It would be bad to cause unnecessary suspicion. After all, if you accidentally provoke a being that can launch such a terrifying attack, it will definitely be a big trouble. Luo Yan's more than 10 years of hard practice finally yielded results. It even forced the 4 foundation building cultivators to become fierce and desperate. This is simply unimaginable. You have to know that the years of practice of both sides are quite different. At least 20 years apart. And it was a one-on-many situation. A phoenix cry sounded, and the clouds and mist trembled, extremely sharp, and one magic weapon after another collapsed. The 4 foundation building cultivators were shocked and all operated runes to protect themselves. Seeing that the magic weapon was destroyed, they simply stopped transforming, their eyes were filled with infinite light, and their whole bodies were dazzling. From their bodies, each rushed out an ancient fierce bird, bright all over, and its feathers were full of dim light. Spreading its wings, it flew out and pounced on Luo Yan. The secret arts practiced by these 4 people are very similar, and they have reached the stage of secret art transformation. The power is extremely strong. Open it for me. Luo Yan growled. The black robe he transformed into was already incomplete. He was injured. This was the first time he stepped into the trial of the Thunder Pool. However, his eyes remained clear and bright, without any madness. Until this moment, Luo Yan still did not use the great magical power to suppress these people. He wanted to hone himself to the limit. He believed that he could defeat these people. He was invincible. This was an extremely strong momentum and a belief in moving forward forever. This needed to be cultivated through constant fighting. Only with such an invincible belief, after embarking on the path of Xianjiao, could he go further. Luo Yan's body was surrounded by colorful light, and a camouflage-like light column emerged, squeezing the heaven and earth. It directly stretched out the ancient fierce birds transformed by these people. With a bang, the fierce birds screamed, and infinite rune light gushed out. Luo Yan was willing to tear one of them apart even if his back was injured. The coordination of these four guys was too tight. He had to get rid of one first to have a chance to win. The ancient fierce bird wailed, and its dark wings flapped horizontally, trying to block the huge palm reaching out to him. Unfortunately, it grabbed Luo Yan. "I got you." Blood flowed from the corner of Luo Yan's mouth, and he stumbled. He didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the attack from behind. Chapter 198 Bloodstained, Healing, Small Dojo. But there was a happy smile in Luo Yan's eyes. Because one of the fierce birds was pinched by his 5-color handprint. Then it instantly turned into a rain of light and dissipated in this space. This was a duel between the most powerful secret technique and the lesser magical technique, and it was a siege battle. The two sides fought fiercely, risking their lives and fighting fiercely. The infinite rays of light swept across the four directions, shocking people. The two sides fought further and further, spilling blood all the way, and both suffered heavy injuries. Who? Luo Yan gasped heavily, his figure floating in the air of the cloud road was shaky, and his whole body was horrible. It seemed that he would fall at any time. The black robe on his body was all torn, leaving only half of the intact crane face mask hanging on his face, revealing his resolute tough-side face. The four protectors on the other side were not feeling well either, and Luo Yan had beaten 2 of them. The remaining 2 were also covered with scars, and the Taoist robes they transformed were also tattered. Their faces were ashen at the moment. Their cultivations are all great perfection cultivators of foundation building. 4 against 1, but they still couldn't take him down. It's conceivable how difficult this unknown black-robed junior is. You have to know that their talents are originally the first level of Xianjiao, although their cultivation is suppressed to the limit in this spiritual space. But this is also something that ordinary people can't fight. But this guy with a crane face and black robe in front of them can withstand the joint siege of several of them. He also beat the other 2 companions out of this space. It has to be said that this is definitely a top Xianjiao. If it weren't for the promise to the young master to defend this cloud road, they really didn't want to continue fighting with this crane-faced black-robed man in front of them. But as the protector of a heritage family, it is their duty to obey the young master's orders. So no matter what, they can't retreat. Even if this spiritual body is blown up. Lie down. Luo Yan took a deep breath, and his eyes shot out strands of colorful divine light. With a magnificent momentum, he continued to attack and kill forward. At this moment, all the spiritual power in his body was flowing, and his spiritual body was a little unstable. Boom! The 5-colored morning light surged, and the fog in the sky boiled, covering the remaining 2 people. They were hit again, and their injuries were more serious. A trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. And they were in doubt, with a gloomy face. Because in their eyes, the black-robed man with a crane face on the opposite side should be close to the end of his life. He never thought that he could use such a terrifying attack. Kill. Even so, they didn't plan to retreat. Just fight to the death with a guy in black robe in front of them. They still didn't believe this evil. The combined strength of the 4 people would not be able to suppress the small key refining stage monk. The ancient fierce bird that they used runes to transform was more powerful. Every time it flapped its wings, it erupted with endless light rain. Each drop of light rain was a terrible attack. Although Luo Yan tried his best to defend, it was still difficult to block it all. And in his current state, performing the dream butterfly technique would be useless except for delaying time. But the opponent was the spiritual body of a high-level cultivator, with higher spiritual power, mental power, and cultivation than him. There was no point in delaying time and lingering on. So Luo Yan was injured again, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little, and this spiritual body shook more violently. But he still held on, exchanging injuries for injuries, and the 2 guys on the opposite side were also injured more seriously. Luo Yan exploded again, and endless 5-color runes were emitted from his whole body, and the light shone on this cloud road. He blasted against the 2 people on the opposite side. Finally, the collision sound disappeared, the light dissipated, and the mist on the cloud road gathered again. Luo Yan seemed to be exhausted, and there was no intact part of his robes. His mental power seemed to have reached the limit. Except for the ray of light in his eyes, it became more and more blazing. Fortunately, he finally won. 1 against 4, completely blasting these 4 guardians who had reached the great perfection of foundation building. Luo Yan opened his mouth and sucked hard, absorbing the spiritual energy balls of these people. He instantly felt a little bit of physical strength restored. Then the whole person turned into rainbow light, fled at a high speed, and hid somewhere in the cloud road. After fighting here for so long, I'm afraid that someone will come to investigate soon. I can't stay here any longer. With Luo Yan's current situation, if he meets anyone, he will probably die on the spot. Because his current condition is too bad. He needs to take the time to heal his injuries. When Luo Yan left, at the intersection of the 5 cloud roads behind him, there was a hazy figure sitting there. The runes were lingering all over his body, and it was hard to see clearly, as if it was a dream, blurry. But there was always a kind of aura that was there and not there. Behind him, there were 2 figures standing, very similar to the 4 people Luo Yan had met before. Young Master, Ying Sen and the other 4 were defeated. The opponent is a black-robed man wearing a crane mask, with a strong 5-element aura. We guess he is a disciple of the Southern Region 5 Elements Temple. One of them said in a deep voice, "Oh? 4 beings who have reached the great perfection of foundation establishment joined forces, but they were still defeated. It seems that a real dragon appeared on the cloud road we chose. If I remember correctly, 5 years ago, my brother was defeated by a sword cultivator. I heard that the sword cultivator was also from the 5 Elements Temple." A half-hazy voice came, with a tone that was difficult to distinguish between male and female. It was unclear whether it was a man or a woman. In this slightly remote southern region, many sects have gone through several iterations over the past tens of thousands of years, but this 5 Elements Temple has always stood firm. Almost every once in a while, a dazzling peerless genius emerges, which is indeed quite tricky. Let's wait and see what happens to the other 4 cloud paths. If there is an opponent that is relatively easier to deal with, we will turn to that cloud path. Leave this one to him. The hazy figure thought about it and gave a definite answer. The 4 protectors who could beat him up by themselves were tough guys no matter how you look at it. There was no need to fight to the death with such guys. Although the strength of Ying Yi and Yinger behind him was slightly higher than the 4 in front, in such a place, the cultivation was severely suppressed, and the power of many magical skills would be greatly reduced. The real strength that Ying Yi and Yinger could exert was at most equal to that of Ying Sen and the other 4. To be precise, in such an environment, Ying Yi and Yinger probably couldn't beat Ying Sen and the others together. Even if he added himself, he was not completely sure that he could eliminate the disciple from the 5 Elements Temple. Because as the young master, he knew the strength of the 4 protectors very well. Anyway, he could not beat Ying Sen and the other 4. Fighting against such a genius whose strength had almost reached an extreme, even with the help of the protectors, he did not have much confidence. His original plan was to let Ying Sen and the others block the way from the rear and eliminate some small fish. Then they would meet here. At that time, as long as they guarded the entrance to the cloud road, the quota for the thunder pool would be more than half guaranteed. But what he did not expect was that Ying Sen and the others were eliminated at the same time. None of them escaped. It's really difficult. The Buddhist son from the western regions, one of the 3 branches of the Taking sect, the daughter of the gods of the War God Temple, the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, the Black and White Academy. Now there is another evildoer from the 5 Elements Temple. Who should I choose? It's really a headache. A low murmur sounded, with a bit of melancholy. Each of them is not easy to mess with. They are either the hidden descendants of the Buddhist sect or the disciples of the Holy Sect. When I think about meeting these people next, it's really a headache. There is not a single soft persimmon that is easy to deal with. But even so, he has to make a choice. After knowing that Ying Sen and the others had failed, this illusory figure listed the guy from the 5 Elements Temple as one of the people he least wanted to face alone. After all, his protectors are 4 people who have reached the great perfection of the foundation building. The 4 of them couldn't take him down together, and now there are only 3 of them left. It is estimated that it will be in jeopardy. No, let's give up this cloud road. Let's go to the other ones later. Or if it doesn't work, let's find someone to join forces and eliminate the guy from the Five Elements Temple first. In the mind of this illusory figure, he now has some understanding. Why 5 years ago, his brother, who also brought several guardians who had reached the great perfection of foundation building, was still eliminated. It was really that the strength of the people who participated in this Thunder Pool trial was really too abnormal. Take himself as an example. If there was a real decisive battle, he could only beat one of the guardians behind him. If the two joined forces, he would only be defeated. Once he encountered a disciple of the Five Elements Temple behind him, with the strength of the three of them, this cloud road would most likely not be able to be defended. Forget it, it's nothing more than a quota for the Thunder Pool refining, which is not absolutely irreplaceable. Anyway, I have absorbed enough now, enough soul essence. After returning to the tribe, I will ask the elders to use secret methods to help me wash away the impurities. What a pity, I originally planned to read that Thunder Deo scripture to see if I am qualified to practice the Thunder Deo magic. The illusory figure sighed. Since a peerless monster has appeared in his own cloud road. If the Xianjiao of the big sects on other cloud roads are not easy to mess with, then just do your best. But he knows that if he really gives up the initiative of this cloud road, the next chance will be very slim. Because he has a protector, there will also be such a person around those holy sects. In the end, they will return to the road of fair battle. After all, we have to give it a try. Have you sigh sounded, and then the place returned to peace. Luo Yan finally came to a place with thick mist, sank his mind into it, and absorbed the spiritual force light ball he had just swallowed. He sat cross-legged there and began to run runes to heal his wounds. Fortunately, this is a world composed of spiritual thoughts. All living beings are not physical. After the spiritual body is damaged, the recovery speed will be many times faster than in the outside world. In addition, there are the spiritual force light balls of the previous few people to replenish. In just a few days, Luo Yan's injuries were gone. His condition also returned to the previous state, and his eyes were clear. It's time to go to the intersection of the cloud road. I guess there should be people blocking the road like this on the other cloud roads. I wonder how many people can finally reach the intersection of the cloud roads. Luo Yan flew forward, while his thoughts were flying. However, he guessed that there should not be many people left. On his cloud road, there are 4 people guarding in front, and it is estimated that they can stop 99% of the existence. Luo Yan almost lost himself. If everyone joins forces, there is still hope to defeat those 4 people. It is almost impossible to do it alone. You should know that Luo Yan has used all 5 realms of mind and added them to himself. His strength has more than doubled. But even so, it is very difficult to win. He was almost beaten up. These 4 people are indeed the strong men of the older generation. With their combined strength, their strength has soared to a terrifying level. It is invincible. If he encounters such a guardian of too high a realm again in the future, Luo Yan may have to consider joining forces with others. Or directly suppress him with a great magical power. After all, the existence of these guys is too illegal. The strength of each one is very high, and several people attack at the same time. Few people can withstand such a siege. However, Luo Yan guessed that there would not be too many such people, even if there were any. Except for some super families who have the confidence to sacrifice the future of a group of talented guardians. The sect monks are unlikely to be so generous. Even if the quota for the refining of the Thunder Pool is not easy to compete for, if you can enter this space during the foundation building period. Collect more spiritual light balls to help grow your soul. For the future realm improvement, the convenience of cultivation, the benefits will be unimaginable. At least it can save dozens or hundreds of years of time. This cannot be exchanged for anything. So Luo Yan has already had a rough guess about the special identities of those people. Except for those super clans, the sect monks can't be so generous. And the combined attack between those people doesn't look like it can be played by the sect disciples who like to pursue personal strength. The existence of these protectors is more like the dead warriors trained by the inherited families since childhood. There is only the task in mind. After flying forward for another half a day, Luo Yan finally came to the middle and late stage of this trip, the intersection of the 5 cloud roads. The mist in front of him dissipated, and there was another magnificent ancient dojo. Compared with the huge dojo before, the diorama here is more magnificent. But the area is also much smaller. Luo Yan roughly estimated that it was only about 1/5 of the previous size. There were hundreds of figures sitting cross-legged on it. Compared with the previous dojo, it felt more empty. After nearly a month of trials, from the initial thousands of people, only these few people were left. Perhaps some of the monks had not arrived yet. After all, there were still a few days before the subsequent cloud road opened. But it was also predictable that there would definitely not be too many people left in the end. Chapter 199, Dao Yun, the Incomplete Ancient Scripture. Almost none of the people who can come here are mediocre. The aura was majestic and deep like the sea. Everyone was a competitor. So basically everyone was very far apart. Even if they were from the same sect, few people would get close to each other. Luo Yan found a corner in the dojo and sat cross-legged. He quietly waited for the subsequent cloud road to open. Luo Yan suddenly felt someone was looking at him. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sense. A slightly complicated look flashed by. Luo Yan didn't take it to heart, but vaguely, he sensed two familiar auras. They were very similar to the auras of the four people before, as if they came from the same source. But when he looked carefully, the two auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. The scope of the dojo is very large, and it is normal that people deliberately hide it, so it cannot be fully sensed. But Luo Yan was secretly alert in his heart. What he never expected was that there were quite a few of these protectors. Among the hundreds of figures in the dojo, there were at least 10 protectors. But he didn't care anymore. This is almost the final stage, and he has no intention of restraining himself. If he encounters those guys again, the great magical power he has hidden for a long time will be truly unveiled. So what if he has reached the great perfection of foundation building? Under the suppression of the realm, he will still be blown up. Thinking of this, Luo Yan immediately closed his eyes. He began to regulate his breath. As time passed, Luo Yan sensed the initial wisp of Taoism again, and the breath of chaos came faintly. The trace of the branding became deeper. It was particularly obvious here. Luo Yan's perception was not wrong. The five elements artistic conception on his body burst out, following the thick Taoism. Sweeping over the sky above the Taoist temple and brushing through the heavy mist, he really saw something extraordinary. In a trance, the scene of listening to Taoism in ancient times reappeared. Various powerful figures, like dragons and abysses, all sat quietly below, listening to the vague figure in the void preaching. What surprised Luo Yan was that ordinary people could not see it through the heavy mist. Even the people in the dojo are almost all the chosen ones of various sects and clans. There are still very few people who may enter this space. If you want to trigger that ancient mark, there is a prerequisite to enter here. As if guessing Luo Yan's doubts, the voice of another consciousness came from the void. It was a state of mind full of blazing and violent thunder. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sky full of knife shadows, rotating between the two. It was also one of the people in the dojo, but it was impossible to determine who it was. Because this is just a collection of consciousnesses, manifested with artistic conception. It's a pity that I'm not a real thunder cultivator, otherwise I would be able to comprehend the Dao rhyme in it. This consciousness transmitted the voice. He is practicing sword intent, and the power of thunder is just a coincidence. When he was young, he entered a secret place and accidentally ate a thunder fruit, which gave his body some thunder power. But he has been fond of swordsmanship since he was a child, and his talent in this is also very high. And his comprehension can only be considered average. If he practices thunder, I'm afraid he can't reach a very deep realm. After all, the power of thunder magic is enough to rank in the top 3 among all kinds of common magic. But the threshold for entry is very troublesome. Not only do you need to have a certain talent for thunder spirit roots, but you also need to be outstanding in comprehension. And you must have a certain study of runes. Only when these 3 points are met can you achieve results. Otherwise, the number of thunder spirit root cultivators from ancient times to the present would not be so small. Ordinary cultivators can only be regarded as practicing thunder magic. They cannot be called thunder cultivators. Just like if a sword cultivator cannot comprehend the sword meaning, no one will regard him as a sword cultivator. The same is true for thunder cultivators. Most cultivators, after joining the sect, basically have their cultivation methods determined. Even if they have a certain talent for thunder and their comprehension is still acceptable. But if you want to come here, you must be the best in the 5 domains. People like them have no shortage of various skills, so why should they switch to thunder magic for this space? After all, not everyone is like Luo Yan, who can integrate runes into his body at this age. To get in touch with more possibilities of cultivation. The practice of runes is very difficult. Even if an ordinary cultivator spends his whole life, he cannot master the basic runes. This is the difficulty of practicing runes. Easy to learn but difficult to master. In fact, in this mark, there is a fragment of the Thunder Dao scripture hidden. But it is incomplete. Many people have come into contact with it. Unfortunately, non-Thunder Dao cultivators can't remember it at all. But staying in the Taoist temple, there is nothing to do anyway. It's also good to come in and observe the wonders of listening to the Tao in ancient times. The consciousness continued. Luo Yan said nothing, running the 5 elements artistic conception, carefully comprehending the hazy rhyme of the Thunder Dao. The more he comprehended, the more extraordinary he felt. The violent consciousness was like a chatterbox, chattering non-stop. Because in his eyes, there were hundreds of people in the Taoist temple. Only the 2 of them had a sense of this thunder mark. And they were not practicing thunder method. This seemed like a great fate. In his eyes, Luo Yan was enveloped by the 5 elements artistic conception at this moment, colorful and dazzling like a rainbow. It was obviously unrelated to the artistic conception of thunder. In this space of thunder imprint, the main artistic conception was other artistic conceptions. It was quite a pity that one could only return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. After all, in his eyes, the guy opposite who mainly cultivated the 5 elements artistic conception should be similar to himself. He was able to enter this space after eating some natural treasures when he was young. Otherwise, he would not believe that ordinary cultivators would fully comprehend the 5 elements artistic conception at this age. It would be better to tell him that he was actually the illegitimate son of a big boss in the upper realm, and he fell into the Kangwu realm due to fate. Artistic conception is not cabbage. Normal cultivators at this age can comprehend 1 or 2 kinds. Now someone told him that comprehending 5 kinds is no different from lying with open eyes. So in the mind of this violent consciousness, Luo Yan is most likely the same as him, and he also ate some kind of natural treasure to enter this strange space. A thunder scripture that is likely to be passed down from ancient times or even more distant times is placed in front of him, but he can't take a look. This consciousness was originally quite regretful. But when he saw Luo Yan's figure, he didn't feel that way in an instant. There is a great opportunity in front of him, but he can't get it. This has to be said to be a kind of sadness. But when he saw that other people were the same as him and couldn't get it, he felt much better. Suddenly, he had a kind of bad taste. If I can't get it, you can't get it either. His heart was immediately balanced. It seemed that in an instant, the sadness was transferred. After all, everyone is the same. People enter the treasure mountain, but return empty-handed. Can only be jealous. Staring at happiness may not be contagious, but the depressed mood will be transferred. In the eyes of this consciousness, Luo Yan didn't speak, and he should be the same as him. It was regretful. After all, they are not real thunder monks. These scriptures inherited from ancient times will be forgotten as long as they are not successfully practiced on the spot. It is a dream to take them out. But the number of thunder monks is too small. In a sect for hundreds of years, if you are lucky, there may be a few disciples with thunder spiritual roots. If you are unlucky, you can't even see the shadow of different spiritual roots. After all, in this world, the natural spiritual roots of monks are basically 5 element spiritual roots. In this space, high-level monks cannot enter. If low-level monks do not practice thunder magic from the beginning, they will not be able to learn it. But if they are not born with thunder spiritual roots, ordinary monks will practice thunder magic. Not to mention whether the natural attributes are compatible, the power of thunder magic cannot be fully exerted. Such people will be beaten within 2 days after entering the Thunder Pond Cloud Road. So it is precisely because of these restrictions that many monks in the outside world know that there is an article here. It is very likely inherited from the fairy world, a broken thunder magic. Despite all the restrictions, few people can actually access it. After all, it is useless for people with insufficient comprehension to come here. People who are not related to thunder cultivation cannot enter this space at all. In fact, the reason why Luo Yan can appear here is because he has mastered the power of the 5 elements. With the blessing of the 5 elements artistic conception, he captured the rhythm of thunder from the moment he stepped into the dojo. Unfortunately, he only copied one of the runes. The rest are incomplete and cannot be fully remembered. The sky above this dojo now seems to still look like this. It's just that the figures who listened to the Tao in ancient times have become more solid. In the past, a person from a great sect deliberately rebuilt and refined the acquired thunder pattern into his body, just for this scripture. That great man came in to explore for a long time. Although he got the scripture, he died in depression. Because that great man once said that this method is divided into 3 chapters, and this is only the most basic first chapter. After practicing, the Thunder Deo cultivators can only use it as a foundation, but the power of the Thunder Deo magical power is not outstanding. After all, it is only 1/3 of a Thunder Art magical power. The power can be comparable to most of the Thunder Deo secret arts, which is already very good. That's why people in the world gave up the idea of deliberately pursuing this Thunder Deo scripture. Because this kind of secret art that touches the rules basically has not been practiced to the great perfection, or before reaching a certain realm. Even if you learn it, you can't engrave it. It can't be passed on to future generations at all. This consciousness was still chattering to itself, as if with a sigh. There was also a trace of regret. In his heart, it would be a lie to say that he had no thoughts about this incomplete Thunder Deo magical power. But if he were to give up the sword intent and focus on thunder magic, that would not be his original intention. For a normal cultivator, in this life, he would practice a state of mind, a secret method, or a scripture. If he could reach a high level, he would be proud of himself. He could even dominate a region. After all, things like state of mind and rules are not like weeds and flowers on the roadside. How could they be comprehended just by wanting to comprehend them? He saw that Luo Yan had no intention of responding, and suddenly felt bored, and his consciousness slowly dissipated in this world. The imprint in the void continued to manifest, except for the flash of Thunder Deo rhyme. It also gave people a sense of vicissitudes of time that would never end. It seemed to run through the long river of time, and the years passed by, full of Deo rhyme. Luo Yan frowned, and did not sense more Thunder Deo runes. This place was the same as the previous dojo, with incomplete runes and no Thunder Deo scriptures. Suddenly, the imprint in the void transformed into ancient figures, and they all seemed to be chanting scriptures in a low voice. Years are like waves, and the void is like sound. They can flow out slowly across the long river of time. Listen carefully, and the faint sound of ancient scriptures is slowly ringing. The Tao is to enter with sincerity, to guard with silence, and to use with gentleness. To use sincerity is like stupidity, to use silence is like silence, and to use gentleness is like clumsiness. If you are like this, you can forget yourself, and forget forgetting. Those figures in the void recited this scripture repeatedly. Even though it is separated by countless years, although it is not thorough, you can always figure out the real charm. It's like the sound of the Tao. With only these 3 maxims, the sound of the scriptures is as low as a mosquito walking, and it is inaudible. It is almost difficult to be detected. Luo Yan memorized this maxim firmly, and then recited it secretly. It was found that there was indeed a kind of mysterious Tao rhyme in it. Since it is the last few days, the final thunder pond will be opened. So in the past few days, the number of people who have rushed to this small Taoist temple from the back of the Cloud Road has also increased slightly. Despite this, the total number of cultivators in the Taoist temple has not exceeded 200. Some people couldn't hold back their temper and discussed in a low voice. I heard that the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain and the monks of Dabai Temple fought, which directly caused everyone on that Cloud Road to suffer. Before the 2 of them have decided the winner, the people behind can't come at all. That's why the number of people who can come here is so small. Someone revealed the secret of one of the Cloud Roads. Because according to past experience, the number of people who can come to this Taoist temple will be more than 200. This is a rule for many years. But now it is a little different. It's because the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain and the monks of Dabai Temple fought very fiercely. Almost occupied the entire Cloud Road, causing the people behind that Cloud Road to be unable to rush over at all. After all, the aftermath of the fight between these 2 beings is not something that ordinary cultivators can resist. If you want to pass through the center of the battlefield where the 2 men are fighting, you have to face the combined attacks of the 2 men at the same time. It is tantamount to seeking death. So the people behind the Cloud Road are praying that the 2 men will finish the fight quickly. Don't delay their participation in the subsequent trials. It seems that the quota for the Thunder Pool cleansing this time will be taken by the disciples of the Saint sect or the direct descendants of the Super sect. Someone sighed with a sense of unwillingness. After all, almost everyone who can reach this place has an impressive ability. enough to suppress the genius of the same generation. But when they saw the top genius of the world take action, the belief in their hearts began to waver. Chapter 200, Inheritance of Aristocratic Family, Contradiction. There are too many peerless masters in this small dojo. Fatally, everyone's eyes were cast towards the center of the dojo, where a figure was sitting cross-legged. Just like a blazing sun, there was a layer of dazzling white light flowing on the body surface. Under the white light, there was also a faint light, like a black and white landscape painting. Every move attracted attention, like a noble son of God. This is the Taoist of the Black and White Academy of this Hongzhou Saint sect, and his strength is unfathomable. He is recognized as one of the strongest among the people present. The Taoist of the Black and White Academy is really terrifying. When the black and white magic comes out, the world suddenly loses its color. People in this field will move very slowly. Ordinary people can't break free at all. It is indeed invincible. Even the most powerful offensive technique is probably difficult to work. The person next to him took over and praised. What a joke! What's wrong with the Daozi of the Black and White Academy? The people of the taking sect follow the earth follows the sky, and the sky follows the Tao. How can the Daozi of the head of these three veins be mediocre? And the monk in the western regions, the madman in Lingjian Mountain, the proud daughter of the god of war temple, etc., which one is not a peerless genius? Some people sneered and were very dissatisfied with the two people who praised the Daozi of the Black and White Academy. There are so many geniuses of the Holy Sect and the direct descendants of the Great Sect, but they only praised the people of the Black and White Academy. It is typical that they only know one side and cannot see the whole picture. They only have eyes for people within their cognition. With this look, how can they participate in the battle of the road of genius in the future? If the Daozi of the Holy Sect and the direct descendants of the Great Sect are really invincible, then every 10 years or so, there will be a Taoist of the Holy Sect. Will there be nothing for others? So why is the Thunder Pond secret realm called the Thunder Pond Trial? In the final analysis, it is because of fighting. Only fighting can test the true quality of a genius. Being a Daozi or a direct descendant of a sect can only prove that he has a high talent and status. As for the real strength, we have to fight to know. They are all in the state of great perfection of key refining, so who is afraid of whom? In this era, magical skills are not a particularly rare inheritance. Almost all slightly larger sects have such inheritance. If they don't fight in person, no one will give up the opportunity that is so close to them. Everyone present is the genius of the younger generation, and they have the idea of not admitting defeat in their bones. This is the thinking logic of normal people. Did you notice? There are still some beings with Dao protectors standing behind them. These guys are super families that have been passed down for thousands of years, and their foundation is so deep that it is unimaginable. The strength of those Dao protectors is at least a late stage of foundation building. Tell me, can those Daozi you mentioned still be as leisurely as they are now when they meet these unruly guys? Someone muttered in the dark. The voice was very thin, just enough for everyone to hear. But it was impossible to find the specific location. Obviously, he was afraid of getting into trouble. In front of him, there was a young man, like a moon surrounded by stars, being protected by several Daoists in the center. His light silver armor was shining and dazzling. He was the young master of a hidden family, with a heroic and upright figure. He had an extraordinary charm. At this moment, he led several Daoists and walked towards the Taoist from the Black and White Academy and stood in front of him. Black and White, did you kill my two Daoists? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? They didn't provoke you, and they even told me my name. Did you do it on purpose? Seeing that many people were surrounding them, several other disciples of the Black and White Academy stood up immediately. They were in a tense posture. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? What's your name? Who are you? You are an unknown person. You want me to give you face? Who do you think you are? The Taoist from the Black and White Academy did not raise his eyes and spoke frivolously. He looked arrogant and conceited. The words that came out of his mouth were very infuriating. Obviously, he didn't take the guy in front of him seriously. You killed my people. Even if you are the leader of the younger generation of the Holy Sect, you have to pay the price. Daozi from the Black and White Academy stood up, glanced at the opposite side, and sneered. Oh? It seems that you think that relying on those trash behind you gives you confidence, so you dare to provoke me. You really don't know what you mean. Come on, all of you come together, let me teach you what a true genius should be like. It just so happens that there is still some time before the last cloud road opens, so it's good to warm up. I hope you can let me have some fun." Daozi from the Black and White Academy waved his hand to stop the fellow disciples behind him, indicating that they didn't need their help. He is just a jumping clown who can only rely on external forces. Although he has a good family background, the shadow of the elders can't be brought into this world. What's wrong with having a lot of people? In his eyes, they are all a nest of bugs. "Hey Bazi, you deserve to die." The young man wearing light silver armor and magic weapons, his face changed and turned livid. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to let this guy explain why he targeted his protectors. After all, it is not easy to train a protector, and a huge amount of resources need to be invested. If he was not the legitimate son of this generation of the clan leader, he would never have so many protectors to protect him. But what he didn't expect was that this guy from the Black and White Academy had such a foul mouth. Being watched by so many people in person, if he retreated at this moment, he would probably find it difficult to raise his head in his life. He would be looked down upon. This kind of strange look is the most difficult to accept for someone like him who comes from a super family. After all, he has been used to smooth sailing since he was a child and has always been protected by others. How could he have suffered such an injustice? HMPH. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Ada, Aki, you form the 3 talents formation. The rest of you, stand in the 4 positions. Let this Daozi from the Black and White Academy have a taste of your power. The young man in light silver armor snorted coldly. He waved his hand fiercely, and the Daoists behind him surrounded him. Each stood in a corner, forming an extremely strong formation. Seeing that there was a dispute here, the people outside the dojo vacated the central area, so that the 2 sides could fight to their heart's content. The formation formed by the group of Daoists contained a trace of the laws of heaven and earth, like a chain of order, locking the Daozi from the Black and White Academy inside. Not long after, endless rune lights spread in the center of the dojo, which were not only dazzling, but also gorgeous. The clouds were steaming, and the red clouds were overflowing. The sky above the entire dojo was filled with a terrifying momentum, which could fluctuate amazingly. This made the onlookers look solemn, and some people couldn't help but tremble. Because the strength of those protectors is very strong. At this moment, they formed a formation and attacked the Daozi of the Black and White Academy. No matter how you look at it, it seems that they are trapped in prison and extremely dangerous. In the past, when encountering the protectors of these inherited families, many people would gather the strength of their fellow disciples or the public to beat these protectors out first. After all, with the strength of these guys, they are united. Even the Xianjiao of the holy sect may capsize in the gutter if they are not careful. Therefore, everyone hates and envies the appearance of these protectors. Hate these guys to unite, and they can't fight against them at all. Envy the blood relatives of the inherited families, who have such a group of protectors to accompany them. No matter what crisis they encounter, the retreat is greatly guaranteed. With such a group of people escorting, what opportunity is there to worry about? Great things can't be accomplished. Everyone hates this group of super family children, but they also fantasize about becoming him. In this way, a group of protectors and the Daozi of the Black and White Academy fought hard in the center of the small dojo. Luo Yan watched the battle for a while and found that the Daozi of the Black and White Academy was indeed worthy of his reputation. Although this group of Daoists could not launch attacks beyond the limit of the key refining stage, but the formation formed by several of them was fatally connected. The attack of the Daozi of the Black and White Academy was transformed by the formation and evenly distributed to everyone. The threat was immediately reduced by more than half. Luo Yan suddenly thought of the aura of the 2 Daoists he had sensed before, and his eyes searched among the crowd. What surprised him was that the aura of the 2 people seemed to have disappeared. What Luo Yan didn't know was that the person he was looking for didn't intend to meet him at all. Although the strength of the Taoist Guardian is very strong, at this point, if the identity of the Taoist Guardian is discovered, it is very easy to arouse public anger and be besieged by the public. After all, those who can set foot in this secret realm of the Thunder Pool are almost all the geniuses of various sects, advocating a fair fight. In that person's eyes, the young man in silver armor in the center of the dojo is so upright. Relying on the protectors to show off his power, even if he defeated the Daozi of the Black and White Academy, that guy would never be able to leave this dojo. You have to know that the sects in this dojo are complicated, and many of the big sects are connected to each other. Not to mention the existence of some fellow disciples, things like bullying the few with a majority cannot be put in the open. I remember that the young man in silver armor should be from the Xia family in Hangzhou, right? It seems that there was an extraordinary person in their family. At this time, someone guessed the identity of the young man in silver armor in the field. The Xia family is an immortal inheritance family in Hangzhou, which has prospered for thousands of years. 30 years ago, it was quite popular because this family seemed to have a truly invincible person. It is said that the guy used the real great magical power in this dojo. That generation, people of the same level were all suppressed by the invincible son of the Xia family. Looking at the whole field, there is no opponent. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, waiting for the follow-up reply of the man. Yes, it's just as you think. The Xia family man is wearing a golden battle armor. With the cultivation of the early stage of foundation building, he used the terrifying secret technique to beat all the geniuses in the dojo out of this space. Someone exclaimed and told a story from the past. If you don't deliberately collect information like this, ordinary people will not know it. So what? That was the predecessor of the Xia family, not the kid in the dojo. Someone was dissatisfied and said disdainfully, "Give me a few more decades, and I can also suppress all enemies." The man glanced at him lightly, and the person who spoke just smiled lightly. He didn't explain much. Because the information level of the two is not at the same level, it would be bad to say too much. Only by meeting this kind of person in person can you know what the specific meaning is. Luo Yan, who was standing far away, understood the hidden meaning of the words in this person's mouth. This kind of family that has been passed down for thousands of years has taken root in Hangzhou and has flourished for so many years, but it has never changed. Sandwiched in the center of several holy sects, it has always stood firm. This must be due to its extraordinary ability. Even the terrifying secret technique may actually be a great supernatural power. After all, apart from that supernatural power, relying on other scriptures and secret techniques to suppress all enemies is almost impossible. Because all the monks who can come here have experienced hundreds of battles. Their personal combat capabilities are extremely strong. In fact, not only this powerful family, but also a saint in the temple in the western region. I heard that it is one of the incarnations of the Buddha in the upper realm. I don't know if it is true or not. Some people also revealed the secrets of each sect. Basically, they are not recorded in the book. Even Luo Yan is not qualified to know these secrets. On the way to the upper realm, you need to compete with these monsters within 100 years. In the end, how many people can succeed? Someone sighed, thinking of the future 20 years later, with a pessimistic attitude in his tone. He didn't think he could win the final place among these outstanding people. A secret realm of thunder pool purification has attracted many children of longevity families and descendants of Buddhist sects. What kind of scene will it be when the real prosperity begins? What can they, who come from ordinary sects, compare with others? The road to Xianjiao has not yet been opened, and you are here to pity the world. What a waste. They are all in the foundation building stage. What are you afraid of? If you are weak and afraid of death, don't go. Practice honestly. If you can practice to the spirit transformation stage, everything is still hopeful. If you don't want to regret it, then fight with your strength. Some people are eager to fight, even if they see the two sides fighting in the center of the dojo. The momentum is brilliant, the clouds are diffused, and the deterrence is full. But he still did not admit defeat. The Thunderpool trial, the upper realm quota, this opportunity, there is only one or two chances. Since you have come to this world, if you don't even have the courage to fight, it will be too hard to let go. At least you have to figure out the gap between yourself and those top Xianjiao. After 100 years, I will have something to brag to my younger generation. When I train them, I will have a specific direction. Buzz. At this moment, someone on the other side of the dojo started arguing and the two sides started fighting. After all, the people in the dojo are all geniuses from various sects or clans. They are arrogant and conceited. After coming to this dojo, it is common for them to mock each other when they see someone they don't like. Just like the guy before, he directly called someone a waste. Fortunately, the person who was scolded didn't care much. If it were other cultivators, the two would have fought long ago. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.